Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna mota, hakuna kogabu.
And there it is right there. Amunishi. So there it is right there. There's going to be a bit of tender going with this one. I'm trying to break in a new computer because of course the one I was using yesterday was making some funky noise. So I had to go and get so I had to somewhat get a new one. So I'm going to try to break in a new computer. So we'll tread our way through it together. So it's going to be a delicate balance, this one. So good to see you. Good to have you here. And how are you? I hope everybody can hear me okay. Let me know if you can hear me okay. So let me know if you can hear me okay. That's how you're doing, as you always does. A handsome welcome to One Man Went to Mo. So that's how you're doing, as you always does. The headlines, and by the way, it's slim pickings in the news cycle today. So it's a case of bring your own again. That's just what it is. Because of course, yesterday we were in anticipation that Fabio was going to reach the ministerial list today. But that doesn't seem to have yes, that doesn't seem to have that doesn't seem to have happened. Okay, let's see. Let me try something. Okay, so that wasn't what I was trying to share. So let me now see if I can. Like I said, I'm breaking in a new computer. So that's the back end of the studio right there. That's how I see. So let me now see if I'm able to. Let's see. Yes, let's share this one. So yes, we have to delicately negotiate through these things together. So let me stop sharing that, and then let me try again. So this is meant to be an upgrade, by the way. So hopefully not a downgrade. Let's say. Oh, hold on. Yes. So let's share this. Okay, so we shared that. Then let's see if we can navigate through to see if it's able to. You know, I may well just revert to the. I may well revert to the computer that I was using yesterday. It was making some humming noise. That's why I went and got this one. But I've not yet been able to master this one, so it's not letting me navigate through in the manner that I'm used to. So I may well just I may well revert to the one that I used yesterday, which you will hear some humming noise. But because of course, if I'm not able to deliver in the manner that I would like to deliver, then it will be somewhat off-putting. So it's letting me share this screen, which is what I want, but it's not letting me switch between screen and to screen, which is not what I want. So there it is and all that. So there it is and all that. Anyway, let me introduce the stories. Or actually, let me play you a song. Let me play you a song, and I'll switch back to my old computer just for this session, so I'm able to master this one off screen. I only just got this one today, so I'm not yet able to. I've not yet gotten the workings of it just exactly as I should. But let's listen to the K guides, and I'll go back to the old computer, which unfortunately is going to make some humming noise, which some of you highlighted yesterday. But there it is. So
only water, where they see my water. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé ṣọ́bí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o pẹ̀tọ́ sódùkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. ikú kò ní ríwà gbèsè o.
All right, and I'm back. So I'm back. Let me try this. And by the way, I'm still with the right. Let's share that. I beg your pardon, but I want to get this right. Just stay right there. So these are just the things you have to contend with somewhat. Hold on. Let me just establish something. Just stay there for a moment. You can see it's a one-man setup, can't you? Because it's certainly not the sleek presentation that would be your expectation. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, I see what's going on now. So it doesn't allow. All right, let me just go with the headlines. So I'll give you the headlines. Hopefully you can hear me okay from this one. So I'll go with it the way it is. So we kick it off with this one. We're starting with David Hundeyin. It says investigative journalist David Hundeyin detained in Zimbabwe. So that story actually just came out just as early as a few hours ago. And it has echoes of the Nnamdi Kanu situation. So what's led to his detention? Why is he being detained? Who is detaining him? So all of that in context. I don't know what news Ayo is putting out there. So all of that in contention. So we have a look at that, see what's going on there. And then from that, we go on to this. APC look towards Abdullahi Ganduje as national chairman. So of all of the names that's been speculated to the chairmanship of the APC party, nobody gave any consideration to Ganduje, but can Ganduje be the chairman of that party? Is Ganduje suited and able for that post? That's the thing. Of all of the names, so Ganduje, not one that you would have thought. So we go on from that to this. So now, the Tinubu administration now, they're sharing the largest yet allocations amongst the governors. So we find out FAAC to share 1.96 trillion revenue in July, probably highest ever. So the parliamentarians getting the highest amount that they've ever gotten. But is this good news? So we discussed that as well. So we go on from that to this. So this is still the David Hundeyin space from a different platform. Zimbabwe authorities detain Nigerian journalist David Hundeyin, cite visa issues. So when I first saw that storyline, I had echoes and thoughts of Nnamdi Kanu. I thought he was about to be renditioned as well. So from that to this, no phone call between me and Tinubu or DSS boss. There will be no bias at tribunal. Chief Justice of Nigeria, Ariwola. So it's gotten to that point now that that the Chief Justice of the country is feeling the need to come out. All right. So sorry, I'm watching how you as I'm speaking. He's spreading all manners of rumors in the comment section. But no phone call between me and Tinubu, DSS boss. There will be no bias at tribunal. Chief Justice of Nigeria, Ariwola. So that in itself, that in itself is somewhat of a bias, if you ask me, because that in itself is the judiciary being influenced. Because if they've gotten him to the point that is feeling that he feels the need to tell you that there's not going to be any bias. That in itself implicit a bias towards the people that he's wanting to show is not biased against. So somewhat of a convoluted influence in there. A convoluted influence in there. So from that we go on to this. House of Representatives reject motion seeking to stop increase in price of fuel. So it's a case of sticking it out. That seems to be let me just give you this, actually. It's not much of a read. The House of Representatives has the House of Representatives on Wednesday, July the 19th, rejected a motion to stop the increase in the price of premium motor spirit, PMS, known in local parlance as fuel. It's not known in local parlance as fuel. It's known in local parlance as petrol. Known in local parlance as fuel, and reverts to the old price of 537 naira per liter. So there it is right there. The House instead agreed to investigate the sudden increase in the price of PMS and the resultant increase in transport fares across the country. The House said since it already resolved to investigate the increase and that stopping the increase of the fuel price by accepting the motion will amount to preempting the work of the investigative committee. In a motion of urgent public importance by Honorable Ikenga, the House asked the group managing director of the NNPC, military and oil marketers to appear before an ad hoc committee to explain the increase. So I don't really think you need an ad hoc committee to explain this increase. We all know what the increment is as a result of market forces. That is just as simple as that. So it's either the only way to stop it is to subsidize it. And since you already said the subsidy is now a thing of the past, then you have to stick with that. So there's that one. So from that we go on today. So this is still staying with the petroleum space. This more is a chart than anything else. So we complain about the price of petrol in Nigeria. So somebody has now gone to dig out a chart to show you just what petrol is going for globally. Gasoline price per liter, 17th of July, 2023. So it's as early as a couple of days ago. So the cheapest petrol, of course, in Venezuela, where it's virtually free, and in Iran, where it's virtually free as well. Libya free, Algeria, Kuwait. So where does Nigeria fall in the mix? So where does Nigeria fall in the mix? Where is Nigeria? Hold on. Let me just hold on. That's why Nigeria controls S. Right. Where does Nigeria? If you see Nigeria before me, please let me know. Nigeria. Oh, hold on. I cannot see Nigeria on this chart. Where is Nigeria on this chart? It'll be around about the dollar mark, isn't it? Hold on. All right. I'm not sure that Nigeria is listed here. Let's try Control F. Control F. All right. We'll come back to that. It looks as though we'll have to come back to that. So we'll come back to that. But let's go on from that to this. Nwanyanwu 6 Ebubi Agu ESN collaboration. So this strikes me as somewhat of a curiosity because Ebubi Agu is a legally formed institution in the southeast, and ESN is an illegal organization. So and by the way, the person speaking, that's the leader of the Ohanese space, of course, Chief Nwanyanwu. So quite why he will be saying that, I will find out shortly. Nwanyanwu 6 Ebubi Agu ESN collaboration. So quite what prompted him to that, I will find out shortly. So what prompted him to that, we'll find out shortly. And then we go on to this next headline. This is the lead headline of today's session. FAAC to share 1.96 trillion revenue in July, probably highest ever. I'm not sure if I've read this out before. Let's have a quick read of it. It says the three tiers of government are set to share 1.959 trillion naira in July 2023, probably a record. This is nearly triple the 786.161 billion shared in June, and more than triple the 665 billion shared in May. Allocations are usually shared from the preceding month's revenue, meaning June will be shared in July. The Federation Account Allocation Committee, FAAC, will meet in Abuja on Wednesday to allocate the revenue to the tiers of government, federal, state, and local, based on the sharing matrix. And I've got the sharing formula as well, which I shall bring you in a moment. Statutory collection makes up 1.7 trillion of the federal collected revenue, followed by 293 billion from VAT and 12 billion from electronic money transfer charges. Correspondence is yet to establish if there has been any higher monthly revenue in history in Nigeria. A snap analysis by Cable Index Data Team suggests that the fall in the official exchange of the Naira might have contributed to the seemingly unprecedented rise in revenue. FAAC adopted 436 Naira to the dollar as the exchange rate for the calculation of the forex component of the federally collected revenue for June 2023. But this has now gone up to at least 750. Correspondents could not confirm the actual exchange rate used for July. FAAC made up of the Minister of Finance as chairman, all state commissioners of finance, state accountant general, the accountant general of the federation, and the permanent secretary of the Federal Ministry of Finance. So there it is right there, a record high amount of money is to be shared by the Nigerian state. So what are we making of that? So I think we've read that one already. Let's see. All right. So yes, and this is the gasoline one that I couldn't find Nigeria on. So that will form the backdrop to the session. So that's how the session will go. So we'll wrap the conversations around those. So I am actually going to revert back to the old computer. I beg your pardon, but click on like, click on subscribe, do all the clickings. I'm going to play you another long-winded music just to buy the time for me to come back with the old computer, because I'm having difficulties just navigating my way through this one.
Ọbara chụbajọ dịrị Chukwu mma Chukwu chụbajọ dịrị ndị mmụọ obodo jisi ike n'ụbọchị eruo na oyibo
It is a free one. Be free.
Ayandaba Soko sunu baby subaramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oboda say yeah we mo. Yeah we mo. Oboda say yeah we mo. No basa ye ga ponto mo. Iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba. Soko sunu baby subaramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia.
So this feels a lot better already. So apologies if you're hearing funny noises coming from the computer. By tomorrow, I would have settled into the new one, and then off we go. So let me know if you are hearing funky noises coming from the computer. So funky noises from the computer. Let's just launch straight into it. So we've had somewhat of an unusual start. APC looked towards Abdullahi Ganduje as national chairman. So APC looked towards, of all of the speculations, none of the speculation went in this direction. But can you see that fit, though? That's the question. Can you see the fit? I can somewhat see the fit, actually, because Abdullahi Ganduje, in terms of his texture, he fits in with the sort of people that are in government today. Somewhat mucky, a little bit smelly. So he fits in perfectly with the elements that we have in government. APC looked towards Abdullahi Ganduje as national chairman. So now let's now see how these are, by the way, still in the realms of speculation. A lot of things in the realms of speculation until matters are settled, of course. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is reportedly looking towards former Kano Governor Abdullahi Ganduje as a replacement for erstwhile national chairman of the All Progressive Congress APC, Senator Abdullahi Adamu. As a result of this, Ganduje's name has been reportedly dropped from Tinubu's list of ministerial nominees. Adamu resigned from his position on Sunday night. Correspondents report that there has been a cold war between Tinubu and Adamu since the former governor of Nasarawa State was elected party chairman in March 2022. He submitted his letter of resignation to Femi Gbajabiamila, the chief of staff to the president. The APC chairman was reportedly advised to throw in the towel by Hope Uzodinma, the governor of Imo State and chairman of the Progressive Governors Forum. Recall that while Tinubu supported Tanko Al-Makura, also a former governor of Nasarawa State, for the position of national chairman, party leaders loyal to President Muhammadu Buhari rooted for Adamu. So there it is right there. So having Abdullahi Ganduje as the national chairman of the party, that solves a lot of problems. The first thing is it frees up a ministerial post. That's one. And then the second thing is if the rumors that Tinubu, hold on. And the second thing is, if the rumors that Tinubu is looking to have Kwakwanso in his cabinet, if those rumors hold true, then it frees up then that potential conflict, because they are mortal enemies, Kwakwanso and Ganduje. So if that rumor holds true, that Kwakwanso is going to be one of the names on the ministerial list, then the conflict, the almost inevitable conflict between Ganduje and Kwakwanso is averted by having him as the national chairman. And I can see this. I'm not sure if you can see it, but I can see how Ganduje would slot in as the national chairman of the APC. I can see that. I can see it as a fate. I can see it as a fate. But there it is. So, but that's coming from the left field, by the way. Of all of the anticipations, I don't think there was ever any anticipation that Ganduje was likely to ever go anywhere near that post. So Ganduje is speculated as the national chairman of the APC. But now, from that to this, a lot of people may somewhat chuckle at this. Perhaps well-deserved is what people might suggest. Zimbabwe authorities detain Nigerian journalist David Hundeyin, cite visa issues. Nigerian investigative journalist and activist David Hundeyin has been detained by the Zimbabwe government at the Harare airport. Hundeyin was detained inside a smelly, locked-up room for nearly 7 hours, according to an account by the journalist via Twitter. According to him, the Zimbabwe government claimed that Hundeyin needed a visa to be in the country. The journalist, who appeared to still be detained as of press time, said, "I landed in Zimbabwe earlier today, and I have been detained at Harare Airport inside a smelly locked room for nearly 7 hours. They said that despite using the travel documents of a country with a visa-free relationship, my nationality is still Nigerian, and thus I needed a visa. I was processed for removal from their country and locked in a tiny room. I have heard nothing from anyone for several hours, alongside a lady from Uganda, also a visa-free country. I have been locked up in a room with no window or toilet, plus a bottle of pee on the floor. No one appears to be in charge of anything, and even though my return ticket to Addis has been rescheduled for tonight, I am still locked in this room, and I risk missing my flight. They appear to have forgotten that they have people in detention here. I am ready to hop on my flight and never come to Zimbabwe for the rest of my life. Please, somebody out there who is actually in charge of something should let me know, should let me go so I can be on my merry way. I am not interested in visiting Zimbabwe anymore. I want to go home, please." So I want to go home, please. So it's almost a plea. It's almost like a plea for my mommy. Oh, I want my mommy. There's a tonality of I want my mommy in that I want to go home, please. The ludicrous, silly little boy. The silly little boy, David Hundeyin, who gets his comeuppance in Zimbabwe. No phone call between me and Tinubu DSS boss. There will be no bias at tribunal. Chief Justice of Nigeria, Ariwola. The Chief Justice of Nigeria, CJN, Justice Olukayode Ariwola, has denied rumors that he had a telephone conversation with President Bola Tinubu and the DSS Director of Service, Yusuf Bichi, over the pending post-election petitions before the presidential petition court. Ariwola said the judiciary has no plans to favor any of the petitioners and the respondents in the petition pending before the court, especially Tinubu. the People's Democratic Party's Atiku and the Labour Party's Peter Obi. So it's quite a curious thing, almost really a dangerous thing that the Chief Justice is feeling the need to come and say this, because there's already pressure on him then. So if he makes a decision other than the decision that the people putting pressure on him are hoping for, then that they would then leverage what they had said previously as proof positive. So a lot of pressure being put on the judiciary, a lot of unwarranted pressure as well. In a statement by the Director of Information of the Supreme Court, Dr. Festus Akonde, on Wednesday, the CJN said there is no iota of truth in the narrative in the social media. The CJN pleaded with Nigerians to cooperate with the judiciary to serve the country in its full capacity. He said, Nigerians have been following the proceedings at the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal with admirable enthusiasm. So it is advisable we all sustain the tempo and follow it up to the end instead of relapsing into the realms of speculations and rumors peddling that will not do anyone any good. If this current trend of falsehood and mudslinging is sustained, our nation may not make the desired progress. The courts are statutorily established to serve the best interest of the masses, and we are ever poised to do that to the best of our ability. So I'm not sure that I'm comfortable with the Chief Justice having to come out in this way. I'm not sure that I am comfortable. The rule of law and the supremacy of the Nigerian Constitution will always be upheld and applied in every matter that comes before the courts, as the facts presented and the subsisting laws must be applied in determining the merit or otherwise of each matter. The public should be rest assured that justice will be done to all matters pending in the various courts across the country, irrespective of who is involved. So that is the Chief Justice of the country feeling the need then to feeling the need then to come out into the public space to defend his name. And I'm saying this cannot be a good thing. In fact, it is not a good thing. Anyway, it's not a good thing. That's really all I will say. You know, yes, it's not a good thing. Let me just leave it there. Let me leave it at it is not a good thing. So that is not a good thing. Okay, let's go on to this one. Okay, let's go on to this one now. Let me see if I can now find Nigeria now that I'm on this computer. Nigeria. And there it is. So I have now found it. So this is the chart that I was trying to show you. So a lot of narratives around petrol prices and how it is hemorrhaging the Nigerian state. So this is now the gasoline price as at this month globally. So this is the global petrol price around the world. So now petrol is cheaper in Nigeria than the UAE, which is also somewhat of an oil-producing country. So there is Nigeria right there. So that's Nigeria right there. Let me see. Yes, so that's Nigeria right there. How much are they paying? 617 naira per liter. So that's Nigeria right there. There it is. So that's let me highlight it for you. So that's Nigeria right there. Just to put some context in terms of the global nature of this thing. So that's Nigeria, wedged between Afghanistan and UAE. So who is getting cheaper oil than us? Afghanistan, Kazakhstan, Ecuador, Saudi Arabia, Oman. Even Saudi Arabia, they are paying a fair whack. In Saudi Arabia, they are paying 490 naira for petrol. So there it is. So they're paying 490 naira for petrol. So in Russia, which is not part of the OPEC countries, by the way, Russia, as you know, and they just produce as much as they can, but they are paying 462 naira per barrel. In Iraq, 450 naira. So So yeah, and by the way, that 416 naira. Let me actually show you a clip that somebody sent me. Let me show you. Hold on. Because that 400, that 617 naira that they are saying they are paying for petrol, that might well be a ruse. Somebody sent me this. This will be in Yoruba language, but nevertheless you'll get the point. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I'm coming. Just stay right there. Right. Somebody sent me. Let's see. So I'm determined that you should see this. So let me just. A lot of people send me a lot of stuff on Instagram. So they sent me this clip of somebody that actually took their video camera out to go and test just how much people are paying for petrol. Was that Adeyinka that sent it? Was that you, Yinka? Where is it? Just stay right there. The PDP, by the way, they are complaining that all right, whoever sent me that Facebook clip of some lady going around testing the price of petrol should please resend it because I cannot find it immediately and I don't want to hold up the space. Let's see. It was only sent to me today, so it shouldn't. I think this might well be it. All right, so this is it. So a lot of it is in Yoruba language, but watch this. Yes, watch this.
ayége màmá fi filling station yẹn wọ̀nyí mo ń bọ̀ mo ń kọ́ sí olórí burúkú ni tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá ń ṣe olórí burúkú tẹ́ fẹ́ dàbí ohun rèé they are selling fuel here wọ́n dẹ̀ ń wọlé wọ́n jáde I will show you their board màá fi bọ́ọ̀dù wọn wọ̀nyí. We like 488. This is life ni mo ń ṣe ń bí.
I think she may well be in Ibadan or wherever. So you can see the price of petrol there, and not anywhere near the 600 and whatever. It's 488, and she was cursing and swearing as she panned the camera to insist that what we're reading in the headlines. So this was as early as yesterday. Somebody sent this in. So and this was post the news because of course she was looking to debunk that news. So that's what's going on there. So that was sent in by one of the subscribers.
Olórí burúkú ni 488 petrol. This is 488 petrol. 488 petrol. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ fẹ́ da ìlú ìrú kò ní dá fún yàrá ìyá yín sẹ́. This is 488 petrol. Ọ̀dẹ̀ ń tepo ń bì báyìí. Ibi tẹ́ ti rí 600, 33, 690, 35, 1 million.
All right. So it looks as though then that pump price has not been all right. Somebody is actually saying that place is in Agege. So if they are selling petrol for 600 and something in Lagos, then that makes a nonsense of a lot of things that we've been hearing in the news cycle. So that makes a nonsense of a lot of things that we've been hearing in the news cycle. But then, as I said, it's a slow news day. Was that you? Was that you, Kenny, that sent it in? So brilliant. So yeah, it's a slow news day, like I said. So we'll just pick through what we can pick through until Tinubu releases his ministerial list, because that's really the conversation that is left. It says Onwayanwu seeks a Bube, good ESN collaboration. So already from that headline, you know already that we're entering the realms of illegality. Elder statesman and chairman Ohaneze Indigbo Elders Council, our chief Emmanuel Onwayanwu, has called for collaboration between the newly floated Southeast Security Outfit, codenamed Ebube Agu, and the Eastern Security Network to tackle the security challenges in the region. So I'm not quite sure what status he's conferring on ESN, because ESN, as you know, is a sub-arm of the IPOB movement. And the IPOB movement, as you know, has been declared a terror organization by the Nigerian state. So is it then inviting terrorists to come and secure the forestry in the southeast? So that's really what you have to read into this. Elder statesman and chairman Ohaneze Indigbo Elders Council, Chief Emmanuel Onwayanwu, has called for collaboration between the newly floated Southeast Security Outfit, codenamed Ebube Agu, and the Eastern Security Network to tackle the security challenges in the region. Onwayanwu, a former pro-chancellor of the University of Calabar and ex-chairman of the Federal Road Maintenance Agency, told correspondents in Owerri on Friday that it was imperative for Ebube Agu to share information with the Southwest, South-South, and invest heavily in intelligence gathering to stem insecurity in the Southeast. So that Ebube Agu, I thought it had died a natural death because I've not heard of any activities from that space. The elders of the Ohaneze Indigbo will work towards getting the ESN to work with Ebube Agu, because we want a situation where all hands are on deck for us to heave a sigh of relief from bandits and terrorists, he said. So but with the ESN themselves, they are bandits at least and terrorists. People should now begin to plan to defend themselves. We have the customs and immigrations, yet people smuggle arms into the country. Did you guys see that huge cache of weaponry that was seized by the Nigerian custom destined for the Southeast? People should now begin to plan to defend themselves. We have the customs and immigration, yet people smuggle arms into the country. From the way things are going, I am afraid that we may wake up one morning only to discover we have no country again to call ours, because the situation is gradually getting out of hand now, he added. Also, Onwayanwu urged the federal government to set up a panel of inquiry to ascertain the whereabouts of the Nigerian Air Force plane that recently disappeared during a flight and crashed. So, well, if it crashed, they crashed. I wonder what sort of, I wonder what speculations is being speculated to that space. I wonder why he has brought that up. All right. Okay. So yes. So that's sufficient to be going on with. So let's just see who we've got. We've got Thomas in the building, of course. Solly makes is one of his rare appearances. Okwiton TV makes an appearance, and War Peace is here with us. So that's to start off with. So let's kick it off then. Let's kick it off, and then we see where it goes. So let's kick it off with Solly, who we've not heard from in a while. Solly, are you ready to go? Solly.
One man, can I go second? No. I'm eating.
Yeah, eating. What are you eating?
Pounded yam.
Where are you? Do you have pounded yam? Do you have pounded yam in Amsterdam?
Yes, now we have African shops. You buy the poundo. You buy a goosey.
All right. Did you make it yourself, or you bought it from a restaurant?
I made it myself.
All right, brilliant. Okay, let me let you have your meal. Let's kick it off with Okwiton instead. Okwiton TV, are you ready?
Oh yeah. How are you doing, everybody? It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been good. Yeah. So how have you been?
Good, good. Thank God. Anyway,
All right. That's
I don't know where you want me to start. Yeah, there's so many things on ground.
yeah. Let's start with what you have been looking at in the news today. So what have you been what have you been following in the news today?
So specifically, my eyes is on the Tinubu reversing the 8,000 naira that was said to be distributed to the 12 million poor Nigerians. And I think initially what most people agreed on that I'm listening to is like the idea in the first place is nonsensical, and that we don't have enough data to actually find the 12 million poor Nigerians to be able to give them that money. So there's no guarantee that they will be able to get the money. So I think on the good side, I'm okay with him reversing the idea. But this is my question: why Tinubu is listening, I believe, to all this critique, around him. Yes, there are APC supporters who are sycophants of Tinubu, but then I think he should be hearing the other side too, which is Obedience, the LP, the PDP, and all that, who are criticizing him day and night. And I think he should be listening. Why not making the right decision firsthand? Why are you flip-flopping now? He should have got it together. I heard this Baba has prepared for this administration for a long time, before now. He made this borrowing. It's not the one that actually borrowed the money. It's Buhari that borrowed it. So why flip-flopping about how to spend it? Shouldn't they have decided on what to do with the money in the first place and conclude that the 8,000 naira to individual Nigerians is not possible? I think he's making himself look bad by actually, making that decision and then calling it back. I think he's making himself look bad. The accusing finger from the opposition is now kneeling on his head. So on that note, I just think they made a big mistake. We don't need him to flip-flop, but then I will give him a little credit for at least listening, to the outcry of people that, there's no way to actually track people in order to be able to give them 8,000 naira. And I think one way or the other, he actually showed that he's listening to Nigeria. After all, we want leaders who is going to listen to Nigerians and be able to redirect their steps. So what did they do with it? I heard they are talking about increasing the number of grains and actually, helping Nigerians to have more way to produce food and all that. That money cannot be enough to fund any agricultural process in Nigeria. But at the same time, the idea to actually distribute it will be a waste of time because a lot of people are there waiting for that money. I know many Nigerians will file, if they ask them to go and fill form to collect this money, they will go and fill numerous forms. An individual will fill forms for about 10 people to collect that money. That's Nigerian for you. And, if he's calling it, if he's reversing it, that's more or less like a good idea. At this time,
I don't think he's reversing it. I think he's reviewing it. It may well just increase it. Is what people are probably speculating too. It's not withdrawn it. If that is what you're thinking, it's not been withdrawn. It's been reviewed.
Yeah, that means there's a lot of confusion in the news then, because Arise News is saying one thing, TVC is saying another. Of course, I know these people don't even, they are lazy. They don't find facts anyway. So, but they're saying,
according to the release by Dele Alake, it's been reviewed, not withdrawn. Yeah.
Okay. So, well, let's see what's going to happen, because I think it's one of the suggestions that they will withdraw it and refocus it on something else. And on the other note, there is another important part, which I think needed to be reviewed or at least explained to us better, because the 70 billion that is going to be awarded to the House members in order to be able to fortify them or something. I don't know what that is meant to do. And I don't think we are in a good atmosphere to be doing that. You know, that's what I see there. You know, if people are calling you thief, please don't dance with a goat in the market. That is not yours. You know, if they are reviewing the 8,000 naira, I need them to review that 70 billion also. You know, or at least give us a detailed explanation what that 70 billion is meant to do, because most of us believe that is same old.
Sorry, was that not for vehicles for the parliamentarians? I think if they were, unless I'm wrong, I think it's for vehicles for the parliamentarians.
That's what we heard. That's what we heard. That is going to buy them bulletproof cars and furnitures and so on and so forth. You know, But my concern.
Sorry, can I ask a question?
Please go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, I know it's normal in Nigeria, Nigeria, that our president or our government buys legislative cars. But sorry, I believe in America, United States of America, and we are practicing the kind of democracy that America is practicing. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I've never heard when American government buying cars for the judiciary. Do they?
This is not judiciary. This is the legislative.
I mean, legislators.
Yes.
I've never heard. Do they do that?
I think there is allocations to their maintenance from the federal government.
Do they buy the cars exclusively?
No, I think he's answered that. Let him carry on. Carry on, Okweton. Yeah.
Yeah, there is an allocation from the federal government, but it's not underlined specifically that they use it to buy cars. But all of them have official cars. Okay, so and even if the federal government of the US is not buying them those cars, they have enough money coming in from their district. So, but there is an allocation for each of the senators and the House of Reps to be able to spend. So I think it's concurrent with what happened in what is happening in America too. But it's just that the Nigeria situation is different in this time and era. We are in a bad situation, and I think every one of them can hold off on that year money that they are distributing between each other. That's just my personal opinion. Yeah, I know it's not supported by fact. Yeah, but if that is your question, in America too, the federal government allocates money to House of Senate and that of Rep to be able to do maintenance. They will do hiring of staffs. They will maintain their offices, change furniture if they have to. So yes, America do all this nonsense too. But the reason why most people are not worried about that in America is because America has taken care of so many things to be able to help people to lift their spirit. Which we really, really wish that Nigeria do the same, so that way nobody is going to care about what kind of furniture they have in their office. But it's just that Nigeria is in a bad shape right now, and is a wrong time for them to be doing this. Completely wrong time, especially when the money is actually borrowed. We don't want to be borrowing money to be buying people cars now. This is not what we want to do. And it seems to me that these people are still not smart. They are not giving themselves brain. As much as we are in a deep mess, you will have expected them to come together and be reasonable, be humane a little bit, talk among each other and say, you know what, let's go of this idea first. And the funniest thing now, I'm saying this directly to the obedient. Okay, the reason why I'm saying this is that the obedient are busy asking for Tinubu's head, but they are forgetting that they have 35 OB members, LP members that they voted for, that they actually climbed on the horse of Peter Obi, taking advantage of that particular medium to get to the house. They are getting this money. They are not complaining right now. Wouldn't you expect them to actually voice out? Wouldn't you expect them at this point in time, with that movement that put them in the house, to actually be louder and say, you know what, we don't need this money now. People are suffering. But guess what? They are the most quiet among the reps right now. They are not saying anything because they're getting their share of the pie.
It's called hypocrisy. Hypocrisy of the highest order.
You
I
know,
thought of this thing you just said. I thought of this thing yesterday. Like,
Hold on, War Peace. Let him land, and then I'll take the opening question round to everyone, so everybody gets a space to at least land. But yes, continue your question.
okay, yeah. At this point, he can come in, one man. You know, so that way I can actually gather more thoughts.
All right, brilliant. So thank you. So I'm going to take I'm going to go around, ask everybody what they are looking at in the news, and then we'll start with the talking points. So you are up next, World Peace. So World Peace, what are you looking at in the news today?
Mama, good morning, everybody. Click like, share, and thumbs up. Don't forget to buy the coffee and buy the main stars for our host. Woman, I've not really seen too much from the news cycle. I've been busy. You know, my wife is in labor now, so I don't have time to check enough. But these what Peter just spoke about this obedient movement. I thought of this thing yesterday. Like during the election cycle, when the numbers was rolling out that they have for the 70 people in the House of Rep, which me myself were very happy. They have some in the Senate, and then the slogan was then that they don't need, or even I would say they don't need the old politicians. They should go. The new ones will come and bring new movement, new spirit. That if they don't work well, then we can fire them. And now we're expecting that these people now will be championing their constitutional representative to do the needful. Like fuel price is up, things are going up. They should be calling their district head, calling their senators or rep. But not supposed to be hearing obedient, calling for those they voted for. Then we will understand that they mean business. They are not just there calling for the Tinubu head, they are calling for the real change they are talking about. But since then, they are all quiet. They leave the immediate problem now. They are facing Abuja. When the real problem is in the Senate hands, people are voting money to themselves. They are not voting anything to subside to ease the pain of Nigerians, and yet they are not saying anything. It's real hypocrisy to me. And that of one you just said, I don't know what's in these people's mind in the southeast. It's becoming alarming and scary. I would say now, I think almost all Southeasterners have this ideology of IPOB as their second messiah. Even though they come out and say they're not in support of it. I believe now I'll start believing what Ms. Zita is saying, though I know some for a fact, but this time it's getting out of hand. How can you say you are inviting Eastern Security Network, ESN, to come and protect the land? Is ESN even constitutional? Why is it not the Kano rendition? It's not one of those things.
Can I complete?
You know? Yeah, come on.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, one man. See, this ESN is even the main reason why I came on, because I would say this Mr. Anyanwu, Chief Anyanwu is really doing is really doing well. Iwa Anyanwu is doing well in this since he just became the Ohaneze Ndigbo, the leader of our Ohaneze group. See, we don't need to. I don't like the way we talk about this ESN. We just tag them as terrorist organization. They're not terrorists. You can do even the IPOB too, but this ESN especially is not a terrorist network. Is this for the security of Southeast? These ones are not even. They are not doing anything to. They are not the ones killing the Nigerian security agents. They are not the ones at all. These ones are just there protecting the Southeast region, like especially the bushes, the forest. Like if we hear now, we don't really hear about headsmen this, headsmen that in Southeast again. It's because of these people. So you don't need to tag them terrorist group. And it's a good thing now that this man now has called Ebubago and these people now to so that they will merge together and tackle the insecurity in Southeast. Instead of us to stay here and talk down on these people, we have to encourage them and talk good about them. Yeah.
But Solomon, one man, let me ask Solomon, please. who give them the right and the audacity to secure the Southeast? Are they from the government? That is illegal. Nobody give them the right. What they are doing is illegal. I just want you to know that what they are doing is illegal. It's not
you just
legal. No.
you just saw you are seeing the headline now that he seeks Ibubago and ESN collaboration. The ESN now, they will absorb them into Ibubago. Ibubago is just like Omoteku. Omoteku in the southwest is the security
Solomon,
network. Yeah,
Solomon, sorry to cut you short.
yeah,
This is the thing that
yeah.
people do in the South is that people don't trust them. Sometimes people in South feel other people are not smart. They're only the one living in this world that other people are not living, and whatever is their wrong that is wrong, not other people's wrong, and is their right is supposed to be everybody right.
Hold on, one please. So I heard you say something earlier. Did you say your wife is in labor?
Yes.
Is she about to give birth now?
Yes. So since 3 days I've been off and off in the hospital. Due date is 22.
So she's in hospital now, about to give birth.
She just came back this morning. The doctor said she'll come back home, then she'll go back to the site again this afternoon.
Oh, all right. I thought you were done also. I thought you were done also of the hospital, but no.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I say something, please?
Okay.
No,
I just want to say congratulations in advance. That's all, And
thank you.
I like your courage. I think we are coming here just to be able to cool down the tension, right?
yeah. Thank you. So, see, this is what people do. That Solomon, please listen, you're my brother. This is what people do when people sometimes say, "Why people don't trust us?" You put this out there like nobody's thinking that these people are the one thinking. How can this man of all people say, like you are bringing criminal through the back door, like you're telling they should bring Anini and his gang Modosubo into state vigilante to secure Bente State during that time when Anini was reigning. The guy they arrested in Lagos, that Easy, the DSS arrest. What do you think they arrested him for? He's not the mission of ESN. He was arrested. You don't know this? These people are a terrorist group. Who gave you now the constitutional right to create ESN? Even Amate could are still struggling to make it full operation, and then one man will just wake up, create a militant group and give them arms. Just like calling Niger Delta to come and be patrolling the creek. I don't get all the things people are saying that the red will not clap for the yes is morally right. Now you are bringing ESN to start securing the place. That means you are agreeing on Biafra, or you don't know Juku surrender occasionally.
Let me come in. Sorry. See, this you people, you don't try to understand the kind of things most of our elders in the southeast tend to do. See, like that is in Lagos that they arrested or that they've jailed now. What the guy meant was like, instead of those people now staying in southeast there, and they would maybe doing other things, they can bring them to Lagos, employ them, they will pay them, contract them to take up the duty of yeah, this is the point that man was trying to make. And that is just like the repentant, the Boko Harams that they say they've repent, that they will now absorb them into the Nigerian security. Why are we not going to see? These are the things we just neglect in this country. Okay, if they can absorb Boko Haram into the security network of the country, then what is there if this ESN now and these people, they are clear, their intentions is genuinely to protect the southeast region?
Can I interject you there? The difference is that other people are against it because they know it's bad. Southeast is not against anything, good or bad. That has always been the problem. That has always been the problem.
What do you mean by wait? Sorry. Can you expatiate? Like
hold on. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Everybody, hold on. I don't want us to go in that direction. I don't want us to go to ethnic, because I think Solomon is actually making a nuanced point rather than an ethnic point. So make that point, Solomon. But let's not make it ethnic. Yeah, Solomon.
Yeah. Solely that I was talking. Solely, you can
No,
okay,
you make that point you were about to make, because
okay, okay.
I think your point is that the insecurity in the southeast is too big a problem for us to wrap under this ESN is legal, ESN is not illegal. If they are serving a
Eh, eh,
purpose and they can work with the Bibago for the greater security of the southeast, that should be the first priority. Is that what you're saying, Solomon?
Maybe his network dropped.
I think his network dropped, but
Yeah,
he was making a nuanced point, and you
yeah,
can
I get it. I get his point. But who?
hold on, just hold on, it's back. Yes, Solomon, make that point.
yeah. Since this Iwanya became the Eze of the Ohanese, the leader of Ohanese in the Igbo, the he has been acting and been doing things that a leader should do. For instance, for the meeting he held in Lagos State, that was held in Lagos State with the Lagos State governor concerning the Alaba market, wherever the demolition that was about to take place. With him, Mehope Uzodinma, and other persons, other elders from the eastern region, from the east. It shows that this man knows what he's doing and he's there for a good cause. And now this ESN and Ebubago collaboration is a why, you see, we've been here saying that this or no government, this or no go, that it is the leaders there that they know what is going on, and you see a leader now that has brought up a good suggestion, and we are trying to just talk down at it. It is not good. Let's stop this thing and see the positivity
Uh,
in this action this man is taking.
Hold on, Bob Pace. Solomon, what people are saying is ESN is an offshoot of an illegal organization that has been designated a terror organization within Nigeria. So if somebody like Nwayanwu is saying they should work with Ebubeagu, that's somewhat endorsing an illegal organization. So that's what people are saying.
One man. This, let me tell you, this thing now this man is doing, even though it has been labeled an illegal organization or a terrorist organization, Boko Haram has been labeled a terrorist organization, and Boko Haram, the people that they arrested, they caught that are part of Boko Haram, members of Boko Haram, they absorb them into the security network of the full country as a whole, not even just the region. It is the full country. So if they can do the same thing and say that they've repented, and this man now as a leader, they will definitely talk to me. Let me tell you, see, I'm not an IPOB member and I don't support Biafra. I don't support this agitation. But I see the genuinity in these people, in this ESN. I know the genuinity of Nnamdi Kanu setting up. It's not to cause mayhem or to kill people, but to protect the region. That was why.
Can
Solomon,
I interject?
Solomon, please
Can I
hold on.
interject?
Solomon,
Because I have a point that I don't agree with. And I see
You
this
can call
all
me.
the
You
time.
can call me. You can call
And I
me.
see this all the time. You are comparing it to Boko Haram. Nobody supported that movement, not even people in the north. Nobody supported it. And it has been scrapped right now. So are you going to say, oh, this person did bad, so let us do our own bad? Like, if that's the case, then
Are
everybody
you
will be
not getting?
comparing and
Don't Are
everybody will
you
be
not
comparing
see?
who
Don't
can
you
do the
get?
worst.
Are you not getting what I'm trying to say?
Nobody is going to
That
get the point. You're not going to
these
tell me that
people,
somebody
wait,
No,
put armed
no,
robber
no.
from the north and you want to put
Hold
armed
on.
robber from the north. If
No,
you want to put armed robber from
my
the east,
goodness me.
then
Let's
everybody
not
is
do it.
putting armed robber.
Do you mind, Solly? Let's not do it that way. Listen to what he's saying. I'm not sure you are taking on board. Yeah. Let it be orderly. Carry on.
see, solely see. You can't compare ESN and Boko Haram. You
But
can't
you just
compare
did.
ESN
You
and Boko
did. You are
Haram.
the one who
It
compared
is
it.
just
You are
it
the
is
one
just
who
because
compared
of
it.
let me tell you, it is, see, out of, there are some factors that makes, or that has made other people that don't understand this, other tribes and other people from other places in Nigeria, not to understand what this ESN is all about. ESN they are not fighting. What they are fighting is against the insecurity in the southeast, especially those headsmen that used to go to the bush. This ESN, they are based in the bush. They operate in the bush to kill those people, those headsmen that are killing people going to farm. And if you should hear, for like a year now, I've not seen any headline where they say headsmen killed people in going to farm in the southeast. I've not heard it
And you
since
think you think that's down to ESN?
one man. ESN are the ones. See, if in that southeast, in those forests, ESN are the one operating there. But
sorry, I cannot take this anymore. Sorry. You think there's anybody working in that southeast today that will wear a badge that is calling himself ESN? Or you think they're in the forest? Since Namoti have declared them wanted, they'll be arresting them, make confession, Nigeria State is going after them, and they still have a bunch of people in the camp inside the bush going after Fulani herdsmen that make you believe. Or you think there's Fulani herdsmen in Southeast the way the Senegal is going in Southeast?
They was.
Come on, man. No, hold on. No words. Hold on. Let me land. Let me just land. This insecurity that started in the Southeast started from ESN. And you're still calling us now that we should bring ESN to protect the state that they destroyed. The camps they are saying inside the bush, if they catch either their ESN or no government, they are coming out to terrorize the people. Now you're saying you should go bring them to protect which land? Now the question I ask you, is there anybody that is registered ESN in Southeast that's going around freely that's running bad at ESN?
When they've already said that they are terrorist group, they can't come up boldly.
Let Solomon have the last word. I want to move on.
Like you're not still getting my explanation. I say, okay, now in the normal sense, we're not supposed to compare these people to Boko Haram, but now let's look at them as Boko Haram. But these Boko Haram people were absorbed into the security system or network of the country as a whole. I don't know if you get my point. I'm trying to make you understand that if we can absorb Boko Haram and say that they've repented, these people now, because with the kind of thing they've been doing, let's assume that they are illegal and they are terrorists. Now we should now make them useful, use them in a useful way, in a more better way, as in they should not be useful to the country and to the region. So that is why this action this man is taking now, we don't need to fault it, we don't need to criticize it. Mr. Kene, you can call me.
Let Ekene say something, and then I want to move on from that topic. I don't think we'll reach a convergence. No, that's his opinion, though, and there is merit to what Solomon is saying, but
there's no merit. That Boko Haram bringing them into the army did not work. They were actually now killing the army men. You can't even compare it to anything. This is not even a logical thing to even be arguing.
No, there's logic to it. There's logic to it. Hold on now, Ekene. What Solomon is just saying now is that since these ESN people have taken over the forestry in the southeast, there's been very little recordings of headsmen killing people in the farms. So that as a first base has to be something that is that cannot be acknowledged as an achievement. So if it's saying that if they are succeeded in doing that, why not encourage that rather than keep insisting that they are illegal? If they are stopping people being killed in their farms, then that's a greater good, is it not? So that I think that's the point he's making.
Yeah. One man, ESN itself, we know it's an illegal organization just because of the incapacity of the Southeastern governors unable to secure the region. So that's why that ESN came out from Nande Kano. So later the governors came together after the ESN creation and created a Bubago. And at the end of the day, the Bubago was not functioning as expected. So all these things are security personnel created, the other one by non-state actor, the other one by the state governor of the southeastern region. So if now this man is coming out to say, because all we are looking for is security in the land in the southeast, and it's not out of place if we can plan our own security, especially if it will work. these two security has been there, whether legal or illegal. So, and I believe they have done a lot of meeting to be able to come up with maybe if they can republish it and rebrand it and make it more legal and use it to secure the place. It's not out of place. What matters is the security of that legion. So we should be talking about the legality, not saying that what the man did is not okay, because everybody know that ESN is is a non-state actor created by Nnamdi Kanu himself, and the Ebubag was created by the governors of the Southeast. And they are also for purpose of security. You can give them legality if you want and use them to secure the land. If it will work, then if it doesn't work, we know what next to do. You cannot just keep the Southeast and be waiting for the federal government every time, and there is no intervention from the federal government for at least for this time. So if the people of the Southeast, especially the chairman of the Johannes Ndibo, can say, let's use this security, let's use these people to create security in a very legal way, I think it's not something you criticize him. What matters is the security. Or should we continue to allow the space to be disorganized all the time just because I want to criticize the man? So let's see what he will do. After all those guys in ESN and the back, they're all human beings. It's just all about orientation, and they refurbish them and give them legality. Let's see how it functions. So what Solomon is saying is not out of place. He's making a point.
All right, brilliant. Let's move on from there. Let's move on from there and take the conversation to Hassan. So Hassan, I'm not sure if you have thoughts on what's been said or not, but my opening question is what you are looking at in the news today. So Hassan, good to see you. What are you looking at in the news today, Hassan? Do we have you, Hassan? Oh, okay. Hassan is in Borno somewhere, so network issues, I suspect. So let's go to Bramberry. Bramberry, you're up next. Bramberry.
I'm here. Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Good night.
Good to see you, Bramberry.
Good to hear your voice, Wama. I'm going to tell you what I'm looking at, but before then, let me just quickly speak on this. What Solomon was talking about, and Ekene. I just want let us be very, very careful. I always say this in this platform. Let's be very careful, because if you see what is going on online, like this fighting between the Southeast and Southwest is becoming too much. Let's be very, very careful, because this is how this war starts everywhere. Let's be very, very careful. Let them secure their land the way they will secure, just as the Southwest has also secured their own with Amotek. So the evidence. I mean, the example was given is telling you that, look, this is what happened in Boko Haram. They absorbed them into Nigerian military, and nobody said anything. We voted Buhari, who was a supporter of Boko Haram. Nobody said anything. So let's be very careful. That's what I would say. To talk about what I'm following. Solely, let me talk, please. When your time comes, you talk. What I'm following is the same thing that our brother that spoke earlier. Regarding the money that the administration said they are going to review. Because last time I spoke, I said Tinubu shouldn't bring money out, because we don't have data. We don't know these people they are going to give money to. During Buhari tenure, they also gave money that never got to those people. They said they will give them 20,000 every month in 3 months. So you know how much we're getting to these people? It was 5,000 we're getting to them, and not even everybody. If you don't know people in APC, it will not get to you. So before you get to that main person, it will become 5,000. Because all the middle men, they will take all the 5,000 and the one that will get to that person, to that woman or that man, will become 5,000. So instead of getting 60,000 in that 3 months, they got 15,000 in that 3 months. So these are criminal. I mean, there is no way that stealing will not take place in this trying to distribute this money. So they rather just use the money for every other thing, infrastructure. They should use the money to build hospitals in some certain areas. Build hospitals. If it's to, there are so many things you can do with this money that will also, if it's to when it comes to the bus drivers, anything they can do, that will also, that will alleviate their suffering. This 12,000 will not, how many people is going to get to? Is it going to get to the real people? Who are these people that is going to get to? No. So I don't know how Tinubu fell for it, really. I don't know. Trying to follow the trajectory of Buhari, it's not going to work.
It's actually a recommendation from the World Bank that that they should.
So now everything we World Bank talk now makes sense. It's not everything they say that will make sense for us. How much is it? I mean, I'm not saying that Nigeria, I'm not saying that some people really need the money. Of course, they need the money. Will it get to those people that really need the money? Will it get to them? You and I know. You and I know it will not get to them. So they should sit down. What I thought was that Tinubu has some people around him. I don't know who is now advising him to try to steal money, within them. Because this money, they are trying to steal this money. I'm telling you, this money will not get to anybody.
Why are you saying that? Why are you saying
I'm
that?
not saying Tinubu is trying to steal money. I'm not saying Tinubu is trying to steal money. I'm saying that people that are advising him to do all this, because this money will go through them. That's how they do. Advising him wrongly to start sharing 80,000.
This is a new administration, though, so there is no, we don't have any antecedents to conclude that, or are you just saying they're just all bad? Is that what you're saying?
Okay. Are you telling me, Wama, that this money will be shared correctly? That people that need it will get? They said 12 million homes. What do we have? How this money going to get them? What data do we have of these people? What?
I think they captured a lot of data under Sadiya Farouk.
Come on, let's not talk about that woman. I don't know why Tinubu is still, just still looking at all of them. I don't know what he's waiting for, because these are what happened under Buhari is not what we should bring him back here. They don't capture the capture data. They were going around Borno and Kano and be sharing money, putting money on top of table and be sharing it in the street. Do those people have data? They should use this money for something else, really. If not, it will not get to the real people. It will not get to the real people. It is to fix the roads that where the farmers are going through. Let them go and fix all those roads.
All right, brilliant. Let's go on to Folly. Let's go to Folly, actually, who we've not seen for a good while. So Folly, good to see you. So Folly, what are you looking at in the news today? What's been catching your attention in the news today? Folly B.
Mama, I'm just joining you guys. I didn't know what you guys are talking.
No,
we were discussing.
Yeah, we're still in the opening phase, and what I was doing is I was going around to everybody to ask them what they are looking at in the news today. So what are you looking at in the news today?
In fact, I don't even feel like listening to Nigerian news anymore, because Nigerian news can give you unnecessary high blood pressure. So I think everybody needs to be very careful about what you hear about Nigeria these days. Nigeria is nothing to write about.
What about the 88,000 naira that Tinubu is going to give to everybody? Are you ready? Is your account ready to get the alert?
All this thing is just like they are a kind of mockery of the citizens, just like a mockery of the citizens. They're just mocking us, because I don't know what 8,000 has to do with what is happening now. It has nothing to do with what is happening now.
How much are you? How much are you buying petrol today? Because there's varying reports of different prices. But how much are you? How much are they selling petrol where you are?
I bought 620 yesterday. Yesterday evening.
620.
Yeah, but I didn't go out today to know what they are selling at the time.
And how is that impacting? How is that impacting?
It's how do you want it to look? It's at least it's straight that people will be suffering. It's going to be
Are you there, Folly? All right. I think Folly is joining us from Ekiti somewhere, so maybe the connection. Folly. All right. He seems to have lost connection, so he has lost connection. Let's go to Solly, who hopefully has finished his meal. Solly, you're up next. What are you looking at in the news today?
Well, man, I saw pictures. Two things actually. I saw they were offloading guns from Ogun State to Southeast. I don't know what that's about. Then there was this story of one boy that attacked his girlfriend, and they had argument, and Okpa Omoye. So that went viral.
Yeah, we dealt with that yesterday. Is it some one of these Instagram people type?
Yeah. Hello?
Yeah, carry on. We're listening.
Yeah. So that's what I was looking at in the news. But for today, we are talking about the allocation. I didn't understand the allocation thing. It didn't make sense to me. 8,000 naira cannot even do anything. It can't really do anything. I don't know where you said they got the idea from World Bank, but I'm glad that they scrapped it. At least, it's good that you have a government that you can complain and things will change. That's the best thing. That's the best thing. Because if we had a government where the person is always right, no matter what the person does, even if you have evidence and everything, and they will not listen and they will not change because it's going to make them look bad, then the situation would have been terrible by now.
All right, but they've not scrapped it. By the way, they are reviewing it. I think it's important that people are aware of that. It's not being scrapped; it's been reviewed.
Yeah, well, I think they should scrap it, in my opinion. It won't make them look good unless they are planning to pay people 50,000 naira or 70,000 naira. Then it doesn't make any sense. I think they should focus more on increasing the minimum wage of Nigerians to at least 70 to 100,000 or even 120,000.
That's been reviewed. By the way, the president of the Senate came out today that is one of the priority areas that they are looking at. An upward review of the minimum wage.
So that one is a better move for them. They shouldn't have even brought up this issue of sharing money. They shouldn't have brought it up in the first place. Because when you look at the amounts, if they invest these things, they can build hospitals, they can build, so many things. But I think they were trying to make a statement to reach out to a large amount of people. Because if they use it on a project, that project is just going to be one area and only a few amount of people are going to be aware of it. They can't really invest it into a project that I think can benefit a lot of people at the same time. So they just decided to share money, which was an easy strategy. They have to get more money, they have to add up more money, and they have to start making projects that benefit everybody at once at the same time if they actually want to do something for the people. So that's why I was suggesting something like increasing minimum wage, because everyone will hear about it.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us. I think we've got Folly B back. So Folly, are you back? You lost connection, Folly B. On mute. All right, brilliant. I was just asking you because a lot of the online conversation is that Nigerians are about one or two more hardships from taking to the streets. So do you get that sense that people are at the point that they are about to revolt against the system? Is there Is there an enough is enough sort of a sense amongst the people? Are they getting fed up?
This is this same our Nigerian? Nothing will happen.
Yes, I didn't think so. They would
Nothing
rather
will
suffer to
happen.
death.
And that's why these people are just toying with them as if they are nothing. They know the capacity of Nigerians. They know how Nigerians reasons. They know that we always adapt with whatever that comes around. So, and I think that's why they are doing what they are doing. If not, I'm sure that none of them can ever dare any good citizen that have his mind that have his mind that have his brain at set that a government will be treating them the way our own government is treating us this way. And nobody will say anything, nobody will just everybody will just be complaining. We transfer the aggression to our friend that has money more than us, that are not giving it to us. We transfer the aggression, the what's it called? The aggression
Hello?
to your wife too.
Hello?
We-
I beg your pardon. Carry on, Folly.
So we transfer aggression to people around us instead of transferring the aggression to the people that caused us this mess up, this total mess up. We blame ourselves, we blame our friend, we blame our brother that has money that didn't give it to us. We blame everybody around us, but not government. We leave government alone. We worship government. We believe government is their semi-god. We don't ask them questions. I think and whatever they do is also okay for people like people that used to talk on your page. They like we are lucky that we have government that is listening to us this time. I don't know where that word is coming from anyway. But I believe um, prosperity will judge everybody, will judge every one of us.
Sorry about that. A call came in, but Folly, do you have any understanding of why? I'm not saying you, but does the Nigerian space have any understanding of why these things are going on? Because they removed this fuel subsidy, and then the market is determining the price. So it is not the government that is putting up the price of petrol. It's demand and supply. It's market forces.
One,
Do,
one,
do,
one
do,
man,
do
one
people
man,
understand that, or they just don't accept it?
one man. I will tell you something today. Tinubu is the most useless woman we have ever seen on earth.
Wow.
The
Worse than
most, the
Buhari?
most, the most. No, Buhari for now. Buhari is even more smarter than Tinubu. The way things is because Buhari knows that Tinubu is coming a month after, and you remove the subsidy. And Tinubu was like that stupid enough to allow Buhari's plan to be transferred to his own kind of government. At least, Tinubu was not the one that even removed the subsidy and everything. But out of his selfish, out of his what's it called? What's it called? I don't know what I can use to qualify him. The idiocy of kind of person, that kind of brain that he has, and he just carry everything on his head as if he's the one that removed it. By now, we're supposed to be blaming Buhari for removing this, but because of his utterances, his speech in the first day that he came to office, that's why everybody was saying Buhari is Tinubu is Tinubu. This thing is not project. There is not any project. There is not any what's it called budget for this subsidy after June. But Tinubu inherited it as if he's the one that actually make it happen. And now people are calling his name as if he's the one, and he's not even the one. And because of his own sluggishness, and that's why he take it over upon himself. And today we are seeing the result. And all of us should know that this thing is actually is actually not from him, but because of his kind of person, nobody can You cannot do anything. I have the power to do whatever I want to do. That's why people are calling his name today. And actually, the truth is bitter, but everybody know that he's not the one that removed the subsidy.
So,
But as
so,
of
so
because of this thing,
Folly, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. I'm going to show you something. Do you have a screen in front of you?
Yeah.
All right. Let me show you something. Let me show you something. So, this is the price of petrol globally, but they've denominated it in the naira. So now the amount of money that Nigeria is paying for petrol is not that dissimilar to what Saudi Arabia is paying. Saudi Arabia is paying 490 naira, and Nigeria is paying now 617, which is only as early as earlier on. They are paying more for petrol in the UAE at 621 naira, and that's an oil producing country. They are paying 455 naira in Qatar. In Russia, which is one of the largest oil producing country, they are paying 462 naira. So now you say those countries are developed to insulate all of that, but petrol in Nigeria relatively is still quite cheap. If you look at all of the countries that pay exceedingly more, in Hong Kong you can't even buy petrol. In Monaco, in France, certainly not in the UK. So I'm not quite sure. Have we been spoiled in that country? Is that what is going on? Have we been spoiled?
No. We have not been spoiled. It's like we have been robbed since all this while. The money that meant for development, they've siphoned it, they've stolen it. They've stole all the money that was supposed to use for development. All these countries we are talking about, they have their transport system in place. They have good road. They have everything in place. They paid good salary to their citizens. But look at us here. How much are they paying us? Where is the road? Do we even have the facility? Even if you said you want to join public transport, you still need to take bike from where you are living to the main road, and that will still cost you money. This thing, Mr. One Man, I pity my Nigerian people. I pity my Nigerian people. I don't know if we can still try to do something are feeling this way. I don't know how those jobless guys will be feeling like. I don't know what to say about them.
The thing, Folly, is oftentimes when we have these conversations, there are two things that are going on. So some of us that are not in that experience, some of us that are not in that experience, we're able to intellectualize it and justify it because the logic for removing the fuel subsidy is quite clear. It's quite clear. One, the country cannot afford it anymore because they've overborrowed under the last administration, and that subsidy space is a cesspool of corruption, and you cannot really tackle that corruption in any significant way. And really, the country should not be carrying free fuel for other. So the subsidy had to go. But the hardship on the people, because some of us are not in that hardship, we're able to intellectualize it. But the argument for the removal of the subsidy, every single candidate in that election, I'm not sure what Shore's stance is, but every single leading candidate in that election, they all said the subsidy had to go. It was just unsustainable. Maybe the manner it was handled is questionable, but the removal of it, the argument is very strong. Folly.
Yeah, One Man. Actually, I actually know what actually everybody's saying about this subsidy and everything. But I'm not saying removing it at this particular time is the best. If we have been paying subsidy for how many years, and Buhari actually promised. Buhari came in for 80 years and he managed the subsidy and everything. I don't see any reason why Baba Tinubu should not just come in, set the ground, see what we need to do about it, and have his own plan on where to go before you remove the subsidy. You don't just throw your citizens to suffering, because the reason why you actually govern them is to come and give them life, a meaningful life, not to destroy them more, not to make them feel more pains because they have you as their president. I think a good government should think about your citizens first before anything. What of if people now go hungry today and they hit the streets? Are you going to govern them on the street? I don't know why these people don't even believe in power of people. What people can actually do to them if they push them
But
to the wall.
you just told us that the people cannot do anything now.
Mr. I'm just talking. I'm talking in parable. I'm talking in I at this junction I cannot predict what Nigerians can do. You cannot imagine even the taxi people that used to do taxi are now selling their car to go and buy bike Okada. They cannot even
The suffering is too much, Abi. All right, all right. Thank you, Folly. So thank you, Folly. I think Folly, Folly is in the interlands in Yoruba land somewhere, and then Hassan is in the interlands in Borno somewhere. But let's go to the interlands in Borno. See if Hassan is ready for us now. So Hassan, are you there? No. All right. Let's go to Prince Daddy. So let's go to Prince Daddy, who is there, I'm sure. So Prince Daddy, I was just opening with what people are looking at in the news. So what are you looking at in the news, Prince Daddy? All right. Ekene, let's go to Ekene. I hope people can hear me, by the way. Can people hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, brilliant. So, Ekene, what are you looking at in the news today?
Okay, one man, today was my senior brother birthday. It was all over in the news.
Oh, right, Peter Obi. Yes, of course. How can we forget? 60th birthday.
Yeah, he was in Plateau today, and I really wish him very well. I wish him more success. I wish him more good health. I wish him good things. He really surprised me today. He went to visit Mangu people, and they were very happy with him. So, and that was what I was expecting from him to do, to go and pay homage to those Plateau people. They have really tried for him during the time of election. So I wouldn't expect him to leave them behind during this time of their suffering. And I think he made a good choice by using this his 62nd birthday to really go and visit them, donate some stuff to them, and give them some hope.
Do you think he'll still be doing this when the tribunal is over? Do you think he'll still be doing this? Because this seems somewhat still like a campaign mode sort of a thing. So will he still be doing this after the tribunal, after the court hearings are over?
Well, this is not his first time, and this not, and I believe this is not going to be his last time. So whether campaign or no campaign, even if he's not the president of this country, he will still do that. And I'm assuring you that one. So there is nothing like campaign, and there is nothing like that's what we know him for. So it's not a new thing to us, to people that know him very well. So, and I'm not surprised. Just that I never knew that in this difficult time that he's still facing some challenges in the election, that he'll still make out time to go such a long journey. So I'm happy about that. So I wish him very well. I wish him success. So another thing is the issue of the judiciary trying to deny a conversation with Mr. President. So I don't. For me, the news that they are bringing denying it is not necessary, because they created the problem themselves. They allow themselves to be biased. They allow themselves for people to begin to look them in a respectable manner. So for them to come and be denying all this stuff, who is going to believe this thing? Whether it
But
happened or it didn't, they don't even need to do that.
yeah, where did it come from? Where did that news come from?
It's from the social media now, so they will have to respond now. It's too much in social media, especially on Twitter. So maybe they are, because these people they're also following the social media now. So they are seeing it there. So they have to come out to debunk it. So I saw it on social media also. I saw it on Twitter. So, but for me, they created that problem, especially that the issue of that Bukashu and all that coming to the house to make that a pronouncement. If you are a citizen of this country, you will not trust the judiciary anymore, and that is why I don't even put my too much trust on this court process. So for me, I would have advised my elder brother to go and sit down and join the rest of his life. But if he still insists that he's going to come out with something positive, then let him continue. But if I'm him, if I'm the one giving him advice, I don't think he's lacking anything to say if I don't become the president of the boy. So I would just advise him, go and sit down, enjoy yourself. Let Nigeria continue. Maybe one day we'll still get it right, or we might not get it right. Because this judicially, for me as a person, I don't believe anything in this judiciary, and I'm not expecting anything positive. Or maybe on the part of P2B, I'm not expecting anything there. So it's better for him for me, that would have been what I would do. But if I don't know if he's taking the issue of Anambra to the federal, I don't know how it's going to happen. So, but for the judiciary, they messed themselves up and they made the public to begin to see them the way they are seeing them. So there is nothing.
Hold on. How has the hold on, Kenneth. How has the judiciary messed itself up? What have they? They've not done anything so far. They've not come up with a judgment yet.
No, this allegation didn't come up because of the judgment. It came up because of the issues that happened in the past.
Such
you
as?
Understand?
Like what?
Such as Lawa, and other, and the last one that really broke my heart was that that confession from that Bukashua in the house. Even Okorocha have to confront Lawa and ask him, how you came back to Senate still surprised me. And you know that the Supreme Court gave that judgment. So for me, if as a common citizen of this country, how is the Supreme Court now becomes my hope, when I know that a rich man can get justice? If I have the money, I can buy the justice. So what am I going to the court to do? So they mess themselves up. They wouldn't allow such. And I believe a lot of things going on.
Do you think the obedience space is putting undue pressure on the judiciary?
Sure, they are doing that. They are putting a lot of pressure on them, or especially on Twitter, because it's just like that Twitter space is only P2B stuff is going on there. So they are using that space to put a lot of pressure on them. So, but I don't know. I don't know how that pressure will work, because no matter what happens, they will still do what they want to do, because we know how they put pressure on the ex-chairman before the election. But he still make his own decision. So the judiciary they can still do what they want to do. That pressure is nothing to me. Until this Nigeria one day, when everything is okay, we are tired. Just that I want Nigeria to work on my own time. I still believe maybe Tinubu can do the right thing if he wants to do the right thing. It's up to him. Make some reforms in the electoral system, in every sector of this economy and everything. Make Nigeria to believe you. Build that trust. It's up to him. So, and then another issue is that the news I was listening this morning was still predicting that this price of the fuel is not up to what it ought to be. This price might hit 1,000 in a few months' time because the calculation they gave does not match what they are supposed to be getting. So there are still harder days to come, especially in this fuel and all that. So, but people are lamenting. Somebody like me, I'm beginning to lament. One man, it's too much on me. Oh. It's too much on me. I know I buy fuel in the shop. I buy fuel in the house. Now I don't try buy fuel in the house again. It's only in the shop. Once the fuel finish in the shop, if I come house, I'll just go house. I'll just go and sleep. And there is no light since yesterday. No light. So you mentioned those countries that have, but at least those people, they can enjoy their light. At least if you want to buy fuel, you know that it's just for the purpose of maybe using your vehicles. But you know this petrol of stuff in Nigeria is what has been sustaining us in terms of electricity. We are using it to power our electricity and all that. So, but now, how many liters am I going to be buying a day? I buy in the shop, I buy in the house. How am I going to survive? So it's hitting everybody. It's beginning to hit everybody in this country. So it's very bad. One man is very bad. I just wish Mr. President can do something. I just need them. I'm not, like I said yesterday, I've not seen a definite plan. So I want to see that definite plan. So that is it, one man. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So let's bring up Kumi. Hopefully it's not as depressing as Ekene just painted. But Kumi, let's hear from you.
Yeah, thank you, man. How are you doing today? Yeah.
Can you be in a better position so we can hear you clearer? Yeah.
Okay, let me.
Yeah. Oh no, that's. Hold on. Yeah. So sorry. Let me go to someone else. Let's say if Hassan is there now. Hassan, are you there? All right. Let's try Kumi now. So Kumi, let's come back to you. Are you ready now?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm trying to run out of the noise. Yeah. Is it okay now?
Yeah, it's a bit better. Carry on.
Yeah. We should start from. I want to start from the subsidy issue. There is no way we can run away from this. This subsidy is killing our economy. Do you know we have already started borrowing money to pay subsidy? How do we want to continue in that way? We can't continue. We can't avoid it anymore. This president just got here 2 months. 2 months, but people are swearing for him, doing everything.
No, there's too much background noise.
What about now?
Carry on. Carry on, but give us a short summary of because the background noise is really. But carry on.
Yeah, what I'm just trying to say is that our economy is collapsing with the subsidy payment because we are subsidized for all the West Africa, and Nigeria is going through a lot. There is no way we can continue in that way. Someone need to come and make a bold decision. This man is making a plan. Now we have the president that's listening to people. Many people are still complaining.
No. Oh God, no! The noise is too much. No. Sorry, I have. I have to mute you. Sorry. Let's hear from Des. Des, come in. Sorry, there's a lot of background noise. Des, come in. We were just asking what people are looking at in the news. Des.
Actually, and I've not really been interested in news. I'm not gonna lie. I just hop in once in a while and get out. But no, I'm just interested with what you guys are talking about. I don't know what the topic is. I just popped in now.
No, we were just going through really. Actually, we're still at the opening phase, asking people what they were looking at, and then we're looking at the Chief Justice of the nation, who has come out to clarify that he has had no conversations, telephone conversations with Tinubu or the DSS boss, because of course the obedience space has been spreading that rumors. So we were suggesting then that is undue pressure being placed on the Chief Justice of the nation.
Oh, I mean, it's not really about pressure. I mean, we already know the conversations are going on between Tinubu and the Godfather and the chief priest here.
Oh,
It's
all right.
it's obvious. It's obvious that they're probably having a conversation. We don't know for a fact, but Tinubu is such a smart man that he's not gonna let. He's gonna probably want to tie all the
So
loose
sorry.
ends.
Sorry. Do you have anything substantial rather than all this? Because do you have
No,
anything
I
of
mean,
substance to say? Yeah.
no, I don't have anything on the news except what you have. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, all right, carry on. Because you are just saying, "Oh, the Godfather." We already know. Oh, okay, just do that, and then we'll go to Hassan. Carry on. But
One man,
I was hoping. No, I was hoping for
you're
something.
quite funny
No,
sometimes.
I was hoping for something a bit more meaty than just the usual things that you do. But carry on. Yeah.
Okay, but anyway, like I was saying, it's a bit of a pressure, and I like the pressure they keep putting on them. I mean, to make them focus. I like the pressure. Um, One thing that we should know is that whatever the tribunal decides that's going to happen, Nigeria is always going to move on. We always have a tough skin anyway. It's always going to move on. And Tinubu, I feel Tinubu is going to do well, regardless of what people are saying. Is going to do well. But I told you, I don't want him to, but I feel like he will. Um, But one man, I mean, any story that is popping out is basically American story right now. Things that are going on in America, nothing else. I'm not really interested in. I've not even checked tribunal shit for a long time right now because a lot of things are happening
So
in this country.
are you hiding away just for you just want them to have the verdict and then you want to move? Are you ready to move on? You sound like you're ready to
Yeah,
move
I
on.
am. I am actually ready to move on. It's
Des,
becoming tedious.
Des, how are you, my
Yeah,
brother?
I'm
How
good.
are
I'm
you?
good.
You are not a Nigerian now, so how will you be bothered by Nigeria? You told us
Of
to turn your
course,
passport the other time, so you are
of
not a
course.
Nigerian.
I am not. I'm basically officially not a Nigerian for now. But when things turns out good, I might get back my passport, and all that stuff. Yeah. But the things going on here, I think the other day I was parked in what's it called? What's the city again? And one girl was kidnapped just very close to me, and I didn't even know. Here in America. So that's the news that has been going on around me. Um, for now, I am tired of the whole tribunal stuff, and I wish they can just get it over with. Right now, I think I'm hearing that one party like that is filing a suit against Tinubu or something like that. I'm like, what's going on? Why is all these things coming around? I mean, we're already tired of the whole P2B and the PDP saga. So what's the ADC or whatever it's called? It's popping out again. But yeah, one man, I'm tired. I hope before the end of next month they wrap it up, and we get to the Supreme Court and see what happens. That's just it.
Yes, I think I think you speak for everybody. If both people that are obedient supporters and people that don't really care, they just. I think everybody is tired of it. That's just it. But you said that you're focusing on America. You have your elections coming up next month. Just a little bit. Where are you waiting that? Are you a Biden or a Trump man?
Um, neither. I'm neither of them. I think I think Trump is actually gonna go to jail soon. So himself is actually scrapped out. I'm looking to this guy that is from Indiana. What's his name again? Forgotten his name. But Biden, I feel like Biden is more like a Tinubu guy. They are just too old to manage the country, and
Anytime I see him, he's always making a gaffe. He seems confused. Most times he doesn't even know where he is.
Yes, that's the problem with old age. So I don't fancy the idea of old people leading a country. It's not good, and it's not good for a country as big as United States. Having someone like that to represent them, and I think he's probably not gonna win. Mike Pence actually is what I'm rooting for, the guy from Indiana. I
Mike
think he
Pence,
might.
Trump's deputy.
Yeah, I think he's running. So I think he might actually pull some weight. Yeah, on this election. Let's see what happens. So
When are they running their primaries? The Republicans.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly. I'm not sure the actual date, but it should be soon. It should be soon.
And Pence has indicated that he wants to run.
Yeah, of course. There are, I think, about 15 guys right now. Two black guys and the rest are white. Um, yeah, Mike Pence. I think I'm rooting for Mike Pence.
Do you think America still has the stomach for another black man, or do you think after Barack broke that ceiling, they're ready?
Uh, America is always have the stomach for anything. You can, you wouldn't be surprised a woman might even win. I mean, America is such a. I would say that they are very laid back. I don't think it would be a problem for us here. Um, but I don't see any black guy that is as unique as you know
Barack.
um, Barack Obama. I don't see any black guy contesting that is as unique as him. So there's no chance for any black guys. Two black guys contesting, there's no chance. But yeah, the people that are on top is Biden.
Is Kanye West contesting again for the comedy effect?
No,
President
no,
Kanye
no.
West. Can you imagine that? President Kanye
It's not.
West.
It's not. It's not contesting.
After his Jewish comment, his toast.
It's not. It's not contested.
Has it recovered from that Jewish comment he made?
Yes, of course. I mean, why wouldn't he? Nobody is even talking about it anymore. So one thing about stuff is that it gets to the news and it trends for a while, and you're off the hook. That's it. Another news comes and take over. You get. So I believe he's recovered. I'm not in his personal life, so I wouldn't really say for sure. Um, yeah,
All
but
right.
that's it for American news, woman.
All right. Finally, before I go to, I'm going to go to Solomon and then try Hassan again. But before I go to Solomon, it sounds as though you're back in your truck, so you're fully recovered. Are you fully recovered?
Yeah, I actually started work last week Thursday. I had like a month and 1 week off. It was a lot of weeks or whatever not making money, but it is what it is.
All right, brilliant, brilliant. Good to say that. Good to say that. Stay with us. Solomon, you said you wanted to come in. Solomon, come in.
Yeah. You were asking for the news that got one's attention today. Like yesterday, yesterday I spoke about the federal government. They should try and curb and try to set up an agency that would look into this food stuff wherever in the market and all that. So yesterday, yesterday morning I saw a news headline where the federal government to sanction trade association over food price hike. I said it here that I think these people are really on ground, like their ears are on ground and their eyes on ground, like they're trying to follow up and they're following up the things going on going on, what the people are complaining about and all that. Then another one is this Nigerian passport becomes fifth worst in Africa. I mean, it's really really bad for us as Nigerians. Then another one I don't like is this: how are we going to be having association of the National Assembly? That is the Senator's Wife Forum. What do we wives forum? What do we need those kind of
Is
things for?
that a new development? I've never heard that before. Senators' Wives Forum. And then
Yeah, it's
Akpabio's wife will be the chairman, Abi, the chairwoman.
exactly. Regina Daniel is the secretary for social wherever,
Oh
wherever.
yes, I saw the headline that Regina Daniels got a new post, but I didn't even bother to look at. Is that what it is?
Yeah, like it's really crazy how how she would they would be. We're talking about cutting cost of governance, and they are bringing in this kind of thing, introducing this. It's not making sense. What see, you see, these are this is just the only thing that I would have seen. Maybe Obi would have really done to if he was declared the president of Nigeria. This thing is crazy. What do we need this association of senator's wife for? We don't need it. This one, they even tagged the 10th Assembly Senators Wives Forum Executive Council. Can you imagine? Is no, they need to stop these things. It's not what we need in this country. People are suffering. Then another one is that's Ramaphosa's reply to UN, is it UN or US or something like that? Any attempt to either US and NATO, any attempt to arrest Putin when he comes. Putin is going to South Africa soon, I think, for the BRICS meeting. That if they
Is
make
it?
attempts to
Wow.
arrest Putin, is going to be declaration of war. So yeah, these are the major what do you call it, headlines that caught my attention.
Is that the first time it's breaking cover since the Ukrainian war started? Putin. That's the first time he's leaving his country, isn't it?
Yes. Why I had to think about this thing, because during that attack, those what's the name of those military, that private military this thing that invaded
Wagner Group.
yeah, he left, he fled from Moscow to one city like that, but it was within Russia there. But this meeting now in South Africa will be the first meeting
Do, do,
he'll
you,
be.
do you think they will make an attempt at his life? I think they might well do.
Even if they do this Ramaphosa, but I don't know why this our African people try to, they use them a little bit. They are just more like they willing to. Let me use that term. I will like, why will Ramaphosa make such comment and say if they any attempt to? He's supposed to just be mute, and he should watch. Africans should learn to be diplomatic and stop being anyhow, stop behaving anyhow. He should watch and anything, because these people will still use them later and do what they want to do. So, but I believe they I don't I believe they would maybe this respond, or this thing he has just said now would really touch. It would really NATO would listen to them, and US. But let's see how it goes.
No, all right. All right. I think we lost our son somewhat. So let's take the conversation back to. Actually, let's bring Thomas in. We never sampled Thomas's opinion. So Thomas, what are you looking at in the news today? General Thomas.
Oh, thank you, Daddy. Good
Yes,
evening.
Daddy. Yes. Yes.
Good evening, one man, and good morning from Australia, Melbourne. Really, I'm tired of politics of Nigeria, one man. I'm just waiting for the court pronouncement and everybody go back to their shells and prepare for another 4 years. Tinubu is going to be your president throughout this 4 year. 4 year. Nothing is going to happen in the court. Just register that to your skull. There's nothing's going to happen. Just forget about it. I'm being on social media on my looking for news to for my section. So I'm looking forward to that. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant. Let's take the conversation to. Let's go back to Folly, who hopefully is ready now. Folly, you're up next. Folly, on mute. All right, let's go to Brownberry. So, Brownberry, are you there? Brownberry. All right, who's ready to go?
Oh man, I wanted to say something. What actually all this what Solomon said about food? They're trying to sanction food, whatever, trade, whatever. What actually increases the price of products? What would you say that increases the price of products? To me, what I feel one of the I would say thing that increases the price of product is the price of gas, right? If the price of gas is rising, there is no how the price of food will be reducing, or you're telling people to reduce the price of food when they are transporting something for a lot of when they are paying for the transportation of that goods for a lot of money, and you're telling them to reduce the price, and it's a private business. I don't see where that is done. So whether you are trying to say they are sanctioning or what, people cannot lose because you are trying to help other people or whatever. I don't know how to put it. People cannot lose or have a sort of loss in their business because you are telling them to sell something lower as they won't even make any gain. So like I said, whatever Tinubu is doing, I'm not even sure if he has a plan, to be honest. But I hope everything aligns for him and he does well, because the way it's going, to be honest, is going really bad. It's going really bad. Solomon, you can continue, please.
Yeah. One man, are you there? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here. Carry on.
Yeah. So
Yes,
you said who
carry
is
on.
ready, and
Carry on. Yeah.
I'm ready to talk about.
Solomon, sorry, let me ask you a question. You said they are going about if market people about the food increment, right?
Yeah,
So I believe that is only happening in Abuja, right?
I said I saw the headline, like yesterday I talked about that food. They should set up like people that would look into this food, the hike in food price. So, and this morning I saw a headline where the federal government that states that the federal government will to sanction trade association over food price hike. So I'm not saying that they've already
Okay.
started.
Now,
Yeah.
now I get you. They're going to
Okay.
sanction them. Okay, now I
Yes.
understand.
Yeah.
Anyway, everything that is happening in Nigeria right now, and every policy they are creating, is supposed to be an opportunity and a new window to create jobs. You understand?
Exactly.
Like,
Yeah.
like this sanction of sanction of this trader, whatever. You cannot sanction them. You cannot implement a policy if you don't follow it up. When you implement this kind of policy, you create people that will see it through. You understand? That will bring
Yeah.
a new opportunity for people to employ people that go after this trader union. Those that won't go, that won't go to the market just on a spam show to see how much things are going. That help government get information on a recon mission. Get information. Now,
Yeah.
like this fuel subsidy they are removing, federal government that create a department that will look into it, the palliative and the rest, that will bring about job creation in 36 states. Because you're not going to give palliative to one state. They will have to build report back to the state and federal that this is what people are passing through. But we just keep creating policy and we don't have infrastructure on ground to carry it out. So how it's going to work? So when they are creating these policies, like they are
Do
creating
you know?
only Abuja, I'm hearing you.
Yeah, do you know what I feel about? Do you know what I feel about this fuel subsidy thing? See, it is just because of how the way the campaign went. I feel like this man was pressured to make that pronouncement on that day of inauguration, for him to say that the subsidy is gone. Especially with the way the likes of Obi were talking and emphasizing on this thing. So and he felt the this thing would relieve or make the opponent, like the oppositions, to be confident about his administration. So
No,
that is
he
why
have his
he.
own economic plan. He have his own economic plan, and removing subsidy is a part of his economic plan. No, it's not about Obi. That's the thing.
Yeah, I was not. I'm just talking about it. Maybe it was pressure, but I get your point now. So, one man, let's go on. Like, let's start the headline. Would first talk about.
All right. All right. So to the headline then. The headline: FAAC to share 1.9 trillion revenue in July, probably highest ever. So it looks as though some of these painful economic policies of Tinubu is starting to yield some financial results.
Yes, yeah. Like with this allocation, I think it's to the state government governors that they would disburse these funds to these allocations to. I believe that the governors, with what has happened, this election was like how would I put it now? Like, was like a form of, it was like exam, a test for the politicians to sit up, anybody who is going into any office to sit up and to make sure that he will win the people's heart. He have to make the people love him, and he have to make the people happy so that he can gain their support in the next election. So this money now, I believe that these governors, when they receive it, they would use it well, and they would, like, people owing workers. I'm very happy with somebody like Alex Oti, the way he has started going about paying up workers and all that. So I believe when they get this money, they will use it to do the necessary things, build the infrastructures they need to build, and then pay the workers that are being owed, and pay them the current thing, and just make sure that they use this money to make the people feel all right. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. And to the next headline, Abdullah Ganduje is being looked at as the new as the replacement for Abdullah Adamu. I did not see that as a possibility, but now that the headline has come, and by the way, this is still in the realms of speculation, so it's nothing firm or confirmed. How does that fit in for you? Because of course, that will remove him from the. In fact, they said they've dropped his name from the ministerial list because they're so certain that he's going to be. But how would you see that Abdullah Ganduje as the chairman of the APC? Is that a good
Yeah.
move?
Yeah, it's a good move, because I don't really see this guy, like, even in like in Kano State, with what the current governor is doing and all that. You just shows that this guy, to me, is incompetent in performing, like, in administration, but he's a politician. He's good in politics, but not good in administration, something like that. Yeah. So this position he's about to get, like, even though it's speculation, but it might be true, is what is best for him. He should just focus on the politics of the administration of the party. He should focus on the politics and leave leave the administration to be run by people that would know what, or have the know-how to run to make things work out. So this one is very good for him. Gandola is very, very good for him to handle. So you should just stick to that one.
What about this story? Have you been following it? Zimbabwe authorities detained Nigerian journalist David Hundeyin, cite visa issues. So yeah, that was the little comedy skit that happened earlier on today. They locked him up in the toilet for 7 hours.
Yeah, I just glanced through the the headline. I did not bother to go through it thoroughly, because this guy, I don't understand. They say he's an investigative journalist, but sometimes I feel like I don't even know the way he gets most of his information. I just feel like maybe he's telling stories and all that. I don't know. I I I I don't know how authentic his informations are, his works, those things he put out, those articles he writes. I don't know how authentic they are. So this guy's story there is just tiring, and uh him being detained now. I don't know. I think, say, because, and that country he went to is a visa free country. I don't know why but because of how the notorious in Nigerian people, as in how they've looked at seeing Nigerians outside the world, as in outside Nigeria, how they see them as notorious people. So maybe that stigma is what made this guy now get into this detention. That was why they detained him. And himself, he still came out and he dropped tweets criticizing, talking things and different things and all that. So it's just that stigma that the rest of the world now have um, towards Nigeria. That mindset they have towards Nigerians or Nigeria. That is what is playing out now, and it's very bad. Our own African countries are even the ones and doing this thing. The other day it was Seychelles that banned Nigerians.
That embarrassed us, yes.
That so now that small island, when like I to me I see like all those see small as the shake. Imagine Seychelles, that small country, the is banning is
Solomon,
embarrassing.
Solomon,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
won't blame Seychelles for banning Nigeria, because if you see what Nigerians are doing over there, you will you support them banning Nigeria. Now let's even go talk about Nigeria over there. The way agents are cutting money from people in Nigeria. You know some people that said I've gotten UK visa or moving to UK. Most of them actually in Seychelles. Agents will collect 3 million naira from them or 4 million naira for them. When they know Nigeria is free to Seychelles, they'll give them ticket and go to Seychelles. For Seychelles, we just transit from there. You enter UK. This thing way back 2004 to 2006, Singapore was visa free to Nigerians, and Singapore, what their major source of income was tourism. That country is fine, and the offense, one of the worst offenses, even worse than you carry drugs, is to overstay in that country. Trust me, when Nigeria found out, sometimes 10 planes are Atlanta they have to stop Egypt Air. Sometimes 10 carriers will land in Singapore, all filled up with Nigeria every day. So imagine flight that carry about 200 something people. 10 of that's about 2,000 people coming to that country every day, and they only have 2 weeks visa. You come and see, Singapore was lit up with beggars because these people cannot eat, they cannot stay. Singapore is very expensive, no housing. The government was forced to cancel that agreement we have. Opposition came to try to save the day, and again, trust me, they started doing drugs. Many Nigerians was on death row. So if you see what these people are doing, you yourself you'll be the one to call on Nigerian authorities to ban ourselves from coming to that country. We take advantage of things and useless it and misuse it. So don't get mad, my brother. We should start talking to ourselves. Thank you.
Yeah. You have a point. And Singapore now is the strongest passport in the world. Followed this that's beat Japan. And that was yesterday or the day before yesterday that the headline came out that Singapore now is now the strongest passport. Uh, the Singapore passport is the strongest passport in the world. Yeah, so it's very very bad. We need to change, but it's, you at times I don't justify the actions of these people. To be honest with you, I don't. But our government is not just only about blaming. You know, when people are left without any option of seeing getting daily bread, they will just do anything in the street that would help them make them survive. So our government too need to still do. They have a very big role to play in trying to curb this kind of act of Nigerians indulging in illegal activities or illegal acts. So they need to work on it. So this David Dane's detention is embarrassing to us, not just to only him, to we Nigerians, and is not
You,
is not
you,
a
you,
good thing at all.
but you know the way they treat Nigerian passport holders, even in these African countries, it's something that has to be addressed. You know, it's just it's not on.
Yeah, our fellow our other African countries, they I don't know, like the way they behave. I feel like I'm now beginning to think maybe it might actually be out of jealousy or them being envious of towards Nigerians. I feel that way for real. Yeah, you should still put this into consideration. It should be still be a part. It should be a factor to consider, because I don't understand. Like, we are still blacks, we are still Africans, and we are one people. We now doing this kind of thing towards our own fellow African country. It's very bad. It is
Solomon,
really,
sir,
really.
can I interject?
Sure, you can come in.
It's saddening to see how this will treat us, and there's this kind of inferiority complex within Nigeria and the rest of Africans. Not just like Nigerian and the rest of African, we are different. We understand that,
Yeah,
but the problem is that there are so many illegality we are letting to happen in our space. Our our diplomat, our high commission is not doing anything. First of all, that's why they can disrespect us. Because if they like,
Sorry, Wapis. Fatai always comes here to say that the Nigerian state does not protect the Nigerian person enough. Fatai is always saying that. Abokarian, yeah.
yes, that's true, 100% true, even 110% true. In Japan here, if Japanese government arrests 100 Nigerian a day, they will send 100 delegates to Nigerian embassy to give them information of that person, wherever that person, this is the case and all that. Because Japan here, when you're arrested, they have the law. Japanese law is kind of really different, like Chinese law. If they arrest you, for the first 4 days, you will not see sun, nobody can see you. The only people that can see you is uh, your your uh, your your lawyer or the diplomat, the high commission. You understand? So if the case is so severe, it goes to 21 days. Nobody can see you except your lawyer and the high commission. Now they expect your high commission to come and see you. Then they arrest Ghanaian. They arrest Ghanaian. You see the high commission comes to the police station to at least see that person and ask, what did you do? And when they finish talking with the guy, they'll go to the police. Okay, you know what? Make sure the guy pass through the normal process and take the case to court. Don't delay the case. You understand? But in Nigeria, if they arrest 100 Nigerians, the Japanese government immigration will send to Nigeria, the police, I mean, will send message to Nigeria Commission. They will not follow up. They will not even show up. But they have Nigerian government make provision that in the High Commission. Somebody's just there eating the money. So how would they now respect us? Because if you send somebody that tell you they will not come, and it usually act like that, they will not go. Then our Nigerian people, when they get there, mostly this one these days we have Nigeria, this new generation Nigeria wants to make fast money. They believe they're some of the people that own that country and start misbehaving. So everything just wrap around illegality, how you say it. We actually do worst, but the most that is bringing us down is our high commission. Regardless how bad we are, our high commission is supposed to stand behind us. They're not standing behind us. That's why they disrespect us. To Nigerians are smart, of course. If you get Nigeria go to anywhere there's no water, we'll find a way to bring that water from that land. Trust me, people know. And
Okay, one man, please, can I just add something to that, sir?
Hold on.
You can go ahead.
Yes, wrap up that space, Solomon, and then have your interjection, Tony, and then I want to bring Bishop on. But wrap up that space, Solomon. Oh, I think we lost.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm here.
Right.
Yeah. So our government need to. You can hear what he just said now. Our high commission in other countries, they don't represent us well. It's very bad. It's very, very bad, because it's how you treat your own person that other people will treat you. So they should sit up, and we need to, Nigerians, why we just see, I just feel like we just get every opportunity. We just want to just survive, like everybody's just surviving, no matter how much people feel like they want. As in Nigeria, I feel like they are just surviving. They don't, it just feel people that living the life is not just about you be going on PJs and and all those kind of, no, it's about like bringing on your heart and doing the right thing, as in be just towards for humanity, so that kind of thing. It's not about everything. So look at people that they give that in this kind of office they are supposed to represent, and they are just being carefree about is very bad. So let's try and sit up as Nigerians, not both those in office, you citizen, and everybody just sit up, and so that would be good. Yeah, one man. Thank you.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Well put. So that's Solomon. So yes, Tony, to you. Tony, let's hear from you.
Okay, sir. Good evening, sir. Everybody, I greet everybody.
But Tony,
So I
please
keep
stay
to the
with the
topic.
topic.
I keep to the topic. I keep to the
All
topic,
right.
sir. Please, sir.
All right.
Even more than okay. So the fact remains that Nigeria is like a son, a first son of a family, whom others have to be looking up to, the younger ones. But it's all there. It's Olodo and Oswo. And then people will come and say, maybe now Mwali. You know, now know what they call Mwali. Now, you know, you say we have to maintain our language here. We don't have to be talking about something. So they will not respect that or there. So every other Guinean one will be looking at him like, okay, that's why you see we get all this sort. Assuming that, you know, as at 90s, Nigeria produces Peugeot automobile, you know, pickups to Kenya, to Uganda. I'm not even talking of all these West African countries. Nigeria provided Chief Justice and some ministers in Gambia. You know what I'm talking about, sir? You know, so that is why those people have to be looking down on us. You know, so like you were just talking about the 8,000 something just now. You know, remember the other day when I was trying to push that point forward, that they should just set up some small scale industry, or like as Obasanjo did, go to, you know, try to empower the villagers, give them some loans, you know, so that they can be working all over. Not be say 12 million, 12 million out of 230 million. Is that not the money to be stolen? You know, so that's why we're talking that we're saying that we should do something, sir. We should. Okay, how can the Africans respect you when you are the number one oil producer in the country? You can't even refine your oil. Even if it's only that business we are doing, let's forget about the World Bank and all this whatever. How should they be advising us? They don't have to advise us. We can be able to use our local refineries, our local people from the University of Benin, those petroleum engineers, refine our oil, get engine oil out of it, sell it around Africa as refined product. Then who cares about the World Bank loan or whatever? So that's why, sir, that they don't have to give us respect, sir. You know, in Germany, the Togoma will tell you who be Nigeria. Only these people from the East Africa that still give us some regard, sir. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. So that's Tony in his own inimitable way. So from Tony, let's welcome Bishop. Bishop, are you there?
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, Bishop. Good to see you. Your voice is quite dull. Are you all right?
I'm trying to get better. I'm just trying to catch my breath. So it's been a hectic.
Are you driving? You sound like you're out.
I'm seated in the car. I just pulled. I'm sitting in my car. The temperature has been crazy today, man. It's over 110. That's something. So, well, I'm fine. I'm fine. Thank you very much for asking.
You cannot survive in America without an air conditioner. It's just like
I was just out for a while and I ran out of breath. The temperature, the humidity was just too much. It's just something else. Come on. Taking probably like 6 or 7 bottles of water today.
Yes, you have to keep yourself hydrated. But to the headline on the screen, when there are two things happening at once at the same time in Nigeria. So there's this heavy hardship upon the people, but the country seems to be harvesting a lot of money from the policy that Tinubu has initiated. The arbitrage in the dollar, of course, the removal of the subsidy. So now all of that has led to this headline: FAAC to share 1.9 trillion revenue in July, probably highest ever. So that help, it looks as though it's here already. Bishop, what are you making of that?
Yeah, I mean, I saw the headline earlier today about the FAAC. It's of course that's some of the results of the things that will come out of the wastages we have been able to block so far. There are still many more. I can assure you, it's because these ones are very obvious. The arbitrage in the exchange rate and the petroleum subsidy. A lot of the agencies that are collecting money on behalf of the federal government that people filter away. If we are able to block them, we should be able to get double of this. Now, the question is this: does more money means more prosperity? The answer is no. So what good do we put this money? So that it should not just be money in figure that will drive inflation, but that will engender serious, I will promote and encourage serious production in critical sectors of the economy. I have my eye on agriculture. We have not scratched the surface what we are capable of doing in agriculture. We are not there at all. We have not done anything in mining. We have not done anything, the service area has grown. There are millions of Nigerians that with adequate funding, we can put them to proper and profitable venture. We can divert them to. So it's a good thing. Unfortunately, this is what we've been missing. We've been throwing money away. With this, it will be easy to say, okay, you know what, you can pay workers more. I don't see any reason why any of the states that are not paying the 30,000 minimum wage should do so now. I don't see any reason. And as we were discussing yesterday, about the minimum wage. The minimum wage is actually due for review next year. So the committee that should work on it are already working on it. Because there is a law. Somebody said yesterday that Buhari did I wanted to correct that. Unfortunately, I never had the opportunity. It was in 2019 that we did the wage review from 18,000 to 30,000. And another one is due in about in 5 years from that 2019, and that's 2024. So if they can take advantage of this, something that looks like a boom, and that's an increase in the earning of the state, to push for a wage review to cushion genuinely the effect of all these hardship that we're talking about of people. Because look, there's a lot of adjustment we need to do from the government, from individuals, from corporations, from everybody. We need to adjust our lifestyle. So, but I think it's a good thing if we don't misuse the opportunity and just allow it to drive inflation. Inflation should not spiral out of control because of so much money, and there are no goods, there are no services that this money are chasing. So we need to improve the area of production as well, whether it is food, consumables, or just limit. We just need to improve. We need to do better. I'm sure we can do better.
Bishop, I was looking at the sharing formula, which is on the screen now. The federal government gets 52.62. This is from the actually. Let me go to that. Let me go to that headline first, so people know what we're talking about. So FAAC to share 1.9 trillion revenue in July, probably highest ever. It says the three tiers of government are set to share 1.9 trillion in July, probably a record. This is nearly triple the 700. Just look at that. What they shared in June was 786 billion. So that was last month. And what they're sharing this month is 1.9 trillion. And when was Tinubu sworn in? May the 29th. So this is nearly triple, and I'm not saying it's entirely down, well, a lot of it is actually down to Tinubu. This is nearly triple the 786 billion shared in June, and more than triple the 655 billion in May. The allocations are usually shared from the preceding month's revenue. So that's why I'm saying it is down to Tinubu. The allocations are usually shared from the preceding month's revenue, meaning June will be shared in July. The Federation Account Allocation Committee will meet in Abuja on Wednesday to allocate the revenue to the three tiers of government, federal, state, and local government based on the sharing metric. So I wanted to land on that. So now the sharing metric. So this now is the sharing metric. The federal government gets, so this is the statutory formula that they must use to share the allocations. The federal government gets 52.68%. The states, all 36 of them, they get 26.72%. The 774 local governments get 20.60%. So that's how the windfall is being handled. But do you even think the ones that should go to the state, it should be superintended? Like you said, all these people claiming that they cannot pay salaries, there is no excuse for that now, and you want to be seeing some infrastructural projects coming out of this windfall.
You are very correct. You are spot on. That's what I said. I think they can put it to good use. to produce more, to create wealth. It's not enough. Number one, the sharing formula is what it's always been. There has always been clamor for let them review it, that the federal government should be leaner. But hey, at the moment, the federal government is carrying a lot of weight, especially in some critical areas that are on the exclusive list of the federal government. So if they are able to shed some of this weight, divert some of these responsibilities to the state, we definitely should look at giving them more money. Unfortunately, one area that has administration or governance have been missing is at the local government level. I was I was really sad that the local government autonomy bill did not scale through when they went to the state. They were supposed to get 24. I think they got only 17 states that signed it. So that means the state themselves don't even want autonomy. They don't want that financial autonomy. So I don't know what could be responsible for that. But one fact remains that everybody is looking at the federal government. I was looking at some people, they were making tests because a governor went to one local area, primary health center, and they're abusing Buhari for a primary health center. And they were abusing Tinubu. They are abusing Tinubu for a primary school that has no desk. What's the business of Tinubu with a primary school that has no desk? So the local government in the state are not functional at all. So when people are saying, look, our federal government is taking too much money, the little that local government is taking, what are they doing with it? We had this argument here the other time, if you remember, with Adanle Koko, when we were talking about the percentage of road in Nigeria. Everybody is shouting local government, but hey, states and local government has more than 70% of the roads in Nigeria. So what are we talking about? And those are the primary roads that people use more. So the truth of the matter is that, yes, we will get more money, but how do we put this more money to good use that will transform the life of the citizens? At least the first step is, what do we do to alleviate the pain? Everybody is saying that food is expensive. Food is expensive because people that can and should be producing food are not doing so. Everybody is talking, oh, insecurity is not insecurity in what places? Which insecurity is affecting food production in the south? Which food insecurity? There are food we can produce in the south too, and we get to augment it from the north. Cross River can produce rice, Anambra can produce rice, Ikiti can produce rice, Elisha can produce rice, Ogun State can produce rice, Oyo State, But what are they doing now? They are not doing anything. So everybody is using insecurity as an excuse. Insecurity. Yeah, there is insecurity, but we are overhyping it because we are not doing the needful. So if they can channel this to improve the agricultural, and work on it tirelessly, we will begin to see the result. But like I said, it's not magic. We did not elect a magician. There will be changes, there will be transformation. But I had Kulata yesterday when he was saying that I think you were the one that asked him that how much laxity is he ready to give this president, like 6 months? He said no, 3 months. Look, instead we are expecting magic. Let's expect 6 months that things will be. If it now happens in 3 months, that's fair enough. But to now say 3 months, and before that 3 months, we will be counting this. How can people be blaming this government? Oh, nothing is happening. Oh, yeah. How can somebody say a government that has not even started is already a failure? I heard some people say, oh, the other time, some people were saying, oh, everything is happening too fast. You're supposed to take it slowly because of the Naira, and it's too fast. You said something similar to this on this page, but now people are saying it's too slow. Because there are no ministers, it's too slow. What is this? There is no direction. We are very impatient. So I would just say the money, good. We are plugging the holes, but there is still more to do. If we plug all the holes, for example, in the revenue generating agencies, we can mop up all the funds they used to steal. If we can mop it up all, I'm telling you, we will double what we have now in the coming months. Before the end of the year, you will be surprised that we can double what we have. And I remember, I said, if we do the needful in some areas, our IGR from that's 18% that Tinubu is promising, that we will surpass it. We will hit 30 trillion. 30 trillion. That's about 100% increase because we are doing about 15 trillion at the moment. We can do 30 trillion in 1 year. That is, we can turn around. So if we can do that, there is more money. But very importantly, how do we put this money to good use? the agricultural sector, the education, technical education, building. We have everybody is saying we have deficit in building. There is a boom. There's supposed to be a boom in the construction sector. But every time we want to hire handymen, we go to Togo, we go to Lome. I mean, I have a project I'm doing. Almost 30% of the people that are doing it for me are from Togo and Lome. As a fact, they have the best tilers, craft, some of little things that we can do. And I said this here, it is not everybody in Nigeria that goes to university that belongs to the university. Because when you engage some university graduates, even you yourself will be embarrassed. Even you yourself. I'm not saying there are no brilliant people there, but there are some people that they have no business in the universities. They don't have any business there. Just get a trade, train them in what can bring an income for them, generate, an income, decent living. So there is a lot of work to be done. It's not just we cannot just start singing kumbaya, kumbaya. It's not Ureka yet. It's not yet Uhuru. More money should should translate to more work so that we don't need to be importing. People will say now that it's because you are in America, you have dollar, you can exchange dollar. We make too much noise about the exchange rate. If we have our production, we drives up our production, and we are not dependent on everybody is not rushing dollar. Naturally, dollar will find its level. But the way we make it look as if the strength of the economy of your currency determines, the value of your currency determines the strength of your economy. I've always said that is not true. But our Nigerian elitists, what do you call it? Economists, that's what they always want to. Oh, dollar. What's my business with dollar? We were here when Trump was accusing China of deliberately devaluing their currency because they can export. So let us drive up our export potentials too. We have export potentials and reduce our dependence on import. Let's look for substitute, things that we can look for alternative for in Nigeria. We take the alternative. We stop importing. There are certain things that we import in this country that even you yourself, you'll be ashamed when you see people loading things into some ship. People still import ketchup in this present age. They got container loads of ketchup to Nigeria, big things. You go to supermarket and these same people are the one that will be complaining, oh, Nigeria economy is finished, But you go to some people. I hosted someone one day. We went to a one big store somewhere in the southwest, and the guy was looking for imported water. I was so mad. I said, are you kidding me? We wanted to go and buy water with lodge him the so we went to go and look for that.
Imported water.
Yes.
Sorry, imported water in Nigeria.
Yes.
Was that in Nigeria?
Yes.
How did that person justify that? How did I?
What
was he thinking?
He's a Briton. He's a black man, no, but he's living whether they born him for Britain, whether no, but he's been living in Britain. So he came for a lecture that I was part of, like a small conference. So we lodged him down there. So he wanted to bring some water, but he did not have. So he was not going to look for water. I was drinking out water. He's looking for imported water. I was so mad. I left the store and left them. Say, what kind of crazy is this? If you are even a white man, what would we say? You are a black man. You are a black, not from Nigeria. You are a black man from whether it's Cameroon or something. I say you are looking for imported water because you are living in Britain.
Imported water.
Yeah, that's the kind of mentality we have. So we're dependent on so many things that we want to import. I've seen people load container of ketchup from Costco here to Nigeria. I've seen it. I'm not saying what somebody told me. So there are so many things that we can cut off. Put some tariff on them. Make them, if you want to buy them, then you are buying them at a very you. And that's why I'm happy with this arbitrage they remove. Everybody is shouting dollar. Hey, why should our economy be dollarized? If you want it, even if it is 1,000 naira, go and buy it. So, and that's where we are making a lot of savings that is translating to states getting more money now. Because automatically, every state will get more than 100% of what they got last month. At the minimum, 100%. So, but we can put it to good use. I have not seen, if you read the manifesto and the blueprint of Tinubu, you will be excited. If we can do away with some of this negativity, you'll be excited.
Bishop, sorry to interject you.
Yes, please go ahead.
Bishop, sorry to interject you. I was hearing you saying we import big beans, we import water, and you are surprised that why are we importing water?
Why should we?
I know it's wrong for us. I know it's wrong for us to import water.
No. Hold on. he didn't say we were importing water. He said somebody came to Nigeria and then the person went into a store to get water and he was insisting that he will only buy imported water.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I got it. I know. I was just putting my section in general, as in why are we surprised that some Nigerians are looking for imported water? What I was trying to drive at is that most of our companies that produce water produce substandard water. I remember when I went to Nigeria to 2021. Oh man, I almost died because I drank. I don't want to call the company name. They said it was the best, one of the biggest bottling company in Nigeria that's producing their water. So I bought that.
Should I
I
tell
drank
you?
it.
Should I tell you something? I don't know.
Hold on, let me learn. I just mean what? Please let me understand. I drank that water, and that year is the year my father relocated back from England to Nigeria after 40 years. He has been in London, so he brought everything. How so? You people live in Abutiko. Was my father rescued me that night. Some stuff he put in water for me to drink to calm my stomach down. I end up in the hospital the next day. After 8 years from that thing happened, when I was coming back to Nigeria, I imported everything I wanted to use in Nigeria. That was how I still do it today. Anytime I'm going to Nigeria, the drinks, water, green tea, I import all of them from Japan because there's no standard this thing in Nigeria.
I don't agree with you, one, but let me just take it one after the other.
No,
Number one,
Bishop, let me answer him.
Sorry.
Bishop, let me answer him, please.
No, hold on, Tony. Hold on.
You know, you can just boil the water and then drink it.
Let me even answer. Let me answer him, please. One day, let me give you this analogy very briefly. One day, I needed to go to Lagos in the night. I was actually going to Ibadan. I left Port Harcourt in the night bus. I used to do a lot of traveling there. I got to Onitsha. I bought water. Big bottle of Eva. Was it Eva or Ragolis? I think it was Ragolis, if I'm not mistaken. Or Eva water. The big one. No, Swan water. So I was drinking it, So when I got home early in the morning, the water was still with me. I sat on the window of an uncompleted building. I went to supervise. So I put the water down. I drank it. So my elder brother was standing directly opposite me. So I now said, what did I put in my water? That water I bought the water in the night. So I said, what water I'm drinking. I now look at it. If you see the water that I was drinking, oh my goodness. Now, the level of how people fake even water in Nigeria, soft drink, wine, beer, all these drinks, the level of faking them that I have seen is horrendous. So that's one. The fact that
yes, hold on, Bishop. You know that faking is quite a thing because a lot of people they will just go and they will take all these known brands and then they will just they can even put gutter water into it. They don't care. They will just try and seal it off. And then if you buy it, let's say, you know how when we are driving all these hawkers, if you buy it from the hawkers,
yes,
then you are
that
just
was
it's a lottery.
the one I bought that day. I bought it from the hawkers. So if you want to know world peace, how the registered quality is, go and try and register water in NAFDAC and see the kind of what do they call this analysis that they subject them to, to pass. It's not just you are just drilling borehole, you are just filling it. There are quacks and there are everywhere. It is regrettable. It is unfortunate.
Bishop,
But
let me make a statement.
Let me finish.
Bishop, I'll finish.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's not exactly about whether there is registered on NAFDAC. The water in Nigeria, yeah, some people don't even treat it well, even in that company. I know why I say this because one of my, is it uncle, whatever, it's not uncle, I would say village person anyway, owns where they, produce all this bottled water. And it's not always treated well. And when people that is from abroad that has actually, their immune system has actually adjusted to drinking pure and clean water, when they try that water, it end up affecting them. What World Peace said have actually happened to one of my cousins. So for someone like me, no go happen because I dey go Nigeria, the immune system still there. Do you understand? So even if I drink pure water, nothing they happen, nothing they shell.
Okay.
But it's not about
NAFTAC or no NAFTAC. But what you're saying about imported, not a lot of people import water. Is actually a very minute
It's
population.
just I just it was not the fulcrum of my
Oh,
argument. I just use it
yeah.
as a that we can reduce. Okay, let's remove water so that we don't go with this argument. But there are some things that we have alternative for that
No,
you don't.
Bishop, cake water is a big business. So people actually import water. I know people that import water from abroad. It's a big business.
That's it. So
Yeah.
let them, well, if they can buy dollar at their own rate, I mean, well, it's their money they are spending. You can't stop them
No, but
from.
it's yeah.
You can't stop them. You can't stop anybody from spending their
Sorry,
money.
carry on,
So,
Bishop. I was just going to say, I was just going to say that wasn't the fulcrum of your argument, but
yeah,
carry
that
on.
was not. So I just said it on the side. What I was actually trying to say is that look, there are so many things that we can make more money if we try to do things locally. Guys, we consume, what we produce. I mean, it happened in India, and he turned them around for good forever. If you are importing, if for example, give incentives to some local productions of certain things in Nigeria, people are buying locally. Our fabrics, our textile industry, our shoe industries in Aba, our automobile industries, our tire industries, our little things. Instead of exporting hides and skin from Kano, let's be making our shoes and our bags. Instead of exporting our cocoa, let's be making our chocolate. Let's process them. That there is a zero tolerance for cocoa beans export. By so doing, we'll have some things to now export more when we have added value. It will boost our currency gradually. It's not going to happen overnight, but the important thing is that people must be well fed and people must be well taken care of first, and it has to be by collective responsibility of everybody.
Yes. Now
All
my
right,
battery
brilliant.
is going. My battery is going a 1 1. So I just want to throw something for my brother Bishop, please, sir.
Go ahead, please.
So Bishop, make I just talk in our language now. So you notice say the area when we get advantage of like the things when nature or that sky power when they call God drop for our place like the petroleum products. Why can't we refine them? Why can't we take up that as an emergency to say, okay, let us start to refine and then be telling all those break fluids to the neighboring countries, refine the petroleum products to the neighboring countries. What the hell is going on with us? That's the area that we have disadvantage.
Hold on. We have asked this question before. We have been there. The problem is that we have had misgovernance in the past. People used to crawl before they begin to walk. When
No.
they begin to walk,
Why is it that
hold
before
on,
we were
calm
born?
down.
Hold on. Why is it that before I was
Now, you
born,
have asked
we
your
were able to
question.
produce our petroleum products
You
and
have asked your
refined
question.
products? Why are we going backward?
We are not going backwards. You have asked
We
your
are going
question. Let me
backward.
answer. Oh my
If Awolowo could do all those things in the 50s, if Awolowo was able to surpass France and many other countries in Europe in the 50s, you know what I'm saying? Why is it that ever since we got independence, we can't even just make a foot, or a step further? Right on.
See, I've answered you. If we begin to look at the problem where we fail and we are not concentrating on where we can go, where we can make amendment, I'll begin to talk. We will talk about it forever. Look, one of the mistakes we made in Nigeria, I did say on this platform a couple of weeks or months ago, that the population of Nigeria and Britain and Germany and France and which other country were around the same thing in 1960. We are around 50 million together. Today, Nigeria is 200 and something million. The United Kingdom, there is still less than 70 million. That means we have tripled. People that cannot take care of one child, one pikin, they born 12 pikin. The day there, you know them. They are in your family.
Nigerians are performing abroad, my brother. Let us face this reality. Let us separate this country so that everybody can be at their own pace. Bye-bye.
If you think that's the solution,
Bishop,
no problem.
Let me say, you've talked about Nigeria importing things that shouldn't import, like ketchup, and that was your point, yeah. What do you actually expect people that are importing ketchup to do, to start producing ketchup? Is that your own solution when they can't produce or when they don't have the idea to start, getting all the machine that makes ketchup? In other words, what they can do is import, because a lot of people actually need ketchup to, do whatever they want to do in restaurants or whatever. So they're not going to stop importing that ketchup because there's nobody that's producing it in Nigeria anyway.
Okay.
And now you talked about agriculture and all that stuff. Anambra can produce rice and all that, Ogun State and all that thing. I tend to believe that agriculture, it's mostly focused on privatization. Governments mostly don't have a hand in agriculture. It's always individual. And when those individuals can't even find the loan, even if they want to start producing in a large quantity of whatever they wanted to produce in their farm, they have to have the capital to start it. And their fault that that Anambra State is not producing, or these people are not producing. The government have to make it necessary for them to start that production of whatever they want to do. So don't blame that these people are not producing, that people are not producing. It's not true. It's just
Okay.
that the system is not
You see,
working.
I'm not putting any blame on anybody, but let me take it one after the other. In 2003, Obasanjo did something. I want to remember the name he called it. When they do a research on rice and discover that there are 42 different variety of rice that can be grown across Nigeria, different types, different places, some in swamps, some in plateaus, some in highlands, some in lowlands, some in this, 42 different. I want to remember the name of that committee now. I saw that report briefly sometimes ago. Unfortunately, there are inputs, there are things you need to do that will aid and grow agriculture. For example, some places that people can crop 3 times in a year, they are only cropping one because they depend on rain. There are no irrigations. All our irrigations projects were dead, were abandoned. Under this immediate past administration, they have revived more than, I think, 11 major irrigation. I'm sure some people used to hear Ogunwosun River Basin, Owena River Basin, Niger Adejia Jamari River Basin in those days. All those rivers, even River State, there was a river basin there, Ohaji Egbema River Basin. I'm sure everybody know. All of them died. Do you know what those river basins were meant for before? It was for irrigation farming. And we abandoned it because of petrodollar.
Bini Owena.
Bini Owena. We abandoned it, but this past administration revived it. We used to have how many blending plants of fertilizer. All of them died down. We sold NAFCON. I was in NAFCON. I was a contractor to NAFCON. I was shifting fertilizer to F&C, fertilizer and chemical in Kaduna. I had trailers working with me. That was over 20 years ago, or over 20 years, yes. We ran all of these places down, but they are reviving them gradually. If the energy we put into green, I mentioned here the other day that we have more than almost 10 agricultural research institutes in Oyo State alone. None of them is producing anything. Now, if you can turn them around and say, come and show us, we have been paying salary, you have been there for 20 years. What have you done? Where are the products of your research? Go to Benin, NIFO, this one where they do palm oil, Nigerian palm, whatever. We have all the forest. So we need to, when we rejuvenate this, but they are not going to happen overnight. If we have government, now that we are lucky that we have been able to stabilize democratically, that there's not going to be any truncation or any truncating of democracy, then we can start making step one after the other. Now, if the kind of attention they paid to agric in this past administration, if we remove insecurity and we can sustain that rice and other grains production, and we become a force to be reckoned with in the Committee of Nations, take our rightful place in Africa, then that means we have a leverage, we have something. I want to begin to concentrate on what are the solutions. How can we move? Crying over the spirit of the mistake we have made in the past is not going to get us anywhere. That is me. That is my own personal something. But in solution-wise, so if this government is able to go and read this government, what do you call it? Is this government manifesto and the blueprint. Read the agric, the commodity board, the everything that the plan for the agricultural sector. You will see that there is prospect. There might be challenges along the way, but immediately we get those things right, I can assure you that we will have something. We have something.
What about the money that these people we cutting away? All these representative as governors, even Governor Otto now, everybody. We cannot achieve all this above other democracy. We need somebody that's a dictator to just regulate everything.
We don't need the dictator.
The European countries were built by dictators and later handed over to the democracy.
I don't think we need a dictator. No.
Yeah, but then we know development because that was how the European did their economy.
Tony, hold on. I don't think we need a dictator. I think we will keep making our mistakes.
I want to debate
learn from
with you.
them, and we
I want to
will
debate
move on.
with you. If we at least the third term of Obasanjo's that missed opportunity. European countries were developed by dictators. So why should Africa be the?
I don't agree with you. You have your point.
How much are they getting now? How much are they getting? The senators going to be governor, the governor be to senators. I mean, my brothers and sisters here that are the listeners at the woman went to move. This is very crazy. As governors get this, they get this cash, they get that, they get this, they took everything away for the government. Then the new government, the new government is coming to replace them, and one is leaving the office, is taking everything away. How are we going to move forward, sir?
Are you done, Tony? What I'm saying is, if we keep knocking our head on the wall from now till thy kingdom come, if we keep knocking our head on the wall from now till thy kingdom come, it's not going to make any difference. You cannot change the whole thing overnight, one after the other. Maybe if 2-3 states get it right, and people are looking at, they are getting it right. For me, Otom was a disaster in Benue State, but we will not, because of that, not move forward. I mean,
look at Obaseki took all the money, then no single road is started Benin.
Well, so when in the next election, Obaseki took all the money, no single road.
It's only that I'm looking up to now, that I'm showing my daughter, that is your city. I don't look at Benin City as my city at all now.
Hold on. At the next election, people will vote him out. Maybe they will vote somebody in that will do his own. Development is like building an edifice. It's one block after the other, facet by facet. So you come, you do your own area of interest where you want to develop might be different from my own, but everybody will develop at their own pace. But later,
Bishop,
yes,
you know that Tony is not listening to you. He's just waiting for you to pause, and then he will launch at you again. That's what he does.
No.
For me, there's plenty. For me, the sky. I mean, the future is bright. I mean, we have our challenges now. I'm sure we will get out of it if we can stabilize the democracy, like I believe we have done, and people are held accountable, and we can get certain things right. I'm sure the sky will be the starting point for us. The challenges are there, the pains are there. I'm not taking that away, but I believe it's not going to be like that forever. No.
Not until Tinubu start to invite all of us now back home, like they did in other countries. Let's start inviting all the Nigerians. One man went to go out, show what you can do in Nigeria. I go back. Everybody, you Bishop, you come back home.
One man, take me to the next topic.
Yes,
all right.
you.
Let me take you to this headline on the screen. So this has just come out. So it's not, but then it comes out and then it's verified the next day. But this now, it says APC look towards Abdullahi Ganduje as national chairman. So they are saying that they've removed Ganduje's name from the ministerial list because they are now looking to position him as the party's chairman. So of all of the names that I anticipated, I never anticipated Ganduje's name. But now that his name has been put forward, I can somewhat see it. But can you see?
You are breaking up. You are breaking up, woman. You are breaking up. You are breaking up.
No, I'm hearing him. It's you that.
Woman, you are okay.
Tony, let's have some peace.
One man, see, I don't believe that story. I don't believe that story, number one, but there's a background to it. When the principal officers for the National Assembly became very contentious, Northwest now eventually ended up with the Speaker and the Deputy Senate President. And the singular reason they did not give the North Central the speaker, what's the name of this guy that wanted to be speaker there, was that they have given them party chairman and secretary to the government of the federation. So if you make any attempt to now take the same party chairman that you used to deny North Central of the principal officer of the National Assembly and now take it to the Northwest that already has two of those principal officers, I think I don't think anybody will be insane enough to want to do that in the APC. So the idea of Ganduje as the party chairman, forget it. I can tell you that for free. Forget it. It's not true. There's nothing about it. They just throw. Some people just. I don't know. I don't want to use any derogatory words. Some people are just fooling around. If they give him minister, somebody said something earlier on when you were talking and made something. Ganduje and was saying that. Oh yeah, I think it was. Is it Solomon? Yeah, I said something about Ganduje. Ganduje is not a failure in Kaduna. Go to Kaduna and see what Ganduje did. Go to Kaduna. Kanu. Sorry, Kanu. Go to Kanu and see what Ganduje. So because the way he referred to him, I just joke with. I said, really? That means you don't know what you're talking about. It's not. Ganduje is not a failure. He has the stain because of that something. But as it relates to performing, go to Kanu. I mean, because of that stain and the politics that they are playing, because the way he fell out with Shekarau and Kwakwanso and the rest, and was not able to hold the center any longer. You cannot say Ganduje is a failure in any ramification. So, but I don't believe he is the next party chairman. He's not going to work. That would be like rubbing insult upon injury, rubbing salt on injury, because already you took the principal officer. You now say you are going to give them because they have. And I said then that look, these are appointed positions that can be taken away any day. Taken to the government of the federation, you know. But to now Kuma can't take away that same position that you compensate. You said that it's because of this that you are not giving them, and now take it to the Northwest again that is already over represented in the. No, I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that's going to happen. So I don't believe in this.
Who do you speculate to that space? The APC chairman. What's your speculation?
They still come back to North Central. I think what's this man Almakura is a better, because Almakura was a front runner for that thing until they asked him to step down. Tanko Almakura, the former governor of Nasarawa State, who Abdullahi Shule.
He would have come before Adamu.
Yeah,
I think it was Tinubu's candidate then.
Yeah, maybe because Abdullahi Shule really supported him. You know, he's from Nasarawa too. He's the governor of Nasarawa, and I think Tinubu will favor him. So if I have to hazard a guess, I would say I can stake a little bet that it will be what's his name? Almakura, Tanko Almakura. That's my guess.
Is he a Tinubu boy?
He's not a boy. He's a former governor.
You know the metaphor. So
okay, I think Tinubu favors him because Abdullahi Shule really worked for Tinubu, even though his own election too was almost truncated because of this. The effect of the Christians, North Central. They use religion heavily in those places. I mean, sending text messages overnight not to vote for a Muslim, blah 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 blah. You know, we have gone past now. So I think he's a Tinubu man, even though he's not as visible as some other persons, but I think he is. And because Tinubu favored him above Abdullahi Adamu, I think it was Buhari's influence that made Abdullahi Adamu to clinch that position.
All right, brilliant. Kumi, did you want to come in? I saw you on mute. Did you want to speak to that space, Kumi?
Yeah, I want to speak to that space. Yeah, I think Bishop gets it right. That man is the main Tinubu candidate before Buhari imposed the outgoing party chairman on APC. And I believe the Nasarawa state governor is part of all these Tinubu boys because he have a lot of company in Lagos State, you know. I believe the man that's the next party chairman is not gonna be Ganduje. He's not. That's what I want. This one.
Yeah,
And
let me add to it.
all right.
Oga Bishop, don't you think I didn't hear when you were speaking because I was off the this thing, but
Okay.
don't you think for the optics, it's not really good that Ganduje will be anything around close to Tinubu when it comes to minister or APC chairman and anything that will present to the nation or international body as a symbol? Don't you think Ganduje is not supposed to be close there? Maybe the cabinet will be okay.
Well,
Hmm?
I agree with you, but it's still sentiment. You know, it's because he will say he was never tried, he was never convicted. So why are we denying him if he was never convicted of any crime? I mean, mere accusation does not translate to conviction. So yeah, for the optics, if it's possible to just put him somewhere, if he can serve, but he's paid his dues. He was very hardworking. He was very, very frontal during the campaign, and he really worked hard. So I mean, if for the optics and they can find a quiet place that it will not be as visible as around the bride, maybe it's something, but it would be unfair. He was not tried. He was not convicted of any crime. There were allegations which he denied, and if they are able to bring him to trial, because I mean, of course, it happens a lot in Nigeria that we just try people on media and we find them guilty and we sentence them and we tarnished
It was quite damning though, that
yeah,
video.
it was damning, but well, yeah, it was damning. I mean, what was the money meant for? What was the, it was just, I don't know. I'm not saying that it was generated it was manipulated or anything, but it is what it is. But if I have my way too, I will say, look, put him in a silent role. Don't make him a minister. Definitely, he will not be the party chairman. If I have my way, I will say, you know what? Don't make him a minister. I just go and put him in a committee that they can work. That will see the product. We will see the product of their work at the end of the day.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant. Let me take you to this space, Bishop. So now, a lot of the conversation in Nigeria is wrapped around the price of petrol. So somebody has gone to dig out the international pricing for petrol, even as early as this month. And what this I'm not sure if you're able to see it on your screen, but what this data is showing us is that still Nigeria remains one of the cheapest places per liter. Almost as cheap as Saudi Arabia. In fact, it was as cheap as Saudi Arabia just a few days ago.
The truth of the matter is this. It's funny how we were clamoring for free market. Our free market is here now. Everybody's. We are, like I said, if you remember when we had this conversation time past, I said, look, the price I was hoping that as promised, Dangote refinery will kick in by July ending. But it's like that's not going to happen now. I was really hoping that Dangote, because it will bring down the price to relatively affordable. This chart you were showing, I saw it earlier on, and I was looking at it, and it is a fact that petrol is still relatively cheaper in Nigeria as it is now. So if the free market economy is operate, because factors that contributed to it is that the importers too, they have to go and suck their dollars. All of us say, remove the dollar, the arbitrage, don't sell to anybody. Now they are selling to them in the market, and we are seeing the effects. And a lot of people are listening to a lot of complaints, people on TV. And so the problem in Nigeria is, look, if you are trying to please on one side, everything will fall in place. It's a matter of time. We have a period to adjust. I think by the end of the year, people will have been able to adjust here and there. The price will go up. That is the effect of what we chose. We say, look, stop selling dollar because some people were abusing it. Stop selling dollar at official rate. We said, look, remove petrol subsidy because we believe it was a scam. So everybody agreed. And when we were clamoring for it, we know that there will be consequences, there will be effects. And it's the effect we are seeing that we are now shouting again. That's why it is difficult, when you are leading the orchestra, you just learn to back the crowd. It's not because you are insensitive. I did say something yesterday that there is no government that want to deliberately, willingly inflict pain on the citizens. No, but it is a leader that can take decision, even though they are painful. But he is seen beyond that time that down the line we will reap the result, the benefit of the price we are paying now. So this is the moment of paying that price. The pangs, the pain might be very excruciating at the moment, but I'm sure it will even out in a matter of time.
All right, thank you. I want to take you to this other space. But before I take you there, Bishop, let me acknowledge Bartholomew who joins us. So Bartholomew, how about the wait? So when he unmutes now, he'll be on the street somewhere in New York. Bartholomew, am I right? Are you on the street somewhere in New York, Bartholomew?
No, one man. Good evening, sir.
How about it?
My brother, I don't come house. You know, I mean, you are right. I'm always on the street, but today I come back home. I'm in the house now. I'm just listening.
I think this is the first time you've actually joined us from indoors. Every time you join us, there's always traffic in the background. Yeah. So how are you?
My brother, I do. My crying be say make them face Nigeria, make them face our people are suffering. It doesn't matter if we are Hausa, we are Igbo, we are Yoruba, our people are dying. One man, our people. I think say my brother Tinubu, we use a strategy that he used to he used in Lagos State the time he become a governor to help our masses, to help our mothers and our fathers. Let me tell you one man. If it's minus our old women's back home and our retired fathers that do government work for years, that many of them don't even have no one to help them. One man, even most of our sisters, our brothers back home, these people they have no hope. Our government, they are not capable to do something to help us. And one man, we have no right to say, may God help us. God has already helped us. We are fully helped. We need to sit down and discuss. Even a blind man can lead Nigeria and make Nigeria work. Look at the type of amount of money that we are mentioning that people in the government are sharing. That money, it is enough to put standard hospital and the standard school and make our road, give our people 24 hours light. We always every day shouting, oh, they're gonna put light in Enugu, put light in Lagos, put every day the same matter we are hearing. One man, let us use this our platform, push our people to do good. They are not doing good. Let us stop praising them. One man, they are working for us. We are not working for them. This our resources they are using. They are not buying it. This is a gift from God, from Almighty God. Let us stop coming here. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to anybody as I'm saying stop, please. Let us not praising these very people, because our country is going down every day and they are not doing anything except sharing money to themselves. Please, one man, please, I'm begging everybody. Let us.
But we can't start condemning a government of 2 months. If we say we should not praise, we can't start condemning a government of 2 months. It's too early.
Forget my brother. I understand you. I'm not with all due respect. I'm not talking about government of 2 months or government of 2 days.
Okay,
I'm coming. I'm sorry. I will just step by the side soon now. Please, just give me 1 minute, please. Okay. Tinubu have been a governor for good 8 years. He has the experience. I remember from the beginning of the campaign, many of us say in this very platform that Tinubu will transform Nigeria, that he has a strategy. What is going on? I am not blaming him. Let us join hands together to help our people. Thank you very much. Let me step by the side until my uncle reach one man. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So that's Bartholomew. But Bishop, let me take you. This other headline again is in the realms of speculation. El Rufai's ministerial portfolio emerges as President Tinubu sets to name 37 cabinet members. Hello.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Hello.
No. I'm with you.
All right. All
Getting
right.
out of the car. Getting out of the car.
So I think that, or do you want me to give you a moment and then
No,
come back to
I'm
you?
good. I'm good. I just shut it down.
All right. So the indications is that they are going to make the El Rufai the minister for power. So it says indications have emerged that the immediate past governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El Rufai, will be appointed as the minister of power by President Tinubu. Our correspondents report that Nigerians eagerly await the unveiling of Tinubu's cabinet. According to sources, barring any last-minute changes, the Nigerian Senate will unveil the ministerial list on Thursday. So Thursday would now be today. We all had the anticipation that that list will be released today, but it looks as though it was not going to be released on Thursday. But all the speculations, the Minister of Power. Even though it is in the realms of speculation, but if it turns out to be true, rather, is that a square peg in a square hole?
Woman, yesterday I said when they release the list today, don't let us be too preemptive. That we will debate it.
Have we lost you?
List comes out tomorrow, we will debate it. Yeah, because why do we want to keep speculating when we are still going to debate it tomorrow? Let's discuss the things that are, because
no, we have to
like I did say,
I
have said, okay. I have said before that there are certain people that I don't care the ministry or department that they put there. If you put El Rufai in Department of Women Affairs, Ministry of Women Affairs, or Ministry of Special, or any ministry for at all, because he is what do I call it now? He's a thorough professional. He's a performer. He will turn the place around. He's not going to say, because he's not in the military ministry that is influential. He's not in ministry that has money. It's not. That's not going to be so. Like Fashola, because these guys are thoroughbred professionals. So anywhere you put El Rufai, administratively he will perform because he is an excellent administrator. I've read some of his things. I've listened to him before. I've listened to him deliver some papers. I've had people, even high people in politics, discuss about him. They revere him, except the ones that just want to hate him out of jealousy. So if they put him in the Ministry of Power or whatever, because he's an excellent administrator, I'm sure he's going to do it. Even though I would have preferred him as the Secretary General, Secretary to the Government of the Federation, or because we have two reports. This George, is it Jordan, Babatunde Jordan, and Oronsaye report of the civil service, in the reform of the civil service, that everybody have been kicking the can down the road. I want people with a heart of stone that can implement it, because implementing it will bring a lot of tears. People will cry, but we need to do the needful. We need to collapse a lot of agencies that are not functional. They are not adding value to the lives of Nigerians. Some people have just been there. They are just. Let me shock you on one fact. Many years ago, I was involved in a small project when they were trying to do IPPIS, and I'll use Delta State because I was there in Delta State to do some work for the state government. Do you know there were more than 190 something different accounts open in Zenith Bank? 190 something accounts, different accounts, government accounts, that government money were coming in. And some people that have retired from the service as much as 10, 15 years ago are still signatories, and they are still getting that money from there. That's how bad some of these parastatals could be. Some money that are still coming in. Some people open account. So when Buhari said he wanted to implement that TSA, that people were crying, we know why they were crying, because there's so much hole.
You know the TSA was a Goodluck Jonathan initiative, by the way.
We know, I know, I've always said it, but he never had the courage to implement it. BVN and TSA were his initiative. It was there for years. They did not implement it because people that were benefiting from it never allow it to see the light of the day. So we need to do that reform. There is too much money. The gentleman that just spoke now, Batutu, sorry for calling you Batutu. It made me remember one of my friends I used to call Batutu in one Eche village, Opiro in Eche. You know, you were talking about light, you were talking about, hey, in my place, they used to say, "Opopomoka mororo." In your lumba, money makes these things happen. But the same people that are still in Nigeria, every opportunity is to steal. If you come in, I remember Okonjo-Iweala did something some years ago. She said the money value index in Nigeria is one of the lowest in the world. A money value index is for every naira budgeted for a project, for every naira, how much of that 1 naira ends up on that project. In Nigeria, it was maybe about 15% or 17%. It was not up to 20%. That for every 1 naira they budgeted for one thing, the money that will really get to the project, then when she did that thing, but it has gone up. So that's the money value, the value that your money is getting for you compared to the total amount. So it was very low because everybody's just looking for how to, you know, to cheat the system, you know, how to circumvent the system and to just, you know. So unfortunately, all these things, we know them, but they are not going to happen. Boom. It's not magic. Nobody's going to conjure them. Tinubu, yeah, you say Tinubu had antecedents in Lagos State. Of course he did, but we did not elect a magician. We did not elect a miracle worker. We elected a politician, and things to work takes process. And if you have left, you know, something you have not done for a long time, and you want to do it, it takes time. You know, you begin to. But this man had hardly even started his administration, and yet, so we're not praising him. Nobody's praising Tinubu, but let us just be objective in our criticism. Let us look at the realities. You give your wife in 1980, if you give your wife 500 naira, tell him that make soup for me. I want to eat pounded yam. Please put bokoto, put pomo, put jakika, put stockfish, put this. He will say yes sir, yes sir, yes sir. When you come back, you will see pounded yam, and if you don't even see stockfish, but you will see all those other things that you requested for. But if you give your wife 5,000 naira today and say, make me pounded yam, put stockfish, put fresh fish, put edikain kong, put this. When you come back, you will meet biscuits, cabin biscuits, and Orobo Pepsi. And if you ask you say, now this amount your mates they put if they want eat that kind of food. So times have changed. Times have changed, and everybody is feeling the impact. It's a global thing. It's not Nigeria alone. Unfortunately, we're used to the culture of putting the bulk, passing the bulk to other people. Many of us are not responsible, and that's a sad fact. So, if we can get to implement those things right, I would have preferred. You want to implement? I would have preferred El Friday, but anywhere they put him, I know he will perform. He performed as a minister in Abuja. Everybody is still missing him till today, even though they were crying that time. I remember I went to Abuja one day. Some people were doing prayer one place because they wanted to demolish. They said the place they were calling on the Holy Spirit fire to come and kill El-Rufai. He demolished the place. Today, Holy Spirit never killed El-Rufai. So he performed in Abuja. The one that came after him started erecting speed breakers in places that we have street light. What are you talking? Okada came back. All street corner people that were selling on the right. So all those ones were not dead. Only El-Rufai. He came to Kaduna. Look, Kaduna will never remain the same again. So if they put him anywhere, there is antecedent. Things we can look back and say, no, we can vouch for this one. So if El-Rufai is the one that is going to be a champion, I have no doubt. I will be glad to find. There are a few names that I will be very happy to find them to see them in the list of the ministerial nominees anytime they come.
All right. People can interact with Bishop, by the way. So if other voices want to chime in, they can chime in. But Bishop, this headline, it was one of the stories that I was looking at. I did not think to bring it, but then it keeps catching my eye. So let me bring it to you. And then let's see what
I thought we were going to ask something on the Chief Justice own.
Oh yes, yes. Okay, let's go there first. Then maybe I'll bring somebody else. Space.
Thank you.
So, but I didn't think you would want to speak on the Chief Justice, but
I
let's
will.
go there.
I will.
So him having to come out to defend his name, I'm saying this is already undue pressure on the judiciary because, of course, if the petition fights against these people, then they would just revert back to this story that they were using to bully him. Do you think he should have spoken at all, Ariwola?
It is a shame, but the reason why you will see that it was a good thing for him to have spoken, it's a shame that he has to come and do this in the first instance. It's a shame. And it's a shame because if you listen to Chidi Odekalu today, you will weep. You will really cry for Nigeria. Because a supposed educated fellow like Chidi Odekalu, if you hear the rubbish he was spewing, he completely denigrated the Nigerian judiciary. It's okay when miscreants, some layabouts are saying these things, but when educated folks like him come out, and he was referencing the book that was this weather man's what something that he wrote in 1980, and when I listened to it earlier in the day on the Shewan Kebaloye's program, and I was really paid. Not that I expected much from Chidi Odekalu, but there are certain institutions that should be sacred and be held with such. You know, when your father is naked in the market square, you do everything to try and clad him. You don't unclad him. You don't expose him to ridicule. They are not perfect. They used to reference Chukwudi Ogwara. I said, look, they are infallible, not because they are how do they put it? It don't enter my head. It's not because they cannot make mistakes. No, but they are human. So there are mistakes, but they are when it happens once in a while, but not for you to now come. And when he will make a fool of himself because of his partisanship, he was referencing what's the governor of Imo State, the Supreme Court ruling on Uzodinma. And I've engaged people severally on that. What are the facts for a person that claimed to be a professor to have openly talked like that? So if these people had not come out, despite the fact that they come out to say, look, there was no telephone conversation whatsoever, because they first said that the man wanted to go and meet Tinubu in London, and that he disguised on wheelchair. They came up with he wanted to go and meet him in Lagos. Now they have turned to he's talking to him on phone to influence. When are we going to put a stop to this? And people like Chidi Odekalu is promoting such lies. So they are helpless. They are exerting undue unnecessary pressure on the member of the judiciary.
That's the reason why the man is right to come out and debunk. Do you know how obedient operates? They launch propaganda, and if they see that nobody come and tackle it, they will keep on launching it.
I understand.
And they will make it real. You understand me? Me, I support the idea of the man coming out. That's the only way we can get rid of all these lies and propaganda online. Quickly debunk it. Come out and defend yourself. There's nothing wrong in that.
I agree with you, unfortunately so. And that's what I said, that it shouldn't have gotten to this level. But when people like Chidi Odekalu is helping, is spreading, and the narrative, then what do we do? I mean, these are perilous times, really. We have gone back. Because your candidate did not win election today does not mean Nigeria should end. I mean, we were here, we remember the election of Bush and what's this guy's name? The deputy that around that time, that the Florida at the end of the day, I've go. Thank you. We knew how because everybody wanted and it was so obvious. But at the end of the day, in the best interest of the country, let's just move forward. Now, but some people are ready to burn down the country, and it's a shame that people are actually wishing Nigeria evil just to justify the fact, Shebi, we told you so. And that's their mentality. I've spoken to a few persons like that, and I begin to wonder: is Nigeria not bigger than all of us? Why are you like this? Why? So, like I said, I agree with you. Unfortunately so, not because it is a good thing, but because we have been pushed so much down to this level that we now have to make this is now a new normal. You accuse the judiciary, you accuse the Chief Justice of the Federation every time.
Ordinary this week, do you know how many times Dele Alake has already come out, even in write-up and in speech, to debunk a lot of lies?
When people post, sorry for doing that. Can you land your thoughts?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm
Okay,
just
okay,
yeah.
okay. See, the truth of the matter is that when we begin to use the law now, people that deliberately post fake news, deliberately, we know them. There are handles like that. They promote it and they stand and at the end of the day, when they don't, they just move on as if nothing has happened. Now, when the law begins to take its course and they bring them to come and defend or debunk and put them on trial, they will say, oh, they are clamping down on opposition. Oh, they are dictatorial. Oh, they are. But look, at some point in time, the law must take its course. It's a sad
But
development.
another thing you need to know that the social media is not Asiwaju is not. They're not.
Yeah, I know. No, see, I'm not saying. I'm
And
not saying
that's the
don't.
reason why
I'm not.
anybody they launch and propaganda need to come out and debunk it
I'm not
and
saying.
defend themselves.
I'm not saying don't criticize. I'm not saying don't criticize. If you are quoting that somebody said something or somebody did something, he who alleged must assert. If you are quoting that Tinubu and Justice they phoned and this is what they discussed, come and tell us your source. It's a simple thing. Come and help us. Somebody, I read one earlier today, or was it today, that they have this man, this INEC chairman. Oh, he has bought house. He collected how many million? He bought house in this place. He bought house in that place. Oh, they are going to reveal everything. Why do you just sit down in your room and concord? So they should be able to invite them. What you wrote here, where did you get your information from? Because we need to. So, and if you cannot do it, then you must be penalized. You cannot be wrong. We are not
This is
running
the
the
job they
jungle.
will do. They will do this job until the final judgment. We need to prepare for it. They will. This is what they will be doing.
So for me, it's a shame that it has gotten to that. It's a shame that the Chief Justice, we should not even be hearing job mentioning the name of the Chief Justice because of the season of politics and everything has now just gone haywire. Everybody, every Tom, Dick, and Harry, every entity can just come and just write damaging things and they just splash it and the thing will gain momentum and people will be talking about it. Somebody was telling me what they were discussing in one of the something earlier today, one of the spaces, and you will see the caliber. So for me, it's a shame. It's painful to see, but that's where we are now.
All right, brilliant, Bishop. So Bishop, let me take you to the space that I wanted to take you to. Then,
Yes, sir.
like I said, anybody can chime in. It's not just Bishop, but anybody can chime in. And let's just free flow it. What is it? I had it lined up just now. It was really yes. Here it is. So it says Henley Index 2023, Nigerian passport becomes fifth worst in Africa. So if it's the fifth worst in Africa, then that tells you it's one of the worst in the world. A few paragraphs. Let me just read it quickly. The Nigerian passport has remained one of the least world's most powerful passports, ranking fifth worst in Africa. A new report by Henley Passport Index shows. This implies that Nigeria, which boasts as Africa's largest economy, is ranked 90th on the worldwide rating that only enables holders visa-free admission to 46 countries in the world. The global passport ranking for 2023 was created using data from International Air Transport Authority, IATA, which rates world passports based on the number of destinations their holders can visit without a visa. According to the methodology, a country's passport is scored higher if a passport. And by the way, I think the Singaporean passport has overtaken the Japanese passport as the strongest. According to the methodology, a country's passport is scored higher if a passport holder from a country or territory can travel to each destination without a visa. Nigeria and South Sudan were ranked 90th and Congo 91st, Eritrea and Sudan 92nd, Libya 95th, Somalia came last. A July 2021 report by the body ranked the Nigerian passport 101 out of 199 countries, dropping 6 places from 2020 position. Later that year, Nigerian passport integrity fell even lower, according to that report. Last May, then Interior Minister Rauf Aregbesola claimed that only a few countries can boast of the type of passport of Nigerian passport, asserting it is one of the best in the world. So when Aregbesola was saying Nigeria's passport was one of the best in the world, he wasn't talking about the power of its travel, but as a security document. That was what it meant. In January, the Nigerian passport ranked the 20th worst performing travel document in the world for the third time in a row, according to Henley. And Nigeria has had a string of poor rating since 2006. So, if you travel the world, Bishop, the last thing you want to carry on your travels is a Nigerian passport. It's just a grueling experience, isn't it?
Okay, thank you. Let me quickly, I can say something. Sometimes I agree with everything you have said. I agree with everything. But what makes it so? What are the factors considered that makes them to rate our passports? What? Is it a function of the government or the function of the carriers? The way somebody was making, somebody said something earlier today. I was making reference when you were talking about Hyundai. Hyundai, what's his name? Hyundai.
David
David
Udeyin, yeah.
Hyundai. David Hyundai. His experience in Zimbabwe. And somebody was referencing Seychelles. What happened to when our nationals were being arrested repeatedly in Seychelles for crime, for hard crime? I read the report and I was ashamed. So it is the conduct of the people, of our citizens, that have turned themselves to global criminals in every area. You go to country, Nigeria did not go there as Nigeria as an entity. Nigeria deserves to be respected, but it is the way you behave. The children of Nigeria behave in those countries. So the factors that are responsible for this rating is not because of the performance of the country. It is because of the conduct, the way the citizens conduct themselves in their country. And you show that you are not welcome. They are hostile to you. Somebody was telling me, I mean, I've read a lot on the social media before. When my friend went to Dubai last year, she had to leave urgently, suddenly, because of what she saw in the hotel she was staying. Everybody in the hotel was talking about Nigerians. Is it the girls that are running prostitution ring, or is it the cultism that they have brought to that place? That the discussion alone really. So how do you want them to treat you when you're citizens? So when we say these things, let's get the context right. Is it the failure of the Nigeria as a country or the failure of the citizens? But it's the same citizens that are shaming us that will not be talking, oh, our passport is the worst. It's not even worth toilet paper. It's not even worth this. It's not even worth that. Look, if you can't rescind your citizenship, I think people should do so. But the truth of the matter is that go ahead, please.
Sorry, Bishop, but do you not think that for the size of our country, for the importance of our citizenry, and the weight of our economy, the position we occupy in the world, both as a people, as an ethnic stock, and as an economy, you don't think our passport should be stronger than it is? And do you not think it should be more respected?
No,
We
that's what I'm
bring
saying.
value now. We bring value.
That's what I'm saying now. See, I was arguing here the other time that it is less than 10% of Nigerians. I think it was with
Bishop,
Rational
my
Mind.
brother.
Yes, please.
How are you, my brother?
Good
How
evening,
are
sir.
you doing? Long
Yeah,
time.
how is Australia this evening?
Well, we thank God we are still alive.
World Cup's kicking off tomorrow, right?
Well, I work on your female World Cup
Female
kicking
World
off
Cup, yeah.
today. It's
Okay,
already
today. Oh,
today.
today. Sorry about that.
Yes. What do you think the model of the index they measure all those things? Do we have anything so that
No,
we
it is.
maybe all
See,
these their what is their ranking is just bula balu?
it's IATA. IATA is a travel, it's like the organization that controls. And people, there are countries you can go to, and You go to country, you conduct your business, you go back. They allow you to come and go easily because you are not abusing their procedure. Immediately they see that you are abusing their procedure. They tell their carriers, the international agency, that you cannot come to that country except to get their permission. And you get, so it depends on the number of countries you can go without visa that determines the strength of your passport. So literally it means the number of places you are welcome. People that are happy to have you, that welcome you. Oh, you can come. You don't need to knock the door anytime you feel like you can just come. But if people that say, oh, tell me when you want to come, we'll scrutinize you first. We want to check your record. We want to check your history. We want to know whether you are carrying, you are a criminal, you have criminal records. We want to know whether you are carrying drugs. We want to know whether you have been arrested for drugs somewhere before. So they put a lot of restrictions on you. That is simply how it happens. And that's what I'm saying. It is not a function of what the country does, but what we as citizens do. And I was trying to remember that when we had a conversation that was close to this, I think it was with Rational Mind that day. I said, look, I won't agree that majority of Nigerians are criminals. I would say we have a very loud minority that are really misrepresenting us. So these countries have the right. When you arrest 10 people for drug in your border at your point of entry, and you discover that 8 of them are from one country, you want to restrict them from coming to your country next time. When you go and they said that there is crime of Yahoo, or what do you call it? This one scam, and you arrest 100 persons, and you discover that 60 of them are from one particular country. You want to restrict that country from coming to you. When people do all manner of things, and people don't know that they gather records. There are countries that your offense of 30, 40 years ago is still in their record. If you come there, there was one that I remember about a couple of years ago in Nigeria. That time they used to do scam, a traveler's check scam, that in Nigeria, and the guy came to America more than 15 or 20 years later, and his fingerprint that they extracted from the check, a lot of people's hands have passed, but there are some that they were able to extract. Immediately they put his hand between his ring bed, they called him out. Yeah, they were able to trace it, a crime of more than 10 or 15 years. And they took him in. He had forgotten about it when they were doing those travelers check scam that time. If you remember, in the early days of 419, I don't know how many people here remember. So it's not a function of the state; it's a function of ourselves. What are we doing to ourselves? We are destroying our image because we want to make some quick bucks. We want to get rich quickly. We go into drugs. Now Nigeria are now being labeled as drug something all over the world because some countries, they are immediately a flight is coming from Nigeria, they change their system. They go on red alert. Want to today. Immediately you want to use your something, you identify yourself as a Nigerian.
You know that's very true. If a Nigerian flight is landing at Heathrow, they double
the check. It is not because of Nigeria. It is because of us.
And they scrutinize more.
Exactly.
You know, often instances, whenever I'm traveling, I always go through the nothing to declare section when you're going through customs because I don't usually bring anything that I need to declare. But it's only ever when I'm coming from Nigeria that I'm ever stopped. I just walk through. If let's say I'm coming from America, France, wherever, Spain, anywhere, Dubai or India, I just walk through. But if I'm coming from Nigeria and I'm walking through nothing to declare, somebody say, excuse me, sir. You hear, excuse me, sir, you know?
Do you know the saddest part now? In fact, if there's anything that is worse than the saddest, do you know it? It's exactly what happened to Hundein today. Now that as a foreigner, as a Nigerian, born Nigerian, if you are carrying some other country's passports, but they still know that you are a Nigerian, they still put an eye on you. It's not because of that part of that country, of that passport, but because they are our criminal today. So we are really destroying ourselves. You want to employ things here in America or go to some school, they double their, to scrutinize you and scrutinize your background. They do for others easily, but when it comes to you, they double it. We've seen these things, and we say that we are being stereotyped, that we are being what's the right word for this thing? We are being profiled. We say we are being profiled, but we caused it because our compatriots have destroyed our image. So this issue of passport rating, unfortunately, you are correct. It is true. But it is not the problem of the government. It is our own problem. We caused it. We brought it upon ourselves by the way we have conducted ourselves over the years everywhere. Go and see. I saw a documentary some couple of months ago on the prostitution ring in was it Spain or Italy? Nigerians that were living beside on the bush side, you know, with rubber. They have created some things for themselves where people go and patronize them. Prostitutions on the place now like bush. So if you see the place so dirty, like say you did for Makoko Abia Jegunle Abiwetin they call am, and that is where they put mattress on the ground and people will go there and just pay them how many, and the guy did the documentary and he took recording and the guests and they will be running helter skelter. Is that how you portray a good image? Do you think those people will want you to be coming to their country? They will put every restriction in place. Look at what Dubai did to us. Because the way we're conducting ourselves, look at cultism everywhere on the street. Black ass.
The fact is, Bishop, is not because that we're doing Nigeria, no be only us do pass. Let's get this straight.
Why don't we just concentrate on our own?
No, we are acting. We are acting like.
Hold on. Let him come in. Yeah, come. Yeah.
We're acting like Nigerians. Now then they do pass for every other country. No be Nigerians can pass. No be Nigeria they do gara pass. Other country does whatever Nigeria does. Is it India? Is it Romania? Is it even Russia? All these countries can pass Nigeria. So I don't even know why I'm using broken. What I'm saying, in effect, is that the problem is we are not actually fixing our country. That all those countries that I'm calling now, whatever they are doing from their country. So when they do it, they basically cover their sins in that country. But the problem with ours is that we do it in other people's country. We don't have a home that is conducive enough for us to live in to actually portray that crime and get penalized in our own country. So now when we go to other countries and do it, it becomes a big problem. So it's not like now us we are too corrupt or we are too this or we are too that. Other countries does it. Even in America here, some yeah.
Go ahead. I thought you done.
Even in America here, now even Indians can't pass any other countries in this America, but they don't even you won't even hear it as much. Do you get?
Okay.
You won't hear it as much.
Okay. Let me just say two things. Number one, I'm interested in Nigeria. Nigeria is my problem. I don't care whether other people, the way they do it or the way they handle it. I think it is not fair. If we say we are not, that people are not perpetrating crime in Nigeria, I don't agree with you. I mean, there are plenty of evidence to that effect. If you say maybe those countries are protecting their own, in our own country, we expose crimes, and that is the right thing to do. We don't encourage crime. Was it how many days ago that they sentenced this guy, something Berry? Is it Woodbury or what is his name?
Has he been sentenced?
I think it was sentenced.
Hush Puppy brother.
Yeah, Woodbury. Now, if you go and
is it blueberry? I thought blueberry was a fruit.
Something berries. I don't know.
Something berry, blackberry or something.
Something. I know say berry day name. I don't want to. So what I want to say is this: if you go and check the trajectory of how he committed the crime, it was in North Carolina here. You know that he ordered certain things. He used other people, and they were able to trace him. They allow him to do it. They packaged it. When they made those things, they put trackers in the thing. They were able to trace to. They were following the goods. And as he was going to open it, they put camera in it that they were able to capture their, So they don't run, they don't pursue you in a hurry. They lay down for you. Now, if you are neighbors and your children, and you have children of neighbor, and that they are wayward, and your children is copying the neighbors to be wayward, you will screw the ear of your own son, your own children, or what? You don't care what is happening in the other neighbor. You will want to protect your own children. from being exposed to the kind of influence that they are getting. It is good to copy good. Every parents want their children to copy good things from other people, to have mentors, to have role models. But immediately your son is copying the wrong, you must make noise about it. So
Bishop, land that point. I want to welcome Baba to the conversation,
So-
who is
so for
joining
me-
us for the second time. Yeah.
So for me, I believe that the passport issue is more by the conduct of Nigerians. I'm not going to sugarcoat it or justify it. It's a shame. It's unfortunate. It pains me. It's really painful, but it is what it is. And like the gentleman that interjected now just said, I don't agree with you that because
Hold on. Is that the first time that's the Des?
okay, is it this?
Des, are you a gentleman?
I'm a gentleman now.
When did that rumor start? Who started that rumor?
Yes,
that,
do you live in Atlanta?
It's just heard it now.
Or in Chicago? Yes, not Atlanta, you live or Chicago?
DC actually.
Yes, you know.
DC.
Hold on, Des. You know that you and Bishop, you're in the same line of business, by the way. You're in the same line of business.
I know. Do you have your own company, or you just?
No, I have my own company, but maybe we can talk about it. Maybe woman can share my what you call it.
I can hook you both up offline if you want to.
So, but what I said was that you said something about that majority of us are the people that are going out of Nigeria are in the very minority. We are not even up to 3% of the number of Nigerians that are outside Nigeria. We are in the extreme minority. The number of Nigerians that are outside compared to the number inside, we are very in the minority. Unfortunately, and that was what I was referencing, that it is this small population that is, not all of them, all of the ones that are outside that are criminal. It's still a very small percentage of those ones, but they are doing it so loudly. They are too loud. The word for that, loud.
Bishop,
Yes.
please, can you please say something, please?
Go ahead,
My
please.
brother, this Melbourne,
Yes.
some months ago, help me if it's on English, and they call us see burial grant, who they love Giri and one your meta.
Can you imagine?
Immediately, I suspect our black people. Because you can imagine different burial ground, different day consecutively, like today, tomorrow, and the next tomorrow.
Can you imagine?
Because I know I can trace it to our people. I can't deceive myself. I can trace it to our people. So I just strip in that, my brother. Continue.
So I mean, I want the new man to come in. So the truth of the matter is that yes, it's a shame, but it's the truth. And if you are to be in one of those countries, so you will restrict Nigerians, especially if you can read what they are doing in other countries. Say, don't bring your madness here. Don't come. It's just to restrict the flow of people to their country, and they have the right to do so. You have the right to open your door to whoever you want. Yes, sir.
There was a place in South Africa. They call it Piquere.
Mm-hmm.
If you went there, you will be ashamed of
Pretoria.
No,
it's not Pretoria.
No.
It's not Pretoria.
No, there's another place, Piquere. It's somewhere in Frinaki. You understand me? If you went to that place, you will be ashamed that you are Nigerian. Nobody can accept all this. Even Nigeria cannot accept what we are doing.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. I mean, I was talking to a Kenyan. I was talking to a Kenyan here some few months ago.
Travel from all the way from Nigeria, went to Dubai Mall and rob. Who does that? All the way from Nigeria.
Sorry, Kumi. You know they don't have that history in Dubai. They don't have a history of violence. So
they never.
Almost like the first time that's ever happened in that country.
Yes.
And they have to be
young guys just travel away from Nigeria to go and rob a mall in Dubai. Who does that?
Well, you know that
I even heard they tried to rob the gold souk. You know the gold souk in Dubai. They try to smash through the windows. As usual, it's those boys from Edo. As always.
I don't know where they are from.
So
They are
no, they
from
are from
Southeast,
there. They are
Southeast,
from there.
Southeast. They are from
So,
Southeast.
the function of our passport is not the responsibility of the government. It's the way we have conducted ourselves everywhere we go to. That's my own take on that.
All right. Let's bring Baba into the conversation. So Baba, good to have you. Good to see you again. You've been listening in the background. So come into the conversation at whichever point interests you the most. Good to see you again. So this is Baba. He joins us. Let's hear from you.
Yeah, good evening, all. Can you hear me? One man.
Perfectly. Carry on.
Great. This issue, I think I agree with Bishop. This crime thing, I think, and as it relates to our passport, I think it's an individual thing. It's not a country thing. It has nothing to do with Nigerian. It's about you, the Nigerian, carrying the passport. It's not about the government of Nigeria, or it's not a reflection of who we are in that country. You understand? If we are 200 million people, 1 out of 5 Africans are Nigerians, and I think 1 out of every 7 black man in the world is a Nigerian. You will expect on a pro rata basis or ratio, we will be more. You understand? And we don't stay in our countries. We kind of lead a roving existence. We are everywhere. And I think statistics have it that if there is only one man, a black man, you find anywhere in the world, chances are that person, that black man will be a Nigerian. So, but there are sometimes exaggeration to it, because I read somewhere too this morning, I can't remember the newspaper or the online newspaper, which says we are the 90th passport. Passport is the 90th, 90 in the world. You understand? And when I even read that, I was like, 90. That if there are 180 registered countries with the United Nations, okay, we are half the way. Like my sister-in-law will say when she mess up her exam, say, "Oh, it's not only me that failed." You understand that? Okay, if we are number 90, there are other 90 countries that we are far above. I just use that to calm myself down. But coming to see this now, that 5th worst passport in the world, and People Gazette, I don't know. Anything People Gazette, I take with a pinch of salt. You understand? I know definitely our reputation.
They have a very poor reputation, don't they? I mean, People's Gazette. I don't know why I would bring news from there, but you take
No,
it with a bit of salt.
it's good for discussion, what I call intellectual masturbation. It's good. We judge on it, and we talk about it. But I think, yes, like you go to Italy, you go to Netherlands, it's there. You understand? And again, the only thing I see, like Des talked about, Nigerians, I think we know how to laugh at ourselves, at our foibles. We make joke of everything. You understand? I'll tell you for free that averagely every day, here I am in US, I receive scam calls, minimum about 13, 15 every day. Every day. And most of them are from
India.
certain people in the world. Some of them are women. They try to disguise their voice, and I think they've started coming to know my voice because I become aggressive, because I'm expecting calls from some quarters for official things, and these numbers coming, I can't even dodge them.
Sorry, Baba. Is it because we get similar, I suspect, type of calls in this country as well? You get some call telling you an Indian sounding voice telling you that his name is John and he wants to discuss the accident that you've had, but you've never had an accident. Is it those calls?
Yes,
Just
I want
call
to
It,
join
those
am.
those those.
it sounds like Mandip, and they will tell you his name is George.
Mhm. And some of them are Indian girls trying to disguise their voice like Americans. You understand? But they can't. You just discuss. So I kind of scream at them at times, and some even some men who sound like Caribbeans. You understand? A lot every day. You understand? But you don't hear much about their activities.
Sorry, Baba, to hold in that space, but you are missing out on a lot of fun by screaming at them. Once you already know is that kind of call, you can just play along a little bit and have a bit of fun. I like to have a bit of fun with them before I dismiss them. You know, it's
No,
always good for
no,
jokes.
no. I made a mistake once, and that's why I always shout at them. I lost my WhatsApp account. You can't believe it. Immediately, because I'm with Verizon, I called Verizon. I collected my number back. Within 30 minutes, I sent a disclaimer to all my contacts in my WhatsApp that in case anybody calls them, that call is not from me. If not, I would just like I have a sense of presence. As soon as that call ended that day, something just told me, check your WhatsApp. My WhatsApp's gone. Everything. I lost everything, including photographs, everything, documents. I couldn't believe it. So since then, I became very hostile to them. I don't even want to listen. I screamed at them. And even now, I think they've come to recognize my voice. As soon as I say hello, they cut off the line. They cut off the line. It's terrible. But what I'm trying to say is that we propagate ourselves and maybe our numbers outside. Yes, like Bishop said, we are very, very few, but outside, but I don't know. I don't know the numbers. We don't even have the statistics. Even if you ask me controversially, I would tell you, I don't even think we're up to 200 million, judging by what happened in the polls of 25th of February. I doubt even that census, because a couple of years back, I was going to Niamey, that is Niger's capital, and no direct flight then. I took an aircraft, I think, to Kano or Kaduna. And from there, I chartered a car. We went through, I think, Katsina, Sokoto, Zamfara, and on to Yame. And as we are going, I didn't see any major town. I only see signboard Shagari village. And I asked the driver, where is the Shagari village? Always telling me inside. I don't see anybody. And this election of 25th, actually, where they say we have 97 million registered voters, and we ended up with just under 30 million that voted. Even let's double that number to 60 million. Then what about where did we get the remaining 140 million people? Because
Baba, let me hold you to that space for a moment, because you said something just there now. That 97 million registered voters, and then how many did we get? Around about 20 million that voted.
About 26 or so voted.
Do you find the registered voter number, do you find it questionable?
Oh, sure. I'm questioning
Yes.
it. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm interrogating that
Yes.
number.
Overly inflated.
And by implication, even our national population. I've always said it many, many years back. That number is contestable. It's contestable. That number is contestable.
You know the next census is going to be carried out within either sometime this year or by early mid next year. So it's going to be Tinubu carrying it out. So are we expecting then a vast reduction in the population count to give us then a nearer accurate reflection of water. Because I'm with you, I don't see us. You know, during the Awolowo sometime era, we were around about 60, 80 million. And then we just went on. I don't know quite. They just seem to pluck figures out of the skies.
And you know the funny thing, when you listen, I was listening to Akpabio a couple of days back. He was muting, I think 240 million. Every Nigerian you meet will give you a different figure. Some will say 220 million, 210 million. And I said, when are we going to get it right? Even with the census coming, it depends on the instrument that will be used. You understand? Some part of our country, they are very, very good in this kind of things. They know it benefits them to have a very large population, or a claim to a large population because of the benefit they derive from it and things like that. So it's a little bit
Baba,
difficult.
a
Yeah.
question for you, my brother. Do you think maybe they are even counting all of us that as Japa out of that country? They are still counting us as Nigeria in Nigeria.
How do they know? Let's ask Dabiri. That if I don't even think Abike knows how many people are outside the country. We don't know. We don't know.
Do you think she did a good job in that portfolio, Abike Dabiri?
Yes, I think she did.
I think she did as well. You
I
know, I
think
think
she
she
did
did.
better than Onyema. She's even more active than the foreign minister Onyema. Onyema was one of the, I don't want to use the word disaster, but he was an absent minister. And
But
that
did they not lead the rescue when they were rescuing us from, was it Chad or something? Did Oyema not lead that rescue?
it was Abike that led that operation. It was Abike that led in using his name, you understand, not to cause conflict. Abike led that operation. It was Abike that led everything. She was almost like a bona fide foreign minister. And I look forward to Tinubu's ministerial list. And I just want to see those who he will appoint to finance, foreign ministry, works and housing, and power, and what other defense. Those are the things I really want to see. I want to see square pegs in square holes,
So
round pegs in round holes.
are those your ring fenced portfolios? Because I remember in the previous conversation with Bishop, I was asking him then which are the 5 to 7 ring fence portfolios that is so important that you should get the right person to sit in that seat. And I was saying that whoever is in charge of petroleum, the petroleum minister, that has to be somebody fit for purpose, finance, power, works and housing, and then agriculture, and then the rest you can do job for the boys. Do you have like a ring fence list of
No.
portfolios that should really go to subject matter experts?
No, I ascribe to your list, except adding the foreign ministry and defense. Yeah, I ascribe to your list, but then I will add foreign and also defense. Once we have it right, we have good people in charge, then we are ready to go. Because like you said a few weeks back, we are just 3 election cycle away from being a great nation. If Tinubu can get us good foundation for the first 4 years, and God willing, he did another 4 years, making 8 years to advance our pluses, then whoever took over from him only need to consolidate in his first time on what Tinubu has built, and then we are there. But will that happen? Because we have a way of sabotaging ourselves or shooting ourselves on the foot as a nation, as a people.
All right, Baba, speak to us a little bit about the headline on the screen. APC looks towards Abdullahi Ganduje as national chairman. So you were talking about round pegs in round holes. Would you say that is a round peg? Is that idea a round peg in a round hole? Ganduje, chairman of APC.
Well, these people hovering around Tinubu, you understand, I know they played a role in the electioneering, but I think it is critical for them to try and take back seats at this critical moment in our nation. You understand? The optics is not good seeing Ibori and Igbenidon, Ganduje around him or at the in Aso Rock all the time. You understand? It reminds people. It feeds the frenzy of people, the obedient circle. You understand? It takes us back into our dark days, our dark eras, and things like that. It should find a way of keeping them a little bit quiet. It should be in the background. I don't think he will be on the ministers list because if Kwankwaso is being persuaded to come on board as a minister, you understand, I can't see him walking or drinking from the same pot as Ganduje, knowing what they are going through at the moment. So I don't even believe that Ganduje is in the running for a ministerial post. But to bring him in as a national chairman of APC.
Go on, land that point. Then I'll ask you a question. Sorry,
yes,
carry on.
as chairman of APC, that's a joke taken too far. You understand? If we talk about quota, I don't even think where Kano, where it comes from, is entitled to that position. That position should be more like use it, maybe a Southeasterner. You understand? I'm all for it if they can find suitable.
You mean for the chairman of the APC?
Or the chairman of the APC.
Is that to assuage that sense of that they are being marginalized? Because it's quite a big position. So if they put a Southeasterner there, it will go a long way to placating that sense of exclusion.
That's exactly what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If they can find a person, a suitable person that fits in that place, you understand, that you just throw it at them and let's see how that will work.
But how is that even possible? Having a president that is from the south and having a chairman, the same party from the south, I don't even see APC doing that at all. I don't see it.
Tinubu has done it, you understand, by shortchanging. Look at the National Assembly, how it's wired at the moment. You understand, he neglected the North Central. You understand, and claim that with the claim that people like what's it now? Secretary to the government is given to them, but we're now talking. That's not the issue because we are talking about the National Assembly. You understand? A certain area cannot have a deputy senate president and have the chairman of the House of Representatives. It's not. I think this is the first time in this political cycle that we're having that kind of position.
All right, brilliant. Stay there, Baba. I want to actually let me bring you one more headline. There's still quite a few headlines I want you to speak on, but let me bring you one more headline. Then I want to bring Mike's voice in the conversation so we're not holding him for too long, and then we can all continue to talk. Yeah. So let me take you to this space. And by the way, I'm going to ask you about this headline, and then I'm going to ask you about the particular character, the main character. So Umayamu seeks a Bubu Agu ESN collaboration. So now this was what made Solomon come running into the studio because when I was reading this, the criticism I was having is that the ESN it's a militia arm of a proscribed organization which the Nigerian state has designated as a terror organization, which of course is the IPOB. Now, Emmanuel Nwayanwu, he is the chairman of the Ohaneze Indigbo organization. So how can somebody of that seniority straddling one of the most prestigious organizations in the country be recommending then an alliance within a proper structured organization like Ebubeagu that was formed by the Southeastern governors and ESN, a terror group? Or am I being a bit excessive in that?
No, you are not one man. Eastern ESN is a byproduct of IPOB. It's an IPOB wing established. ESN was established by Nnamdi Kanu. You understand? And this is an organization that has been proscribed. And you are talking about them, that you want to marry them with Ebubeagu, which, of course, was a creation of the 5 Southeast governors. And to do what? To do what exactly? You understand? It's like Iwanya, since he took up the presidency of the Ohaneze, as I'm very sorry to say, he has not been, for want of polite word, he is not like fit for purpose. You understand? Because it's like he shoots himself on the foot most of the time, or he has his foot in his mouth most of the time. If you observe very well, since he took up the presidency, he's been talking too much. And it's like he's clueless. In the same vein, he wants his people to come back home. They want to establish industry. He's going to talk to his people. They will create industrial hub back in the east. They are oppressing them in Lagos, the Alaba market he visited, and a whole lot of things he wants to do all at once. And at the end of the day, nothing is happening. Now they want to see the president, and most of them, what we don't know, and I have it on good authority, most of them don't want to see the president because they are arguing that it will be an acknowledgement of Tinubu's presidency, because they will rather wait until the Supreme Court finalizes the court case at the tribunal before they can now go to Aso Rock to visit Tinubu. But that is bad politics. That is bad politics. They are still divided amongst themselves till as of today. So they've not even gotten a date yet. They don't want to go. And
you know what's put me off this? Because I did say I wanted your thoughts on the character as well. You know what put me off this Nwayanwu guy was during the cut and thrust of that political space, when he referenced the Southwesterners as political rascals or something like that. I thought that language was off for somebody.
One man, no. I was listening. It didn't say outrightly the Yorubas are rascal. You see, I can't remember how you put it, but I listened. You understand? We all spin it that time. It was convenient to spin it and scream. It was just like the other day when Pansat said Yorubas are what? What did he use? What was the word? The word came out as Yorubas are animals. And it came out as if he said Yorubas are animals. Even Rational Mind screamed that day. We all screamed. We descended on him. He said, no, I didn't say that. I said Yorubas are animals. You understand? I think it's in that light that thing came out. Because OBJ was sitting down, he would not say that. He did not outright. I would say it did not outrightly say Yorubas are rascal.
Let me take you to this headline, Baba. FAAC to share 1.95 nearly 2 trillion naira revenue in July, probably the highest ever. So now, this is of course the federal allocation, whatever, federal account allocation committee. And what this organization does is that uh, they meet every month, and whatever the Nigerian state earns the previous month, then they then share it through an established formulas through the three tiers of government. So now, this nearly 2 trillion naira that they're sharing now was the monies earned in June, because they're sharing it in July. So that falls squarely within the Tinubu administration's purview. And a lot of this wrap around all of this policy realignment that Tinubu has done. So is this the rescue that is before our eyes now? The monies is streaming in.
That's what we are saying, that the monies will come in, because this subsidy thing has been an albatross on the neck of all the governments, right from the time of Obasanjo. You understand? Now the money is free. Now we can now get it to use properly. But then I think with this big money coming in, we should reshape the sharing mode we have. Do you understand?
Yes, I've got it here actually. So, but carry on. I've got the sharing formula here.
Yeah, because
the federal government gets. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, how many percent
Do you want me to
now?
Yeah, let me give you the formula. Yes, how the FAAC is shared. So the federal government gets 52.68%. All the 36 states, they get 26.72%. Now the 774 local governments, they get 20.60%. I think that I think under the First Republic and Second Republic, it was the other way around. The sovereign regions got 60% thereabout, and the federal and the central space got 40. I think it was during one of those coup eras that they skewed it this way. But what are you making of all of that?
Yeah, what about what about the 13% actually for the oil producing areas? Do they take that from the principal sum before they start the sharing mode? Because 13% actually of that money goes to oil producing area. And as I understand, there's another 3%, I think, for the ecological space in those states that have ecological problem, where they have oil spillage and things like that. So totally that's about 16%. I don't know whether they've changed that entirely. So if this is the case, then of course the VAT revenue also have to be tackled, because I don't see any reason why Lagos State that produces about 40% of the VAT money accruing from the VAT is only being given, I think, is it 17 or 19%, while a state like Kano will be taking more than Lagos. They have to change that formula too. And that is why that case in court, I don't know why they've not judged that case when Wike took them to court.
Yeah, the Wike case. Did it not drop it? Has it dropped it? Has it dropped that?
No, it didn't drop it. Lagos State joined. I think 2 other states joined. I think either Edo or so joined that suit and Biles. I'm not too sure now, but I know Lagos joined Wike. And the High Court, I think, is dilly-dallying about it. That has to be addressed, because you cannot collect up most of the money from states where they do prostitution, they do gambling, they do beer drinking, binging, and then you say you are practicing Sharia, you don't want haram in your area, but the money that accrue from haram from other states, you want to take the larger share. It's not going to, it shouldn't be happening anymore. It should not be happening anymore. And that is at the heart, this sharing formula is at the heart of this census thing. This census thing, because nobody will tell me Lagos, I think officially is still under 22 million or so, or 23 million official.
I think that's an undercounting. You cannot move in Lagos without bumping shoulder. If Lagos is under 35 million, I will eat my heart. Lagos is
I'm thinking even of 30, 32 in my head. That's because that is a compressed. That's why Lagos State cannot plan. It's a miracle they're even achieving anything, because thousands, tens of thousands of people come to Lagos every day. Every day. It's unbelievable.
Do you think you can still live there, Baba? I don't think I can live in Lagos. I can live in Ibadan and then come to Lagos, but I don't think I can live in Lagos anymore. Can you still live there?
I don't think so.
One man, you are a Lagosian now. Why can't you live in Lagos?
No. You know, the last time I went to Lagos, it was just I was like a fish out of water. I didn't even, I was just so self-conscious that I didn't want to open my mouth too much, and I was sweating. They could just spot you that yes, Aaron Ogun Lele, Aaron Ogun.
Actually, the population is reducing, sir.
You think
it's so? It's not.
Yeah.
It's not.
Those sectors that attract so many, where people can easily come here and start, like I'll cut down those things. Since they banned it, most of those people they've left, man. There's nothing to do. So people are living.
Mike, don't forget there are more street traders coming in every day from
from policy governments have been making. Even you can't just start trading anywhere on the street like before. So trust me, they know, the government know what they are doing. They started to put things in place where you can't just survive just like you do before. Like where you can just do anything, just get on one corner and start selling something on it. So since the government have been putting those things in place, those rules in place, people can't do anything. So they just been going elsewhere. It will get to a point where people, millions will move out because they just won't be able to, do whatever they like anymore.
I agree with your what they call it. But have you seen a picture of Makoko recently? That place over water. Have you seen how that place have exploded? I know if government wants to clean up Makoko today and ask people to leave, human rights, whatever, they will start shouting, "Oh, let the poor breathe." But the nuisance that Makoko constitutes, Oh, if anybody that remember when they demolished Morocco back in the days, I used to live around there. If you remember when they demolished Morocco, this kind of fields, the kind of the crime that goes on there. So if people still have places like Makoko that they can go and hibernate and hide, it's an incentive for everybody to come. Lagos is like I don't want to call it the abroad of Nigeria. Every family, more than 90% of the families in Nigeria. Okay, let me be modest. More than 50% of the families in Nigeria have a representative in Lagos. At least one representative. Whether you are from the north, south, east, or everybody gets representative for Lagos. Lagos now the abroad of Nigeria. So, and the number keep increasing, especially considering the fact that some things are working in Lagos that are not working in other places. So it's an incentive for people to come.
Yeah, that's true. But the Makoko thing is a tourist attraction. If the Lagos State can build on it, and
there's no way they can build on it without evicting those people.
It's going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult because they've been there for years. They have primary school.
Sorry, Baba. Why did you say it's a tourist attraction? Because people see it as a filthy place. They come and visit and ridicule us.
No. What's the get the people out of the place? They can rebuild it. It's a good place. It's prospect.
And it's a unique thing. I think they have.
Is that the reason why you call it a tourist attraction? I beg, come on.
No.
Hold on. You know when of this? If you follow YouTube, whenever any of these Americans go to Nigeria, especially the YouTubers, that's the one place they always go to, Makoko.
Exactly.
Yes, it's all over the social media.
But you can't consider that one as tourist attraction. Is that a tourist?
They are tourists.
They won't even laugh.
It's not tourist now. Why are you talking like this, Baba?
Which tourist will go to that kind of place?
He's a tourist.
They want to see the picture.
We just don't want to accept it. He's a tourist. We need to modernize it.
It is still part of what we are talking about.
Yeah, but
One man.
if you modernize it, it will lose its magic now. Then it will just become another middle class place, you know.
Exactly. And people, they will stop going there. They will stop going there. So how can you say you want to develop a filthy place? Once you develop it, what is attracting them? You lose it, and that's all. They are not going there for goodness sake. They are going there to just ridicule us as a country.
That's what it is.
No,
They just want,
but
you know, when they want to show Africa, they like to show the worst places. Even when
Exactly.
CNN were doing what they do that, travel Africa, trying to cover African stories. When they went to Lagos, Lagos, Nigeria, they chose Makuku. They just want to embarrass you, man. When you move people, they do that stuff.
It's part
But
of what
to be
they do to
honest,
demarket
African
Africa.
YouTubers, they are trying now. They are trying. A lot of African YouTubers, they are presenting a nice place
Yeah,
in
there's a
Africa.
guy called
Tayo.
Wadamaya, and Tayo, I know, but
That Ghanaian boy.
that Ghanaian,
That Ghanaian short guy.
that little guy from Ghana.
And
He was
the other lady from Kenya too. The other
yes,
lady from Kenya
yes.
too.
He's the wife now.
Eh?
Yes, now he's the wife of that Wademaya now. The wife.
How come you know about these things? I thought you were a
Kenya.
senior. I thought you were a senior doctor. How come you know about all these salacious? You should not be reading the Hippocratic Oath or something. Is that not what you should be reading?
So because he's a medical doctor, he would not be knowledgeable or expand the horizon of his knowledge.
Not to this salacious sort of low rent something for us lower beings, you know. But then it is.
But if we look at but if we look at Morocco, for instance, how Morocco is just like what Makoko is today. That was, I think it was Governor Rasaki, the military man. That actually is Marwa or Rasaki.
I think it's Marwa that destroyed Morocco.
Morocco. Okay, I thought it was Rasaki. And look at what that place has turned into today. It wasn't easy then, of course, but they kind of settled everybody who left Morocco. I think they pushed them to Jakonde estate around Badore area. You understand, after Aja. That's where they went to house them. It was a difficult thing then. The road was like, it was not a motorable place and everything. But how many years now? Is it 40 years? See what's happening now. Nobody will believe anymore that, nobody even remember Morocco anymore. Nobody remember Morocco.
All right, brilliant. Baba, speak to us a little bit about this headline on the screen, and then we'll see if Thomas is ready for the military takeover. But no phone calls, no phone calls between me and Tinubu DSS boss. There will be no bias at tribunal. Chief of Justice Ariwola. So I was particularly off-put that the Chief Justice of the country had to break cover, not only to come and defend his own integrity, but the integrity of the judiciary, and then to reassure that there will be no bias. That is to tell you then that there's pressure being put on him. So if he's reassuring that there will be no bias, then is that not going to influence somewhat how judgments are made in order to reflect that? So this doesn't ring like somebody that has a free hand. So what are you making of this headline, Baba?
You see, I don't know why they are even responding. You understand? Knowing where this thing is coming from. Few months back, they said, they saw him boarding an aircraft. They saw him with Tinubu. He was on wheelchair, or blah, blah, blah. The story was debunked and it all died down. And of late, they've been coming with everything. We know where the direction that this is coming from. You understand? They are playing reverse psychology. They know they've lost. They know they've lost. They can never win. We all saw their case. So what they are trying to do is to preempt everything and trying to kind of harass these institutions. You understand? And they will still fail because they don't understand what the judiciary is. They made reference the other time, I think who made reference to the case of Hope Uzodinma, how number 4 came, okay, number 1, I think it was Bishop, when he was referring to Dikalu interview with Okinbaloye on Channels Television. You get my point, but I listened to a lawyer, a prominent lawyer, explain what happened. And even that verdict of Hope Uzodinma, you understand, can be even used by the judges. Don't be surprised if they quote that case. How did Uzodinma win his case? You understand? Number 1, number 2, number 3, you understand? They don't even have the papers, the polling unit sheets that will authenticate their votes. Uzodinma went to the police. You understand? Because the police are the security people in the polling units. And they, out of they quoted the number, I think, just short of 300 and something, 64 or so. But they found about 359 polling unit sheets. You understand? Signed, endorsed, certified. And that was what the court used. Whether Hope rigged, forged those things or not, nobody can dispute it because INEC came to court and authenticate those sheets coming from the security service. And that was how Hope won his case. So in point of at times we accuse these judges of corruption or everything. I know, yes, they are human beings. Any human institution is susceptible to corruption, but we should cut them some slacks. You understand? Because if I remember what General Dia, late Dia, said during the Abacha regime, you know, he was a lawyer. Dia was a lawyer too. He said, look, he knows 2 judges. I mean, sorry, he knows several judges that in any case they are handling, they will write 2 judgments. 2 judgments in each case, 1 for, 1 against. Those corrupt ones, and they want to sell it to the highest bidder. And the 2 judgments on points of law are correct. That's why we say the law is an ass. You understand? Dia said it many, many years ago, and it resonates with me. You understand? The judge, the court, the law is a different ballgame entirely. That is why if you put 10 lawyers in a room to interpret just a section of a law, look at what is happening to 25% of 37 states. I would say 37 states because in point of in electioneering, Abuja is considered to be a state.
Yes, but stay where you are right there, Baba. You know that I was going to say they've gone back to the Abuja 25%, and they are doing the and. You know when they were doing the and they said of the and Abuja, they were doing all that. But the Constitution tells us that for the purposes of election, that Abuja has the status of a state, because of course you cannot have a special requirement for Abuja.
They don't quote that. They don't quote that. And you know what Chief Wale Olanipekun said? That is that point he just kind of he nailed it with that point. He said, look, he was addressing the panel now, and he said, look, let's take for instance, we all voted and something happened, Abuja vote was nullified. Do we now say the person with the highest votes will not be declared winner because no vote the Abuja election was cancelled? Do you understand what Olanipekun was trying to say? If Abuja didn't vote at all or was not involved, or peradventure, Abuja vote was cancelled totally. You understand? Do you now say no? We have to run Abuja again, just for say they need 25% there. It can work. Abuja.
Please, can I come in?
Yeah, please come in.
Okay, there's another information about that one of the judges withdrew yesterday. And when I learned about the name of the judge is an Igbo man, Ugo, something like that. He withdraw.
Yeah, go on. Somebody sent that in to me, but yeah, carry on. Yeah.
Yeah. He withdrew from the PEPT today, and I think when I look at his name, is an Igbo man. I believe the man have already seen what is happening. That out of these 5 judges, I think I'm the only one with Obio. That is what I just see. But he's saying that he is scared of his life, that they are pressuring him to do something that he does not want to do. That is why he resigned.
Who is pressuring him?
He does not mention anybody. It's a political party that is pressuring him. I cannot.
I don't believe that story. You understand?
Femi and Baba.
I saw the story.
Yeah, no, somebody actually, they've sent it to me. You know, people, as we're talking, people continue to send me stuff. So they sent it to me, but I ignored it. But now you brought it up.
These are children of Chukwumerije. And I've forgotten the spinner during the Biafran War. He was a prominent person. He was Chukwumerije's boss during the war. No, Chukwumerije was part of the propaganda wing of Biafra during the war. But he has a superior, or a famous broadcaster. I've forgotten his name. These are their children. You understand? They are the one propagating. They learn from them. All these are just like reverse psychology. Preempt them, throw something in the ring. You understand? Model the water. Let's see what happens. Let's put some fear into them. But they don't know that it's not going to work. You understand? The Supreme Court is a court of policy. You understand? If I read the Chief Richard Akinjide article many years ago, nowhere, except for the Kenyan one that happened of late, they don't reverse presidential election. The cost to the nation, socially, psychologically, economically, you can't stand it.
Globally, even.
Globally.
And then also, there is actually no reason to, because let me bring you this headline, Baba, and then I want to read you this piece because it's what Femi brought up, the judge that just stepped down. I was saying there's no reason for any judgment to even take place, and really, it's off the back of this headline by INEC. It says, Peter Obi failed to show he scored majority votes. INEC tells court. So, for all of everything, even that alone, if you did not win, then you cannot be the winner. So that's what INEC is saying there. But let me bring you what Femi just brought up now. The story of the. It says Justice Ugo resigns, citing demand to kneecap democracy. Says siding with Tinubu would mean the death of Nigeria's democracy. In a shocking and unprecedented move, Nigerian Justice, something or the other, Ugo, has resigned from the bench, citing demands from the executive branch that he believes will destroy the country's democracy. In a statement, Justice Ugo said that siding with the government on this matter will be the death of Nigeria's democracy, and that he could not, in good conscience, remain silent. His resignation has sent shockwaves through the country and raised serious questions about the state of Nigeria's democratic institutions. According to Justice Ugo's statement, he was asked to cripple the independence of the judiciary by ruling in favor of a certain political candidate whom he did not name, but is widely believed to be Bola Tinubu. In addition to this, he was asked to suppress evidence and dismiss cases that could have an impact on the election. Justice Ugo's resignation has caused serious uproar and a setback to the activities of the Presidential Election Petition Court. So that is the Justice Ugo, no doubt from I'll just check where he's from. You won't get any prices from guessing where he's from, or if it's far
Let me.
if it's far
I
away
think
from Alhambra, I will be surprised. But
let me tell you,
yeah.
this is beautiful nonsense written
Mm.
by somebody, a fictional, just an imagination. You understand? You said yesterday yourself, or your good self yesterday or 2 days ago, that you were on the same platform with the guy of Gazette, and he told you the make-up stories.
Mm.
Look, this guy, before you get to the point of being a judge of court of appeal, you are already an eminent jurist. You understand? And if you are 4 or 5 in a panel, you have the right to dissent, to write your own judgment. You understand? It is even that judgment of dissent you wrote is even more is given more prominence in on record, because what made you dissented is more some, because these are judgments that will go into the archives for centuries to come. It will be referenced. So nobody wants to miss that opportunity. No judge will quit. He has a right to dissent. If other 4 people, 9 people even say, yes, we are okay with this, and you say no, write your own judgment. So
Actually, that's an excellent point you just made there, but I never even had that thought. It would have been more potent if he sat down. How many times? Remember when Buhari was going in court to fight in all of the elections that he lost? He would have lost 2-1 thereabouts. So there are certainly
exactly.
judges. Yeah, there are certainly judges on those panels that dissented quite sharply, and they recorded it there. So this one now, it's just a publicity stunt, isn't it, really?
It's just a publicity. More of this will be coming as we near their death knell, because we are getting close to their death knell.
Baba,
Yeah.
can I interject?
Oh, sure.
You know, you when you started discussing this thing, you have nipped it on the bud. What they are trying to do is to create chaos. You know, with the outcry from this church from the southeast now, you know, people will now be looking at the judgment from another angle. You understand? He already put a rhetoric into the public space, putting it that okay, at the end of the day, whatever judgment comes out, if it is in favor of Tinubu, they will say yes. They put pressure on them, and that was why they put the judgment in favor of Tinubu. And we have to be very careful. You know, anytime we have any political turmoil or any problem in Nigeria, it usually come from that part of the country. And very sorry, I might be sounding very controversial. But if you look at it right from immediately after our independence, look at what happened in 1992 and look at what is happening now. So we have to be very careful. The way these people are going, they want to throw that country into turmoil.
Yeah, and you know the funny thing. Do
Simba,
you know?
Baba,
Let me. Yeah.
hold on, please. Simba, do you know this guy can be lying so that that can create some problem in the country?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
It's just.
Simba, Thomas, let's even interrogate something. I want to be clear. I don't know. This name does not sound like one of the name of the presidential tribunal members. Is he just resigning as a judge in Nigeria, or is he resigning as a member of the presidential election tribunal? Which one?
The whole thing is ambiguous about that. I'm trying to check the names of the
That name
panel
does not sound
judges
like
now.
that name does not sound like one of them. I don't think he did, but you can confirm.
Do you know why they are doing all of this? They are becoming frantic because Tinubu is gaining traction. Do you know he has been invited to the G20 meeting?
Yep.
He's going for the G20 meeting.
Why do they just let it go? Is with what I don't. I mean, it was amusing from the onstart, but now it's just getting tedious. The guy won an election. You lost an election. You will lose more elections, or before in politics you lose more than you win, because you only get what that quota. So the whole thing is beyond tedious now. It's just a real grind.
And you
A
know
real
what I'm even
grind.
surprised about? They talk about rerun, which I think is a scam of its own, a bure scam, you understand, to cash in, to cash out, or what, how they put it. They themselves, even if there is going to be a rerun, is between number 1 and number 2. It has nothing to do with number 3. It has nothing to do with number 3. It's between number 1 and number 2, and even that is not going to happen. Alaji already knows. He's not hassling anybody. All he wants is to recoup his money back.
What is the name of the judge?
His name is, let me spell it for you. Is B-O-L.
Because there is one Moses Ugo. There is Justice Moses Ugo among the 5 judges in the petition.
I think that's him.
That is one of them.
That is one there.
Yeah.
Can I come in? Good evening, one man and the panelists.
Good to have you, Pasat. Yeah, come in. Yeah.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Okay. Yes.
I've been listening with keen interest in the discussions that we're having. And I believe somebody surmised that no president has ever been ruled against, lost.
Apart from Kenya.
Apart from Kenya, okay. But it's dynamic what's happening in our country. It's totally dynamic. It's not a straight shot democracy, president loses. There's a lot going on there. What the deception is from Buhari, right? So he did his shenanigans with INEC and didn't run a clean, thorough election and make sure that it was looked into and make sure that it's just a clean thing. We spend the money. As much as we don't have money, the budget for that election was done. The preparation for it was done with the Electoral Act. He signed it. So everybody was just saying, we're going through all kinds of stuff. We're going to wait and start afresh with a new election, right? But like Buhari, he didn't do that, right? So we end up where we are today. There is no doubt. I don't care how daft somebody is. The election was not proper. It was an improper election. So you have to couple that the people are sovereign. In the last century alone, there's been over 45 presidents removed from office, some of them by the people through many devices, coup d'etats and all that. It might not have been judicial. The ones that come to mind, some of them is like Muammar Gaddafi, right? In Africa. So in modern democracies, sovereign power rests with the people and it's exercised through representative bodies, like Congress and Parliament and stuff like that. In our case, in Nigeria's case, you just have to cobble a lot of things together, but Nigerians are not happy. That is where this whole thing lies. They know that Tinubu did not win that election.
Sorry.
Let me land first.
No, hold on. I can interject. Let me interject very quickly.
Sure.
You cannot say Nigerians are not happy. You will say you are not happy.
I'm not happy, but also
exactly. You are entitled to that. You are entitled to that. Look. Listen. Let me interject now. You will answer me. Let me put a position.
Please make a short interjection. I haven't landed. I want to land first.
Yeah. We'll make it short. You do that. Number one, just 2 things. Very straightforward. Yeah. Number one, you say you are not happy. You will not say Nigerians, and you will not say everybody knew that the election was not proper. That's an absolute lie. That's just an imagination in your head. Okay. So let's put it in proper context.
Okay, thank you. Now, you accept the notion that I'm entitled to that opinion that I exercise.
Absolutely. But you are not entitled to say Nigerians. You don't have that right. You don't have that.
Hold on. I'm also entitled to say that. I may be wrong, but you see, the limitation of my...
You are not entitled to speak for all Nigerians. You can speak for obedience. Speak for obedience.
Let's make this something that is, interactive, but fun, factual. Don't try to ruffle my feathers, because then I'm going to have to respond. So what I'm saying is this.
Yes.
My opinion, I can exercise an opinion on behalf of what I think of Nigerians. I can exercise an opinion limited to myself. So remember that. So let me go back to what I was saying. I'm saying that our sovereignty lies with Nigerians themselves, not National Assembly, not the president, not the army. That's where that sovereignty lies, with the people. Now, we don't. No, with the people. You too. Every Nigerian. It's all of us. Okay. I try to make the point.
We're all on the same page.
Yeah. Okay. We don't have to be on the same page, but the point is that we are sovereign as a people, right? As every Nigerian, including those who are in the government. But as a people, our sovereignty does not lie in the presidency or the assembly. I'm repeating myself so that you can understand that's a crucial, important point. So now, where are we today, right? Do not take the patience of the people, because it's very hard. It's very hard to provoke a people, especially Nigerians. But nobody's happy. Everybody who's seen being a gentleman so far, right?
No, hold on, Pansat, because Mike was trying to clarify a crucial point, which you just seem to gloss over. Because what Mike was saying to you is that who are the people? Because a lot of people will tell you that the will of the people is what obtains, and then some people will tell you that it is not. So you cannot speak for who's that?
Well, let me just make 2 points to Pansat. Pansat, look, we have electoral laws. We have electoral guidelines. The electoral laws supersede the guidelines. You understand? And it is the guidelines that the law will follow in the law court. That is what is at play. What you are saying about upload, BVS or BYV or IRF, all those are in the guidelines. They are not law. They are not cast in stone. You understand?
Okay, let me
wait, just let me make another point.
Okay.
There are 176,000 polling units.
666,
that is where election took place. 176,000. You understand? Is where election took place.
Yes.
That is the heart of our electioneering process. Now, Labour Party has, I think, agents in only 144 or so. About 40,000, which Labour Party has not disputed. 40,000 polling units. INEC said it to their face. They did not dispute. They don't have anybody. So whatever happened in over 40,000 polling units, you understand, they are not privy to it.
Okay, are you done? Your name is
you
Baba,
understand?
right? Yeah, Baba, hold on. I understand. Yeah. Okay, you're Baba, right? You want to be called Baba?
Correct.
Okay, so let me first of all dispel a couple of points you made there. They're wrong. Number one, the procedure and guideline of 2022, its law for this election. INEC is empowered to do that. It's not just Mahmoud himself, it's the commission. They determine what day that election is going to hold, for example, February 25th, right? So it is law. Some people call it regulation. Some people call it whatever, but it's the law that guides that election, right? And you are right, there are 176,666 polling units, and that's where the election takes place. And that's where that election supposed to be transmitted from to the system from those polling units.
All right. So sorry, we're not doing the transmission something.
No,
again.
we're not. I mean, he mentioned
We've been there a million times.
No, he mentioned it. I'm going
God,
through it.
man.
Hold on, I'm just breezing through what his point. He made the point. It's not me. I was saying something else. I was going to the big McCoy.
No, I want just why I said that is just the absence of LP supervisors. Let me
No,
call them
I got you.
supervisors.
Let's leave this point. We've been here before, but
We've
trust me,
been there,
we've
but
done this. Let him go back to the point he was trying to make earlier.
Yeah,
Whatever
let me
point
go
he's trying
back.
to make.
Hold on.
Good point.
Yes.
But please don't dismiss what he's saying. He needs to understand some of those things that he's saying. He needs to understand it. It's not actually where our debate is now. I've come to you now as one of you, as a Nigerian, right? That's what I've come. I have not come here as an obedient or a Labour Party member or a PDP member.
Oh, as a Biafran.
Or as a Biafran. No. I've come to you in peace as a Nigerian, the public, with the sovereignty, the belief that the ultimate authority is vested in us, the people. That's where it lies. Now, what we're going through, you must understand that we really do have to get it right. It's not partisan. This is not tribal. This is nothing like that. This is every time, because it's so dynamic, that revolution can come from anything. It could come from outside. In the case of Libya, it came from outside, but the Libyans were used to take their country back. In Iraq,
no, the Libyans didn't take their country back. America invaded Libya.
No, that's it's congruous with what I'm saying. What I said is that it came from outside, but they used rebels in Libya, just like in Iraq, where they used the people, the Shia, to take their country back. The country has to be taken back. In the case of Nigeria, it has to. It's going to be. Now,
I don't want. I've not lost the country I want to take back.
I have not landed.
Right.
I have not landed. Please, let me land.
Yeah.
Because I'm not saying anything against anybody here. I'm saying us. It's all of us. Now, we want
but
a country.
what people are saying to you, I'm not sure if you're hearing it. What people are saying to you is that you don't speak on behalf of all of us, and what
exactly.
And what you are saying is not reflective of the will of all of us or the perspective of all of us. So now,
No,
if you
that's
look,
not the way.
if you look at the people that are assembled here, they are not idiots. They are pharmacists, doctors, lawyers, financiers.
Right.
So there are no idiots here.
No, not at all. But
I'm not sure if you've cottoned on to that.
Can anybody?
These are not stupid people waiting to be liberated.
One man,
what are you? What are you?
I do. Yeah. I know who is here, right? So don't worry about that. So far, I don't think I have even said anything. I'm going to say something controversial after I lay the groundwork. But right now, I haven't said anything that's controversial. What does anybody disagree?
Yeah, but
sovereignty lies with us.
Yeah,
who disagrees with that?
No, well, yes, but taking the country
one man,
back,
can I interject? Can I interject? Just for 30 seconds.
No, don't interject. But bring it on very quickly, Pansat, because
one man,
we always revert back here anytime you come in. But
hold on, please. I want this to be really pleasant and the conversation, all right? So, but let me go through you because you keep harping on. Not every we do not agree. There's one major point I've made is that sovereignty lies with the people, us Nigerians. Does anybody here disagree with that?
Just carry on. Take us to where you want us to be.
Having had no objection, then we all agree that.
Master, you were calling for civil war on Dr. Damage's show and on Nigeria Watch. You were calling for civil war.
One man, this is when you're supposed to come in and tell
do you still? I'm just asking you. That's what you said. Are you denying it? Are you still calling for civil war?
One man, say something.
No, it's a question.
No. Hold on for a mic, but take us there quickly because we were having quite a pleasant, convivial, very gentle conversation, and I want.
I know, but I've crashed your party. I don't want you to have a fun thing. We got a problem.
Don't worry. Well, you have a problem. I don't know. I don't have a problem.
Yeah, but I know yesterday you said the same thing. You want to have fun, talk to your buddies and all that, but that's not why I'm here.
Well, there you are.
I'm here for us to be truthful to ourselves, find out where we are and where we're going. In my own opinion, it doesn't mean that this is by fiat. I'm forcing you to do it. No. But if I say something that's not true, stop me. You can interject whenever I tell something that's not so. I'm saying that the sovereignty lies with us. So when we are talking about Has a president ever been judicially removed? Probably not, but that's not the metric. That's not what we're measuring. We've got a country that is basically a failed state that went through hell for 8 years with a sick Buhari in office for 8 years. Didn't address people, didn't talk to the people. Our people are starving. The inflation is out of control. There's no money, there's no food, there's no hope. We got another one now that doesn't talk to the people. And where a lot of people feel that's illegitimate, right? So they're waiting for the courts to bring finality to for this process through this tribunal. So meanwhile, it's just getting incredibly out of hand. So what I came here last time to do is
Well, so sorry.
Okay.
Can you hold on? Hold on, Baba. What is getting out of hand?
Hope, food supply, gasoline, power, right? Everything you can think about.
Yeah, the country is going through rebalancing. Yes. Did you not anticipate that there will be difficult times?
No, nothing like this. Nothing like
well,
this.
there you are. Then that's your naivety.
He doesn't live in Nigeria.
That's your naivety.
It's out of control.
You know something, one man. Can I interject?
Yes,
Just
go
30
ahead.
seconds.
Sure.
You know, I can understand the psyche of the obedience. I voted first time in my life, 1979. I voted for UPN. You understand? When Awolowo lost that election, I was as distraught as the obedience. We were so many. We rave and mad. But do you know, in the last couple of years, reflecting on that election, I realized that we were wrong. We were very wrong. Shagari won. Because I've gone back many years to visit that election again, and I look at the electoral map, how the voting pattern. I looked everything, and I realized that we were just ranting for nothing. We're just ranting for nothing. That was
sorry, Baba. You know the distinction between your narrative and the obedience. The obedience, they know full well that that is just a nonsense. That who is going to make Peter Obi president? They know that it's just a nonsense, but they think through that unzobo screeching and sparking cutlass on the floor, which has always been the way that they think that it's just a nonsense. They know it's a nonsense, but you had the hope of our youth then of change, but you've had the chance, but they know already it's a nonsense. They just want to unzobo it.
They know they lost, man. That's why they were talking about 25% in Abuja.
They think they can unzobo
Talking
it.
about drugs and everything.
All right, so I got the interjection and the side commentary. So what I'm saying, when I said earlier, right, I gave an example of Libya, and somebody said, "Oh, the Libyans didn't do it, the Americans." But you have to understand the climate in which the Libya thing took place, right? There was what they call the Arab uprising over there.
Pansat,
Right?
you cannot be talking about Libya and be giving Libya as a good example now. How can you be citing? Where is Libya today? Is that what you want for Nigeria?
Because it's not
And
just
you claim
Libya.
that you want Nigerians to take back their country.
Please, one man, please control some of these people. I thought you said they were pharmacists and doctors. Let them be polite. All right. So the Arab Spring, it's not just Libya. You had Tunisia, you had Egypt, and those peoples were toppled, and Libyans took to the streets. So it's the Libyans, it's the people.
No, that's
I'm
wrong.
using a big
that is not true.
No, just let that fly. I just want him to say whatever he wants to say so we can move on with the conversation. But
and you don't forget that Gaddafi lashed back with unprecedented violence against his own people when that happened. So why is that analogous to Nigeria? That's coming. You know, when you say Nzobu, most people wanted to go through this process to the end. And like you said earlier, one man, when I was listening to you, I was in a car, and you said that you were asking somebody, you posed a question to them. The country just need one more spark, and that's it. And what's that spark? You didn't go that far, but let me push you there. Is this tribunal? If they don't do the right thing, yes.
And what's the right thing? What's the right thing?
The right thing.
The right thing is what you determine.
No,
Stop insulting us.
I said the right thing will be a Hopus Odema sort of judgment. Hopus Odema. You know,
number 3 to become number 1.
Yes,
it's not going to happen.
But you know, the thing is that two things can be wrong, right? That decision with Ozodema was wrong as well. But in this case,
it was not wrong. If you think it was, that's you.
Let's
interject
when it's necessary. When I say something that's not true.
Carry on,
Thank you, but please do it before I have to remind you to do it. When they start.
Don't worry about that. Leave that to me.
What I have actually come here to ask. I came yesterday to ask the same thing. We're Nigerians. We have to do the right thing. I know I've pissed some of you off. Some people have pissed other people off. People who are obedient, people who are the bad and all that. All that's under the water right now. We have to rescue our country. And it's going to take all of us. All of us here, like you said, you're educated.
By making Obi the president?
Not necessarily. If he won, that's the tribunal is going to make that determination. If
he didn't smell winning.
Pardon?
He didn't smell winning.
Okay, but that's why you see. I have my opinion about that, but it's sub judice now. Let's that tribunal sort it out, go through, because INEC, like I said, is a corporate here. Buhari is the main chief corporate, right? These people. If you want to know, let me now tell you my opinion, right? I've been telling you facts that were indisputable. Who's sovereign? Now, here's my opinion. Buhari has taken us for a ride for 8 years. And when he was leaving, he did the worst thing anybody could do. He doesn't care about Nigeria. He's not a Nigerian. That's my opinion. Now, I may be wrong about that. Tinubu is not a Nigerian.
Actually, Buhari is dead.
Let me land.
Sorry, just let him land. So we can.
What we have to do, I am begging every Nigerian who could listen to me, not just on this platform, everywhere. Rise above all this now. Let's take the country back. Right? Let's take this country back and set it on the right path. No matter what your excuses are, no matter what your fears are, no matter what your prejudices are, all this primordial bull, right? Let it go. One man, you are pivotal in this because it's your group that is the core stickler. And they have a lot of respect for you. I want you to start stirring this ship right for the country. It's not you or me. I don't need anything. I'm never going to need anything. I'm good. But that's a beautiful country that's blessed with all kinds of resources. And we've been sabotaged. They planned it. None of these people are from Nigeria. None of them. The people who really have no empathy whatsoever. They don't care about our country. We have no power. We have no food. Yesterday, Mike exclaimed when he heard that people have to wait for it to rain before they can farm. He exclaimed, "Do you mean to tell me Nigerians have to wait till it rains before they go to the farm?" Yes.
That's why you love Nigeria. I learned something new today.
So hold on. So they have to wait. Why? Because all of us, we're out of the country. People who really care about Nigeria, who knows better. They don't have to wait for the rain to farm.
All right.
All right. So let me conclude by saying, when I was also listening, one of your guests, one of your panelists here made such a salient point on the way what's going on. I think, let me say Kene. And he laid it down for you. Everything that needs to be done by even this temporary administration they have here, that security is paramount. These are ordinary Nigerians, and all of them are smart. Every single Nigerian is smart. I bet you there's no Nigerian you're going to put up here in this panel or yank them from that comment section or just from the street. They're smarter than almost anybody else outside of Nigeria. So we're smart. So I don't know, Mike. You keep complaining about Southeasterners or me, Biafrans. You have to understand, Biafra is there because of the same issue, the same problems. Why don't we do it right? Why don't we just grow up today?
All
Right?
right.
Let's do that, please.
All right. Let me just say this, and then let me say this first, and then I'll say what I want to say. Pansat, I always say that whenever we're having sessions, people send a lot of messages to me. They send messages, they send in articles, they send in clips, they send in jokes, they send in, but they also send in opinions about the people that come up on the platform. Just so that that gives me a feel of the sort of experiences that people are having with the panel, the platform, etc. So I get a lot of stuff sent in. But before I go there, let me go here. You see, all of these things that you're saying, when I was saying about the sort of qualities of persons that assemble here, I wasn't really trying to vaunt anybody's CV. What I'm trying, because these are well-traveled people as well. On average, everybody on this screen here, they've traversed at least 3 continents, and they have lived at least within 3 or 4 more cultures, and they are educated as educated can be. So these are not naive, simple-minded people or illiterates. So you're not on a rescue mission to anybody. So all of these things, and nobody's been hoodwinked either. We know it's a South, and I don't think you hide away from the fact that yours is a Southeastern agenda. So it's not a rescue Nigeria thing.
Let me respond to that.
No, hold on. Whatever your response is, I think people independently conclude that yours is a Southeastern agenda only because you birthed yourself onto this space as a Biafran.
Let me respond.
So no, hold on, because I don't want it to flow. I will show you something in a minute. Then that will round it up quite nicely. So all of these things that you do. So nobody buy. It's a nice little anecdote. I always thought of it as a comic relief. But let me show you this. Let me show you this. Like I said, I get a lot of feedbacks from a lot of. So let me just show you this. I'm not sure if you can see it or not, but on your last appearance, this is what one of the responses I was getting. It says you really give Pansat too much leeway. It gets trying. You don't need him. You have other opinionated obedience that are far more civil. And they cited the Kenya as an example. So I even thought, I thought the audience, and this is not, this is just one of several instances. I get opinions on everybody. So I'm not even sure that it serves even as an amusement value, which I thought it did serve as. So
Okay,
I don't know
right.
quite what the purpose of your
Let me
is.
let me respond briefly. I know you
within
have
within a 2-minute window, and I'll move on, because like you saw the
Sure.
feedback from the audience, they are not buying it. So
No, it's
so
okay.
do it quickly, and then we'll move
I
on.
do not
Yeah.
expect instant gratification when
Yeah.
we're trying to work hard to unify our country. I have never said I'm an obedient. Ever. You're not going to find that anywhere. I have never said that Biafra is the top priority. If we could get it right, there's no need. I'm a Pan-Africanist. I've said that many times. But if we're not going to get it right, yes, Biafra, it's there to manifest. But so I don't belittle anybody. The panelists you have here, I've said what Mike said yesterday. That was proper, was right thing to say. I've said what Ekene said. So I don't know where you're getting all that from. I've come here with my guitar and I play guitar for you towards the end of your show. I try to contribute and I listen to your show. Even I don't have to participate in your show. So I don't know what you're talking about. But what I'm saying to you, which has been a theme, which you actually chastised yesterday by saying you've been trying to do this, nobody's buying it. So you recognize my persistence, right, in the same theme. But it doesn't mean, of course, when you have
in trying to sell a dot product, but a carrier.
So all I want you to know that not everybody's gonna like me, obviously. I'm not a saint. So when you have one commentary here and there knocking me, well, that's just one commentary, right? You should be able to discern yourself.
And I get regarding everybody, by the way. So
All right, it's okay.
And it's always good and bad. So
No,
it's not
your job is not an easy
you're not
one.
being targeted, but
No, I know that.
that's but
I'm known. I go to many platforms and I talk, and I never go there to make friends, but I go there to tell the truth, right? So, but having respect for the 2 minutes you allotted me, I believe at least I've used half of that by now. What I'm saying is that some of these are people here on this platform. It's not the education that I question. It's not. I just said to you that most Nigerians are smarter than hell, right? Even the ones you yank from the street. We're talented people. We're resourceful, right? So that's not the issue. But it's who knows the right thing to do and decides to do the right thing. You see where that comes in? A lot of people, they know the right thing, but they decide to do it the wrong thing instead. And they have nothing to gain from it. Now, what I just described to you there is called evil. Now, when people hear that, they don't like it, that kind of talk. But that's the definition of evil. You know the right thing to do. You don't want to do the right thing, rather you want to do the wrong thing. And it's hurting you.
Can I interject?
You have nothing to gain from it, right? Hold on, I'm just laying them a very crucial point. It's one of my talks that I gave, right? But I know one man, he doesn't like that kind of allegory, right? I don't want to paint that kind of imagery for you today. What I'm saying in conclusion is this: do not let our country go to flames. Let's begin today, no matter what we've done to one another. Yes, I am the right person to carry this message, by the way. I want you to stop. I've said that many times since I've been here. It's very, very hard to begin, but once we started, we're brothers. We are brothers, period. And I don't need money. I don't need anything. But
what's your point exactly?
My point
it never lands on any.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if you're
that,
new.
Okay. My point is, let's come together as brothers and save our country. Period. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I'm here to take a question or two here and there. If there's no question for me in the next 5 minutes, then I'll exit. But I'll stay for 5 minutes to see there's a question.
All right, you take those questions under Thomas's guidance, because I'm about to bail out. But before
I want you to stay for 5 minutes. 1 minute. Stay until I answer.
Well, you didn't answer my question though. You said you want question. You didn't answer my question.
What is your question?
Okay. Yeah,
are you still calling for civil war? Because you were advocating for civil war.
Right. Here is my position on that issue. I was convinced there is a chance, and I looked and I saw Edo, Benue, Yoruba, the social cultural group over there in the Yoruba land, Afenifere, and so many others, Baba Ahmed in the north, so many people in the north, Northern Christians come together to say, okay, we can build Nigeria, because I'm a Pan-Africanist. I believe that the minimum unit is Nigeria. But prior to that, and probably subsequent, if the Nigerians don't want that, then I will be calling for what you're talking about, right? Not only I'll call for it and I'll fund it, I'll do whatever it takes to make it happen. Because we do have to start somewhere. It may have to go that route to unify the country. We may have to go to war, right? If we can avoid...
Well, you already lost the war, man. Forget, you already lost the war, so forget it.
It's a serious
you lost the war already, so there's no point.
It's a serious conversation here. Just
you want to take Nigeria by force?
Yeah,
because you can't take it by the ballot.
We're not going to agree. So
you already lost Biafran war, man. So there's no point of anybody following to another war. So forget it, man.
I just told you. Okay, forget about methodology and all that. You want to know where my head is.
You can't lead us to war without following.
We're not going to resolve that now because we still have a chance. This is just an auxiliary, right? This is something that everybody, you got to be able to pull something out of your pocket, right? If it's not going to work, that may be the route, but to still unify the country. If we go that route, this is where I disagree with Nnamdi Kanu.
Sorry, let me just say this, Pansas. You say you might have to go to the route because you're American, but the route, which is really what the English word is, but you might have to go the route of war. But a lot of people will tell you that yes, even with all of the difficulties that the country is going through at the moment, which a lot of people know the intellectual argument for, that what obtains is the will of the people. The situation governmentally that we have now represents the overall majority of the will of the people, at least the ones that voted. You know, so
can I answer that? I can answer that for you.
Well, you can answer that and start
let me
to
answer
do
you
your.
You are curious about this because you know very well that is not true, right? You
That
know
what
it's
is not true. I
that
know perfectly well that is true.
No, it's not. Let me say to you.
I don't think the votes of the Southeast determines the Nigerian presidency.
No. But listen, let me. I look, one man. You probably don't know that you have a great platform here. People listen to you, and a lot of people come here, I guess, to banter and talk and all that. But it's still an important part of our polity, right? But listen to this. Hold on, Baba, hold on.
I said 1 sec, please. I'm not cutting you off. You will go and speak. This is one man show. When it's my turn, I know what to do. One man, there's a lady in the background. I would like to hear from the lady with this balabulu we are hearing. Nigeria must better.
Unfortunately, it's not a lady. It's a Dewale cross-dressing. That's Dewale cross-dressing. Look at that. Hold on. Let me bring him on. That's Dewale cross-dressing.
All right. So wait, one man, you asked me a very important point. Please, I want you to
Hello,
listen.
everybody.
Hello, everybody.
How you doing tonight?
How are you? Look at this
I
guy.
can't believe you guys.
One man, wax.
Isn't that what is in vogue now?
On this, okay? This is not. This is not my opinion. These are the facts. There is no uncorrupted institution in Nigeria. All of them are corrupt. From the presidency to...
Man, you're talking all over the place, man. You're not learning anything. You jump from one point to another. You're just talking.
One man, can you give me 2 minutes to talk?
I said
one man before you leave.
Man, there's a question he posed there. Is that Tinubu when it's the will of the people or not? Let me just answer that. It's very important.
You're just shooting blanks, man. Come on.
So, like I said, now one man, I'm gonna go after this mic next time.
Go now. Get lost.
You don't stop him, then I'm gonna have to go after
woman,
him.
Go now. Who's begging to stay here?
No, I'm gonna go after you. I'm not gonna go.
You and
I'm
speak
going
evil about you, and he will
race
come here and trying to patronize
No, hold on. They were I hear him everywhere that he goes to slander us and or me.
Worse than slander.
I don't do that.
He goes to another place to call for war. He comes here to call for peace. This guy is you think he's deceiving.
He's not even. He's not calling for peace.
You control these people.
One man, don't allow this guy to continue these routes that he's doing. Let me tell you, one man, it's misleading our viewers, and he's spinning out wrong information.
No. Hold on. Hold on, everybody. Let me disagree with you, Simba, because the one thing that I try to do is to give voice to even the most bizarre of opinions, and then I'm trusting my audience. You know, I was rolling out their CV just now to be discerning enough just to disregard what is patently nonsense. So even nonsense is still an opinion, and it can be expressed.
Woman, I bet you differ.
Backhand,
there are some people.
Please mute everybody else.
Woman,
please let me land. I'm answering your question about Tinubu, right? But the comment I was using to answer it goes all the way back. It goes all the way back, maybe as far back as 30, a generation ago. The country is corrupt. Every single institution, executive, legislative, judicial, it doesn't matter. They're all corrupt, including the agencies. but particularly INEC, right? That was a sham. They were funded. Now, Tinubu, I've told you here on some occasions, and I can prove it. He did not win.
All right.
Hardly
No,
anywhere. Right?
you told us he
Now,
didn't even win one state.
one state, exactly. So I'm trying to hold
so
that back so you can allow me to finish. Okay, he did not, and it's just not even up for debate.
Incredible.
If you want to remove the scales in your eyes and be truthful for once, start today. Be truthful.
It's only because we're ethnic bigots. That's why we can't say it.
Yeah, but it's not only you, right? The bigotry in Nigeria is all over the place. But that's why when the Fenifere, the Ohanese, the people, Paklak, so many people, responsible Nigerians.
Ohanese is no, they are not responsible.
Hold on. Mike, this is my last warning to you.
Ohanese, they are useless organization, man. Forget Ohanese, man.
Now, if you look at the Edo people,
can talk about the rest.
Guess what the Yorubas have lost already? You know, the Edo people, they believe that they are Yorubas, basically. I used to be jealous of that.
Don't forget it. Don't forget it as well. Don't forget Afonja as well. You always add Afonja when you are doing that particular section. You always add Afonja.
I've already talked about that, and I admonished Simba for it, and I'm ready to don my helmet and my AK and go get it back from him. You know that. I've said that already. Let me land.
Hold on. Yeah, you will land, but you only you know why people you have a predictable set pattern, as a predictable set pattern. It almost verbatim, we know what you're going to say. That's why people are a bit impatient. But bring it home quickly so we can move on.
Thank you very much. Now, the question you asked me, and I was saying that Tinubu, first of all, you may look at it. You have the advantage now of looking back. He doesn't belong there. He doesn't have legitimacy. He hasn't even moved into our
Let
me land. Hold
hello,
on,
one man. Please, Pastor, can I say something to one man? Hello, one man, and everyone in the plan. One man, please. Yes, one man, please. This is really becoming so annoying. Can you get this guy out? Let other people talk, because we that we are listening is really, 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 I mean, irritating us. Please, can somebody else come in with the conversation? Because he's just going around, beating around the bush. He's not coming out with anything.
You took permission
Thank you so
me.
much.
You took permission
Yeah, because you are not making
yeah.
sense, and it's annoying. Now other people are listening. You are not the owner of this platform. Please. Thank you.
All right. So.
All right. So you heard the lady. One more minute. You know, and that mirrors the Instagram something that the message. Yeah. So bring it home. Yeah. Just a minute more.
Don't forget,
and then we'll move on. Yeah.
I'm also your brother. Maybe I don't agree with you, or maybe I'm from the southeast, or maybe I'm Igbo, but whatever. I'm still your brother, right? We're Africans. We're Nigerians. So just hold your breath so you could hear the truth. It's not pretty. It's not pretty. We don't have a country that's functioning, everything's working well.
Sounds like you're a Jew now.
Yeah. So what I'm saying to you, right, is that once we get that country running very smoothly, then you're going to be proud. Tinubu does not have legitimacy. He can't move into Asarok. He can't formulate policy. He's trying to bribe his way into the judiciary, and some are resigning. Some, everything is just going the way it's supposed to go before that revolution hits the ground. So be prepared. I want you to fight on the side of the people. It is coming.
All right.
Once that body makes that
Pansat,
no, please, no, nobody apart from Pansat, but a couple more sentences, and then because Rosie is tired of it. And when Rosie tires of
that
it,
was Rosie, right? Okay,
yeah,
Rosie, it's a pleasure to be on the same platform with you. I've heard you on the platform once in a while talk, but don't be so discouraged by what I'm saying.
No, but what you are saying, doesn't make sense.
She's not discouraged. She's
what you
irritated.
are saying, what you are saying doesn't make sense. So if Tinubu cannot perform, is it you that want to perform now? Look at Nigeria is hard already without a war. The situation in Nigeria is hard already without a war, and you are calling for war. What institution in this world doesn't have corruption? Even in America, there's corruption. Even there's corruption everywhere. So stop talking about war. Nigeria, the people are suffering already. You are calling for war.
Mike was a
so
tricky,
please,
a tricky
other people
guy.
are listening to the platform.
He tried to bring in war in our conversation, but no. Today we're getting along. One Mike has been very gracious with his time, and the panelists, the erudite panelists assembled here, pharmacists and doctors, they've listened, right? Not everybody could come in here with the kind of opinion I have. It's just
you know, that is one of the things that that irritates Mike about me. That's one of the things that Mike. If you ask Mike what he kind of stomach about me is that I allow for this sort of opinion. He would have wanted me to brutalize you, but
but you know, you've done that many times. Like when I've come here for 2 years,
that's not the form,
and you have tried to make him feel good by doing that, right? But you're making a fool out of yourself when you do that. Are you supposed to take example from Mike? You already know who Mike is, right?
No, I can take opinions from everyone, not example.
What I'm saying is that
one man, I want to seek your indulgence. When you are going, just take Passat with you, please.
I'm gonna.
All right. Yes.
But I know that you do like me, so you just irritated by what I'm. Thomas doesn't like too much trouble, unless everybody's gonna be knocking the southeast for him. Like
my brother, I love you.
He's not advanced to me. I know my fans. He's not one of those. But like I said, anything that I've done in my comments in the past that's got you guys with your pants caught up in your ass and all that. Forget about all that now, for now, because I'm doing it because I love the country. I love the continent. That's the only reason.
Man, get this guy out, man. Kick him out. Kick him out.
You're gonna need people like me
out, man.
to get this Africa that we're talking about.
You cannot claim to love the country and we want to put the country into war. So you can.
I said
all those examples that we gave, Passat, listen to me. Listen to me. We'll be listening to you.
Sure.
All those countries, I say you are misleading the followers, and I mean it. You gave example of Tunisia, you gave example of Egypt, you gave example of Libya, you gave example of Syria.
Yes.
Can you pray that Nigeria should be like those countries today?
Is that
don't ask him a question, because then you.
I'm not asking you. So I'm telling you that those countries, the people of that country, they wish they never did what they did.
That's not true.
You already know. They've been saying they want Nigeria.
I have Egyptians that I work with. I have Libyans that I work with. You know that I work in the Middle East, so I work with them.
Okay.
We used to interact a lot. So I'm giving you information. So if you like, listen to me. I'm not telling you. I'm telling the audience. They should not listen to you, because the example that you are giving, they are not a good example.
Okay, hold on.
And nobody should pray for war. There is no country that violence has made great. So don't give example of that.
Thomas.
All right.
Woman, come and be going. Just take Passat with you.
Look, when you go to Iraq, for example, and you ask the Sunnis in Iraq, do you like the country the way it is today? They're gonna say no. We'd rather have it when Saddam Hussein was here. But if you ask the Shia, they're gonna say good riddance, that we got rid of that son of a bitch, right? So
God,
is the same thing happens?
That's not our language here.
No, I'm sorry. I take that back. But what I'm saying is that the same phenomenon that we have in Nigeria with these tribes. Okay, you have the same thing probably religiously.
Oh God!
So the Iraq, by the way, fits Nigeria like a glove in that solution that we're seeking, that I prefer. But if the Fenifere or Hanese and all these people think we could do it democratically, fine. But if it doesn't work democratically, right, we're gonna have to do it by force. That is, I can guarantee you that. There's no doubt about that.
So you are not another Ojuku.
No.
I said to you that the difference between me and Nnamdi Kanu and Simon
we have another Ojuku now. Passat is another Ojuku. Calling for war.
Here's the difference between Ojuku, Nnamdi Kanu, and Simon Ekpa, right? There's small things.
There's no difference, man. Stop lying.
Let me tell you the difference. Okay?
There's no difference. They all want Somalia to look like paradise. That's what they all want.
These guys,
Somalia look like paradise after the end of the Biafran War. Southeast became a hellhole.
I believe that we can.
Passat, you sound educated. You speak like an educated person. You sound educated. But your ideas is just bizarre. It's just weird.
You haven't heard my idea.
Please, it's warped. You have warped ideas. With your education, you should be doing something better. Your ideas is just what?
Somebody attended the evening
like I
class.
said, when you're here
It's
talking about
incredible, honestly.
what happened in the last election, remember one thing you always forget.
Is this what happened to Pansa?
Afeni is on the side of Peter Obi, right? But Clark Pandef is on the side of Peter Obi. Obviously, the Ohanese decide. So it's not an Igbo thing. Your socio-cultural group, the very good angels in the Yoruba land, including
all right,
right? The reasonable ones are on the same
side. Can you hold on, please? Pansat, let me tell you who is not on the side of Peter Obi. This platform is not on the side of Peter Obi, and it's nothing to do with his ethnicity. Of course, you know that. Because the abundance of our space is held together by the Southeast. It's only because in the course of the elections, we examined him. It was not fit for purpose. We looked at his CV, and then through the election, he did a little bit marginally better than we anticipated, but not significantly so. So there is nothing. So we're not doing Peter Obi here. But thank you, Pansat. So thank you, Pansat.
It's not even speaking about Peter Obi. His own motive is about creating wars, creating instability, and it doesn't even see any positive side in Nigeria. As a matter of fact, I don't even see him as obedient.
You know that.
What I see him is
about the Southeast.
IPOB.
It's an anarchist. It's not even an anarchist. It's an anarchist.
When you listen to some obedience, they will come across, the reasonable way. They don't go to the dark side like this.
All right, Dewale, let me wrap up because you guys have told me to clear off. So let me wrap up.
With you when you're on your way out.
Of course, now otherwise it would traumatize you guys. But let me wrap up.
Let me say goodbye to that young lady that I was talking to. I forgot her name now.
Princess Rosie.
Rosie. Hopefully, there'll be a day that we'll be able to have a give and take.
You sound educated. I mean, you talk educated, but your ideas are what? It's just really out of the
ordinary. But I gotta tell you,
you think calling for war. Calling for war. That's just.
I try to educate myself every day by listening.
We don't want another Ojukwu in Nigeria. We want
we're gonna get something much
progress in Nigeria,
much more effective. Okay.
If Ojukwu went to Oxford now, and he still initiated what we caught last. Without education, he still went to work, starting what we caught last. Can stick.
All right, thank you, Pastor.
Thanks for coming, Pastor.
Thomas, I'm gonna be listening to your own section of the 10 here. So try to do a good job. Control people like Mike. Don't go speak. Stop talking about Southeast. Talk about Nigeria. Talk about Africa. Talk about Nigeria.
The South is not part of Nigeria.
Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you, Pansat. So
let us appreciate Pansat on productive time on this show tonight. Everybody.
Yes, I think we'll enjoy Pansat more when the Supreme Court thing.
Is this what happens to old people?
No, it's not. It's a lot younger than you'd imagine. I don't know why he tries to.
He claimed to be the Methuselah of this show. So I'm kind of wondering because I don't want to be like that when I grow older.
All right. Let me. So he's left. So that's my cue to leave as well. So Prince Daddy comes in with the super chat. Thank you, Prince Daddy. And then rattles off a couple of super stickers, and then a couple of super chats. Benjamin Olabode, he joins that super space. Okwito TV, he comes on screen and then via the supers as well. And then of course, traditionally Ayo, and there is Ayo right there. AB joins them in that space. So thank you, AB. And as soon as the session starts, as Ayo often does, he does with a super chat. So thank you for all those. So now the civilian administration, I was going to say the civilian administration is over, but it was somewhat military with Pansat just then. So now the best way then to usher Pansat out and to usher Thomas in. So to attention as I scroll and find Thomas's intro. So to attention, Ijoba Ologun today.
Esprit de Corps. Yeah. How are you guys doing? Good?
Excellent, excellent.
Ah,
So,
Jesus Christ. My
for
head is almost blowing off.
I
that's
don't know how one man is able to put up with this guy, man.
me
That's
either.
something.
The thing is that you see, when you listen to some obedience, not every one of them operate from the dark side, but Pansat own is completely dark. You know, when you have somebody who his mind is just, I don't know, he's like flip flopping. Today
He
you are calling
is.
for one,
He is
tomorrow you are
confused
calling.
as hell.
With your indulgence, please, everybody. This is a new session. Forget about Pansat. Let's move forward, please.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank if you
Okay,
don't mind, please. Yeah. Let's
for
move
the
forward.
for the
Oh
for the
my
Yeah,
God.
sorry, General Thomas. We
Rosie,
have
hold
to
on.
debrief. We have to debrief a little bit.
Rosie, hold on, please. Your audio is terribly bad. If you can go out, I will create the space for you. Then you can come back in. It's
Are you sure?
terrible.
Are you sure so much? He's clear now. Maybe it's you.
Sorry.
She's clear. We can hear her very well.
Really?
It
Yes.
was making a little bit of
It was making a yes, yeah. I know what I'm
Thomas,
saying.
is this better? Is it better now?
Yeah,
Yes,
good now.
excellent
Yeah.
now. Excellent now. Yes, let's hear from
absolutely.
Rosie.
Yeah, General Thomas. General Thomas. I said you should have given us some few seconds to debrief before.
But I don't want you to mention name. You can do that.
No.
I don't want
I just said
name.
we need some few seconds of debriefment from the bombardment from.
Oh my! That's what I said. One man, when you are going, just take him with you.
I think to me that guy is as confused as a L, and it's a confusionist. He doesn't
I don't want
know
us to go there now.
because you are giving us some minutes to debrief.
Yeah. That's what. Yeah.
General will beg. So I think
Yeah.
I think I must also say one thing. Although one man is doing a fantastic job, but sometimes you need to put a moderation to it. You give him a lot of chance, and he continues to dance in a circle every time. We are in modern world. Nobody is talking about civil war anymore. Even the so-called Libya that Americans use their local people to overthrow Gaddafi. Where is Libya today? Libya used to be is even not the best country in Africa in terms of infrastructures. Can't you just believe the irrigation from River Nile to Libya? See that country. What is Libya today? So Nigeria, we are managing our diversity, and I think, of course, the country have challenges because you cannot expect a lot of consequences from the removal of the subsidies, removal of subsidy. Nigerians have get used to a lot of this thing over so many years but there's a huge corruption there. Here I live here, the price of petrol changes nearly every day. And some of the petrol stations always change their price, even from morning to afternoon. Also on weekend, they change it. Like 4 days ago, we are buying as little as a 1.78 euro per liter. But as of yesterday, it was 2.0.95 per liter. And I remember,
sorry for cutting you. One day I was going to work. I passed by the filling station. I said, "Don't worry. When I'm coming back, within a tinkle of eye, coming back, he has carroted like 5 cents."
I understand the Nigerian contents that maybe income parity and a lot of corruption, but it will take a time to modernize. I mean, to even out everything out. And I think the government is also not sitting down, not doing anything. They are planning day and night. They will be thinking about how would they increase the minimum wage. What are the things they are going to use to help the lower income earners? And for the first time in the history of that country, you can see the allocation that they are going to distribute in this July, almost 2 trillion naira. I remember last year they were saying they don't even have money for distribution in 1 month. They distribute as low as almost 300 billion naira for all the 36, including the federal government.
Now we are talking about 2 billion naira. If this thing persists, and then the problem we have in Nigeria, I always say it, is the state. Because the state assemblies, they are not doing nothing to check their executive governor. And people in the state are not holding their governor accountable. The only state that people are holding their governor accountable is because it's Lagos, because it has very diverse interests. You should hold your governor accountable, collecting some of money. And some of them are so docile and so lazy that they cannot also create avenue to raise revenue in their various states. They won't do that. Everybody just start down there and just wait to collect allocation. How can you improve? Even if you have what do you call it, resource control, do you think some of this governor won't do nothing? They won't do nothing. Everybody is sitting on gold in their own state. Whether you are rich in any form of mineral, every state in Nigeria, we are blessed with one mineral or the other. Some even have more than what they buy. Look at state like Kogi State. They are blessed in land. Everything is there in that state. Every state in Nigeria have resources. And they will shouting, even if they say, okay, let's create state police, they will be telling you, we don't have money to pay them. Everybody just think that governance is so easy. Just get there and you just sit down and then collect money from the federal government. That's all, from federal allocation. So I pity what is going on in Nigeria, but this is the sacrifice we must make, and I think we are on the right path. To me, because no country is having dual exchange rate, and no country will continue to subsidize your petrol. The place we live in America or anywhere in the world, they will tell you how much tax you are being paid for all the services. And to me, in this developed country, to me, nothing is free. They will get it from you before they give you the benefit. Some they even tie it to what called hand benefits. Before they can give you, they want to see whether, okay, you say you don't have a job. Have you tried out the government parastatals to get a job or what? So many things is going on that people don't know. And if we want our country to be exactly like what is going on in developed country, we must be ready to pay the price.
Oh, thank you, Remy. The next voice I want to hear, we never
It's me. It's me. It's me.
Before, no, you. Now. It's Rosie. Rosie, I really want your attention this morning. Yeah. Do we have Rosie? Rosie, don't fall my hand now.
God don't catch you. Don't go catch
you. Rosie, run away. Oh my God. Rosie, you have to come back.
Now
you
maybe
have
the
to
next
come back.
person now.
Yes. Let's start from Mike. Mike, are you available?
It's me that will talk, whether you like it or not.
Mike,
it's me that will talk.
Mike, are
you
you
that will talk so much.
Simba is using juju now, okay?
Simba. Rosie is back. Rosie is back, man.
Sorry,
yes, I want to hear from you. Simba, your juju will not work today. Rosie, you often come on this platform. We never hear fully from you. You love to just interject. No, but today I want to really hear from you.
And fully. Me too.
And who?
Yeah.
And me too.
Hi. You, Bobrisky family. Rosie, there is. Let me run you through I just want to run you through all the topics, if you don't mind, please.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yes. The first thing, the CJN, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, it came out to tell us that there will be no Ojoro in their verdict. But I'm thinking, what led to this man coming out? Is it the same Yoruba cowardness? That's what I'm saying. Because it doesn't oblige to tell anybody there will be good justice. Just do your job. You don't need to pander to the crying of some people saying that they don't believe in justice. So what do you think? It gets me crazy, man. Rosie has gone again. Rosie,
yeah.
Rosie, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You know,
Yeah. Our village people need.
What is going on, Rosie?
Ex Simba first. Apologize to him, and then you let.
No, I will never. I will never.
You forgot
that
that we have a lot of Babalawo in this platform.
What is going on?
Apologize to Simba. Okay.
Simba,
Rosie, what are you running away?
No, I'm not. So is Simba using Afoshembe?
Yeah, let's hear from you, my sister.
Yeah. To me, they don't owe anybody any explanation. I mean, they are doing their job, but I don't blame them though. I think they are having a lot of pressure. You know, all this obedience and all this stuff going around. I think they just want to come out and explain to the public, to Nigerians as a whole, that they really want to make sure they come out with the right verdict. So I think it's just to ease out the pressure that is mounting on them.
Do they need to do that? Just do your job.
They don't need to, because they are doing that. It's even making them suspicious. People will be suspicious of them. You know, they owe nobody any explanation. So I don't know why they did that, but I think they're just bending to the pressure that is being mounted on them. That's my opinion.
Because Mike always say Yoruba, we are some of us we are coward. I can see some cowardness in that judge.
No,
you are not blind.
It's not cowardice. It's not cowardice. It's not cowardice. I think he's just trying to. He's trying to appease the people. You know, try to ensure that the tension in the country. There's so much tension. He's just trying to cool people down.
Rosie again.
There's no tension.
So Thomas, that's Yoruba. Just let's manage this worry. Let him just go away. So we just manage for just a little bit more time, and everything will be okay. I think what they have done to me, I think, is the right thing. Coming out to debunk the rumor, because they are not the Chief Justice of Nigeria, and they also must to they also need their credibility back. To be frank,
but Remy, what I'm trying to let you understand, maybe you are not seeing in that light. They are not.
Are you done with me, Thomas?
No. Go ahead.
You still have the floor.
Okay, yeah. Remy was talking. Let him go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, Remy, they are not obliged. They are not obliged.
You are looking at it in the hard way, which is good. But I think because it's the Chief Justice of Nigeria, not Chief Justice of Southwest or South or something like that. And what they have done is quite good. Coming out to debunk any rumor. Because let me tell you the truth. These people, with their propaganda, with whatever they put online there, they have put Nigeria in bad light. And I don't blame Lai Mohammed during Buhari regime that went to USA to look at these people. They went as far to protest at the in Washington DC. And I was like looking at most Nigerians. Still, some Nigerians are very docile. They don't know what they're doing. How come you have a problem in your backyard and you carry your problem to America? From Nigeria, you have to look at so many things. Let me tell you someone. You buy return ticket. You pay for hotel fee. You also pay for other people to join you there. Look at all the resources they are wasting.
No, I think most of them are people that were abroad. I don't think anybody came from Nigeria.
No. Some of them are from Nigeria, from this Labour Party. You better look at that.
Some actually came from Nigeria.
Yes, of course. What are you talking about? Most of them came from Nigeria. They have the American visa. So I was thinking, you waste a lot of money like that and something like that. On what cost? On what? To me, election everywhere is just a game, and you know the outcome. You either win or you lose. But if you lose and you win, you are also what you are doing now is that in the next generation, in the next few years, a lot of people will not trust your region like before. What this guy is doing to the Southeast is not really good. He's so selfish. He always think about himself. What about all those people, governors, House of Reps, senators that go for second time under PDP, they lost their election or they lost their state? They didn't cry foul. Do you think they were happy with you, with what you have done? So it's totally unfair to a lot of people. And election that we are talking about today, the difference between you and the winner is more than 2 million votes. And somebody came here and telling us that he does not win, just continue to spill rubbish every now and then. And I don't blame him. I don't blame him because it's the moderator that gave him the opportunity to continue to speak out unnecessary every now and then. And if you go to, I never go to any other platform than this one. But sometimes I heard what you guys said, because you go to other platforms, they didn't give you opportunity to even talk. Talk less of spewing rubbish in your mouth. I don't get it. So the Chief Justice is right. The spokesman came out, and what they have done is okay, because they knew they don't have a case from onset. It's just everything is just propaganda. Twist it around.
Back to Rosie, please.
Like Remy said, I think it's good it came out to, explain things that's going on, because that was the mistake Buhari did. With everything that was going on, Buhari would not make any statement. He just kept quiet, and things were getting out of hand. Maybe Tinubu's, maybe for right now, they just feel, okay, instead of just keeping quiet, the tension to be rising, it's just better to, come out, make some, explain things that's going on, so people's tension would kind of reduce. Yeah.
But Rosie, for me, I can see, I'm still saying that, me, if I'm saying it, I will still be saying it like a broken record. It sounds like a cowardness to me. They are not obliged to prove anything to anybody.
No, it's
Do
not
your
cowardness.
job.
No, it's not. You see, the situation is so tensed up. So it's
No,
not
no, no, no,
cowardice.
no, 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 Rosie, you are getting it wrong, oh.
It's not
There's no
cowardice.
tense in the southwest, oh.
No,
There
it's
is no
not
tense
cowardice.
in
No, there might be no tension in the southwest, in the south, but online, social media, the
Who
obedience.
cares? Do you care?
No, but sometimes, just to douse down the tension, it's
So
good
Thomas, I want you to answer this question. If after the election, the way the obedient are all over the world, online, spewing rubbish, telling a lot of rubbish, do you think if the Tinubu or other supporters have given them fire for fire at that time, it will have snowballed to a big crisis now?
No. Nigeria will be burning by now.
So you can see they calm down, they give them in fact, for like 2 months or maybe like for 6 weeks after the election. They calmed down, they let them have their way, they were all over the world, and to God, people still believe that the election was skewed against Obi.
But the issue is that I'm so disappointed in Obi.
The propaganda they continue to spread around. But when you look at the outcome of the election, and when you ask them simple question, let's go to Northeast and Northwest. How come the Obi that was so popular all over Nigeria was unable to garner enough votes? How come it does not even have 25% in 24 states? How come? So the propaganda they sold was so much that they thought that Tinubu is going to use that Muslim, and they continue to sold it to the churches, and the pastors in the church continue to threaten their congregation that if you don't vote for this man, you will not enter heaven. So many people were threatened, so many people were harassed, so many people were intimidated. And in conjunction with one woman, which I don't really like from day one. I'm sorry about that. Unfortunately, he's from my state, but I don't like him. He's the luckiest Nigeria. He's the one that's supposed to turn that country up, but he's too egoistic, and he thought he's the alpha and omega of Nigeria. He's also the architect of our problem today, if you really look at it. Because if he has allowed PDP to produce a better candidate, Yarada would not have died, wouldn't have had Jonathan, and probably wouldn't have Buhari. I also like Buhari, but at the same time, Buhari also put his nepotism into it, and it doesn't hurt.
Remy, sorry for cutting you. I will come back to you, please.
Okay. Everybody can talk.
Yes. I really want to hear from Rosie fully. I don't say you should not interject, but that interjection should be just one sentence. I really want to hear from Rosie. Rosie, conclude your
like I said, it's not any way of cowardice. He's just trying to explain the way things are going, just to douse the tension in the country. so that people would know that they are really working on it. But I'm really disappointed in Obi, because with what is going on, he's supposed to come out and say something. Instead, he's going to one graduation and talking about, oh, know your schoolmates and your certificate or no certificate. Is that what we're talking about? So he's not helping the situation any better. He's not. He's just going around putting an innocent face, doing like it's in cloud nine, and things are going around. His obedience are getting out of control, and he's not saying anything. Anyway, that's my take.
Yeah, thank you, Rosie. Another we spoke about earlier on is that one Southeastern elders has came out and tell us that is going to inject ESN into Ebube Agu security. When we started, my brother Solomon was trying to justify ESN is not terrorist group. So I sometimes I just said, what is going on here? Officially, Nigerian government has designated them as what? As terrorists.
As a terrorist group,
and
right?
Yes, IPOB is the offshoot. ESN is the offshoot of IPOB. So why will somebody? What do you think? Somebody saying they should inject them into the security of the state. What is your take, my sister? What is going on here? Do we have Rosie? Or can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. And Rosie is still there.
Rosie,
connection problem.
No, Rosie is on the screen. Unmute yourself, Rosie.
Okay.
You are muted, Rosie. No. Maybe you have something to attend to. Yes. Femi, do we have Femi? I want old voices we haven't heard for so long. Yeah, we don't have Femi. Do we have Simba?
You cannot have me again, though. You cannot have me again.
I can't have you again. Don't worry. I'll go with Remy then.
Remy has been talking. So what do you want me to say? To talk about?
I always like to give you preference because you are from Nigeria and maybe you want to go back to bed or go back to sleep. I don't know. Yes. So what do you think about?
We are awake already. It's already past 5.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What do you think about ESN being injected into the security of Ebube Agu in the southeast?
My own take about
this akuko. You haven't roast this akuko and send the chicken
I killed one yesterday. I have plenty of them now. So
yeah, go on.
So my own take about this is that you have a proscribed organization which is IPOB, labeled as a terrorist organization, and the leader of such organization also established ESN. And for an elder statesman, the president of Ohanism, to now say that the only solution he could find to the insecurity problem in the southeast is to incorporate a terrorist organization into the security outfit that would fight insecurity. People that actually the problem emanated from, I think is to me is a disaster. I don't even know what, right from inception, immediately this guy was made the president of or the chairman, whatever they call it. I have my suspicion, because whatever this guy has been spilling out since then, he has not been a unifier. He has always been a bigot. I'm very sorry to say. And everything that has been coming out, yes.
Can I just add a little bit? Okay. You want to finish? If you want to finish.
No, you can go ahead. You can go ahead.
There's this Yoruba that say, "Omono laughing winner." It is their problem.
No, you don't get
I don't. My Yoruba is not good. Thank you. Omono la or whatever that kind of case or whatever. Let them handle their case by themselves. Because at the end of the day, anything you say is like, oh, we can handle it by ourselves. Now they didn't get nothing out of it, and they are killing one another. And all the rest of Nigeria, we pity them, and we are talking. But at the end of the day, they will also tell us it's none of our business. So whatever they are going to use to make their region peaceful, I appreciate it. So no problem with whatever they use or the method they use. But one thing is that the killing must stop. The flogging must also stop. Because you are flogging a child of 8 or 10 years old in front of a terrorist. Don't you think that kind of children, they need a psychological evaluation? Because that kind of thing will remain in their memory for a long time. So those children need an evaluation, and they need proper counseling. And of course, there's a lot of opportunity for Nigeria to create employment. Look at Nigerian primary schools and secondary school. They don't have counselors. They don't have Ghanaian counselors. They don't have, even in the university, we don't have psychologists. And we continue to chew out so many Ghanaian counselors from College of Education, even from some educational universities. So many psychologists, and they were roaming about without no job. These are people that if you go to Western world, there will be a counselor that will talk to you, talk to your children from day one. So there's so many ways we can create a lot of opportunity. How about social services? We don't even have proper social service. So many things that government can create opportunity and the employment opportunity for people. For Southeast, I just sit down, they look now. Anything they can do in their region to bring peace. But if they think that the federal government will help them, first they should help themselves first. If you help yourself first, then secondly,
but Remy, we knew when this ESN was established, we knew after a while, we knew what they turned into. And that was even the establishment of ESN was actually the beginning, in fact, the origin of the insecurity in the Southeast that we're experiencing today. And so for me, it's very, very, very absurd for somebody like Iwanya to say these people, the people that are causing problem, will be the solution to the problem. You know, whatever is happening in South, we cannot say we are immune to it. We are still in the same space.
Because you are talking this way. Do you forget? The other time I was talking about them, you are telling me that, I should not dive into their problem. It's their problem. They're like this. Now, the way I was feeling that time, you are not feeling this way, this morning, right? So you can see Uwanya spoke from both sides of his mouth every time. The problem those people in that area have is that sometimes they want to please their followership. Sometimes they don't want to say the truth. And the only person that was telling them the truth, Unamani, they deliberately voted him out. Okay? That former Enugu State governor. The people there are just deceiving themselves. So
Remy, when you think deeply about the problem, when we think deeply about the problem, you are right by saying yes, because even you know, by the time you are discussing the problem and you hear from the people from the same side that are now making you to look as if you are the one feeling too concerned that there is no problem in there. You know, sometimes it can actually make you to even say some things that are not actually very good, because you feel concerned and they don't feel concerned. So sometimes you just feel like, okay, if you don't agree with me, you can go ahead. It's your space. Do you understand what I'm saying, Jamie? So I think that is what is happening to most people, because you see them. I don't know who actually, because they have one statistics that all of them are claiming now that is actually the most secure, that the Southeast is the most secure place in Nigeria, and that the number of killings in Southeast is actually the lowest in the country.
Where did they get
No, you've been hearing it now.
And when you
I
talk,
don't know.
they tell you the only solution to that problem is to release Nnamdi Kanu. And I asked a lot of questions. What about
Uptown came on this platform. He said the same thing. I've heard it from another person. So it's not so. Is I don't know where they are coming from. So I think maybe we should, whenever we hear anything like insecurity in that space, we should just ignore it and have some other thing to discuss. Because it's like we are over eating the something for them.
We are dealing with natural born spinners. You can't get nowhere discussing with them about they'll just be spinning. It's like rational mind. Rational mind is on the Southeast now. Just come here and lie to us that it's from the Southwest. You know their character, they are spinners. They just spin. You can't get anywhere having conversation with them. I'm spinning. What they come by? Oh my God,
No, it's not. It's not all of them that spend. Some Madam Zita comes here now, and
Yes.
she
no,
said,
typical.
I
Rosie,
hold that what
Rosie,
Mazanzita
hold on,
said
Remy,
"Yeah,
honestly.
please. Hold on, Remy.
Mazanzita,
Rosie,
sorry, Thomas.
yeah, I don't know
hold
what
on, Remy, please.
I
Remy,
don't.
please, hold on, please. Yeah, please.
I don't know
Rosie,
what.
can
Yeah,
you
I don't know
please
what
do
happened
some
to my
shout out?
internet.
Shout out to Madam Rosie, please. Just in 1 second.
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you. I said, can
Yeah,
you make some shout out to Madam Rose, Madam Sita? We miss her.
yeah. That's what I'm saying. I have not seen a head from her for a while. Yeah, I even sent.
Even Angelic Kuku said, where's Angelic Kuku? He
I
hasn't
wrote.
been.
Ajani
And
Koko went for holiday.
Eh.
Koko went for
For
holiday.
Madam
Oh, he's going to
Sita,
Nigeria for the first time in 25 years.
I don't know that maybe Nigeria, maybe, how do you know it's Nigeria? It
I
will
mean, I'm
just say
just
it's
joking. I don't know.
Miss Rose, it's very difficult for Mazanzita because it's a lot of hatred, and you know that their space, everybody have people in Nigeria, they are killing them a lot, burning their
yes,
property,
yes,
so
yes,
many
yes,
stuff. In fact, I would say that that woman is of great courage for her
yes.
to
It's
come
true.
out and say something. She mentioned
Yeah,
something. She said if they want that thing to die down, it is the people there. They know what to do. They know
of
those people.
course, of course, of
So
course, of course.
yeah, yeah. I felt it.
If they want to die that, see, let me tell you guys the solution to Southeast.
No, but the sad thing is that why are people killing themselves? These are people killing themselves.
They're killing their
Let
own
me,
people. I don't get it.
you guys understand the Southeast.
Guys, you know me, I don't like people talking on each other. Yes, let's hear from Mike. Yeah.
You see, the Southeast, you guys you have to study that area and see where they are coming from. The South is not like other parts of Nigeria where traditionally we have a process of.
Mike, before you go on, please, let's speak to the topic, the ESN something. Our Southeast is our brothers and sisters. We don't like to be a little bit pushing on them. Mike, go understand the continuum so. Go
I
understand
know
it.
what you're talking about.
Yeah, we have so many people from the southeast in this platform too, so that it don't seem like we
Yes,
are
yes.
trying to, you know.
We are trying to.
Well, that I'm
Yes.
talking about you guys don't know where I'm going, sir. You already.
No, I didn't see anything. I'm just telling you.
I'm trying to
Mike,
tell you how the place is structured, the leadership is structured. So what else? How should I go by that? I'm saying,
Babala, cool down now. Are
Mike,
you not?
just go ahead and tell us your opinion.
okay,
Babalawo cool
somebody else
down
go
now.
there. Okay, somebody else go.
Equally temper now. No, we are just
Mike,
talking
go
now.
on. We are
Mike, you can
listening.
go ahead. You can go ahead now. No. Nobody's going to gag you. Just go ahead.
Go ahead with your
Go
thoughts.
ahead, sir.
I'm trying to tell you, live down what the problem, the fact of the situation in the
Go on. We are
southwest.
hearing you. You have the floor. Yeah.
In the southwest, you have a leadership system and structure traditionally, where you have obas, you understand, where if there's each southwest, okay, Alafi one bear or one bear, kingship. In the north, you have the emirs, all those kind of things. In place like south, in Benin, for example, you have Oba of Benin. The leadership structure is set up. But in south, they don't have that. Maybe they used to have that. It's no longer there, especially right after the war. Ojukwu took over, became the leader, and then after the war, the place became there's no leadership structure. So what happened is characters begin to occupy that vacuum. You understand? Like
Yeah, but
Kanu can come from nowhere, say, "Oh, I'm this use propaganda to make himself the supreme leader," and then you have criminal organization like Ohanese, they come together.
but they have
They,
AZs now. They have
they
AZs
don't
now.
follow that now. Even they will tell you themselves that they don't follow king. They don't have kings. They will tell you themselves.
Okay,
They
okay.
will tell you themselves that they don't have kings. They don't even recognize them. They don't acknowledge them.
But Mike, they
I've,
always insult them on this platform that they
Yeah, I've
don't.
had the discussion with many of them. Like, what about the AZ? What about? They say no, it was the British that started creating AZs, and I'm like, really? So that's why I say maybe it was there before, but they don't recognize it. They don't accept that. That's leadership. An average Igbo person doesn't know. You say king, they don't know what a king. They will tell you they don't have kings. So it's for their own, saying. So I'm going by. So now you have a situation where some crooks like will come together and form organization, come and say Anese, and then they don't care. They obviously look at Anese. Are they leading? They are not leading now. They are a group of businessmen that came together and say, okay, we are the Indigo, Kiniko. They are not leading. So no one is that place. There's no system of leadership.
Yeah, Mike,
So
like you were saying, Okay, now they have issues in the east. Why are they going to Abuja to go sort it out? Is it not? Are they not supposed to be meeting in the east and discussing the issues?
They want Kanu release. It's all about their own personal thing. They want their boy Kanu to be released. That's what they care about. They don't care about their people. They just trying to play game, trick Tinubu to release Kanu. That's what they care about. They just care about Kanu. They don't care about their people. And if they care about their people, a real leader that care about their people, why would they be concerned about Kanu that wants to turn the place to? They want to destroy Nigeria in the first place. So why do you think a real leader would care about someone that wants to destroy the country? So they don't, So to me, I think the solution to that space is the federal government have to take a special step about that Southeast and create a new system there where you create a new set of leaders. You go among their population and find the most credible human beings, credible people, like the technocrat, people like we all know we have a lot of decent ego people now. We all know them, right? Like people like Mama Zita that you mentioned, those kind of human beings. The federal government have to call those kind of human beings and make them, tell them, okay, you are this organization in charge of your region, the socio-cultural organization, and you are the leaders. I will come to you, your thing is final. That's it. The federal government have to create that leadership for them, not allow some idiots just be occupying making himself leaders out of thin air. Now Samuel Ekpa is making himself leader. Like somebody will just make himself leader of an entire tribe. Which other tribe can that happen? Name another ethnic group in Nigeria. One guy will sit in.
Samuel Ekpa is the prime minister now.
Yeah, exactly. So which other ethnic group in Nigeria can that happen? Where one guy from somewhere will say, I'm the new prime minister of this ethnic group.
And that guy is no more than 32 years old.
Exactly. Which other ethnic group? One guy will wake up in Finland or London and say, and be on the internet and make himself the new prime minister of a tribe, and the entire tribe will be following him. They'll be following him. Say, he's talking game. It's not true. They talk. They just follow because they don't have leadership. So they just follow anything that sounds good to them. So that's the problem on that
But I don't think the educated ones are following Samuel Ekpa.
But how many? What percentage of people are educated in Nigeria? That's the problem. Even some educated ones, they are just still. So that's the problem. I mean,
the people that are donating money for Samuel Ekpa, are they not the educated ones? Are they not the one in diaspora?
Yeah.
No, the thing is, Mama Rosie.
Yes, for the fact that they're in diaspora does not mean they're educated. I mean, for the fact that you live abroad.
I'm telling you, all of them are the same. Princess Rosie. If you listen to Nigeria media, especially TVs, and if you interview an average people from that space, they speak the same way. All of them, whether educated or not educated.
Sima, let me tell you what the deal is, right? You have two classes. You have the educated and the uneducated. The educated one, do you not see them be the one to face the danger? You understand? But the educated one, they themselves, you have to among the educated one, you have good people and you have bad people. You understand? The good ones, they're totally against any of this evil. They will not. You don't see them support all those things. You understand? And then the bad ones, the evil-minded one among the educated, that want destructions, and many of them, of course, they are still pissed off because they lost relatives during the war. So they want some kind of revenge, right? So they know that these characters that are leading them are lying, but they will play along. You understand? They will fund money. You understand? They won't put money behind them. They will join behind, kind of like, and push what he's saying as if it's true. Like they back him, but they know he's lying. But because they want to use him as a tool to get back at the Nigerian state for what happened to their relatives during the war. And then you have the uneducated ones. Those ones are just complete morons. Like they don't know left from their right. So those ones actually believe what they are hearing. They actually follow the things Kanu and all these scammers are telling them. And they will actually go and risk their life. And they will be the one to go and face bullets.
Mike, quick question. And that to Rosie as well. Mike and Rosie. Is it only Southeasterner that died in the war?
They are not the only one that died. I mean, like from people from the river states, from Bayelsa, from that was there. I mean, a lot of people died there too. People in Ore, Benin. I mean, all over Nigeria.
Even Cross River, Calabar people, the Akwa Ibom people, yes.
Even the Jaws. That is why up to today, the Jaws don't.
In fact, they were the one that fought the war. The people from the South are majorly the one that fought the war.
Yeah. Because
the thing is, when their people are telling them the story, they don't tell them that. They only tell them that they are the only victim. That's what they tell them narrative. Like, oh, they were killing the whole Nigeria was killing
Most of the prominent soldiers that fought the war, they are from the South, like Ejo and all those things. They are not Igbos.
Of course, that's because I heard a lot of stories.
And they die as well.
Of course.
No, on the Nigerian side, though, most of the funny thing is that the most of the soldiers that fought against most of the people, like the field soldiers actually on the battle that fought against them were mainly South side and Middle Belt area, because the Nigerian army was just recruiting soldiers within the close proximity to the southeast. So, and then it was mainly most of them were just South and Middle Belt. But when they tell the story, they will say it was the Yorubas and the Hausas that came to kill
Mike, the South were actually they are fighting on the side of the Biafra.
No,
they are not fighting on.
No. They were not.
The South, we are fighting for the federal government, for Nigeria.
We were fighting for the federal government.
No, it depends on where. The Biafra, the map.
Wait now. Sim, I don't think
South, like the Jaws. The Jaws are South. They didn't fight for Biafra.
No. In the beginning of the war, Ojukwu when he occupied the whole southeast, because in the beginning he invaded the whole area, he penetrated the whole area. So he was forcing young boys from all the area and everything to push them into to carry guns and everything. But when in the beginning of the war, when the Nigerian state went there, they liberated the South first. Right in the beginning, 3 months, they liberated the South. When the South became liberated, it became just Igbos. And then most of the Nigerian army were now recruiting a lot of the South youth to fight. Because in every war, they always use young boys, teenage boys, they just pick you up, give you guns and push you to the front. The actual soldiers were not the one in the front because they understand war, they know they would die. So what happened, especially in African wars, they always pick young boys, teenage boys, they will just snatch you, give you the gun and push you to the actual battlefront, while the real soldiers will be behind. Even the Biafran soldiers were doing the same thing. They will snatch the teenage boys. They will snatch the teenage boys, especially small boys like 12-year-old, and they'll push them to the front where the real battle, the real shooting will take place. And then if those boys luckily win the firefight, and then they will not come in and clear the place clean and they'll take over. So most of the youths that they used to fight were South and Benue. When they were coming from the north, they used the Benue. Go and talk to Benue people now. Many of them lost their relatives, So
why are those people not shouting?
Everybody, because nobody were using propaganda after everybody moved on. But in the southeast, you have to understand the people that led them to that disaster, their leader, the Uchukus, they needed to cover their behind to try to exonerate themselves from any blame. So they began telling their people lies. Like, what happened to you? It was Yoruba and Hausa, they came to want to stories like that. Just make up lies just to convince them that because they went through hell, man. If you see with some of those elders, they will tell you how there was no food, they had to be hitting dead bodies and all those things. So people coming from that kind of situation, they want to know what happened to them. And unfortunately, the Nigerian government they just there, they didn't even talk about it, they just moved on. So, and then they invited Ojukwu back. So their leaders that led them to that hell started brainwashing them that, you were a victim, and it was Yoruba people and Hausa people that did it to you. So that's why their hatred for the Yorubas and the Northerners came about, So,
Thomas, can we change? So, can you throw the next question to Rosie?
Yes, Madam Rosie.
So we leave this.
I'm here.
Yeah,
I'm listening.
think I have a video. I'd really want us to go out of politics, and I would like you to respond to that.
Okay.
Let's just wrap this politics. Let's just round it up. Then we go to my proper section. Did anybody have anything? Let's Adewale. Are you there? You will say they marginalize you now.
Of course, you guys always do, but I'm not gonna be shouting on like a panzer or anybody. No. I'm not doing that.
You and bastards, all of them are partying. Now God goes. What do you think about ESN being injected to Ebubeagu security?
Let them stay there in the southeast as long as they don't come to this part of the country. That's fine. There's a song that they used to sing. You want me to sing that song?
Yes, sing it. Yeah.
Ẹ má fògùn bá wọn jà. Fúnra wọn náà máa fúnra wọn lóògùn jẹ. Ẹ má fògùn bá wọn jà. So whether na ASN or Ibuagu or IPOP, that one. There was a time on this show that I was concerned and I was talking about, that the federal government should not sit back and watch the region go up in fame. But I think I was mistaken. I changed my mind because when I went back to on the TV and I was watching some interview the following day, I was very, very how do I say this now? I was
flabbergasted.
yeah, I was lost for word kind of, when a monster that you created, and now you are seeking for solution because this Iroko has grow beyond what you can, take out. Now you have problem in your hand, and the region itself is not even helping. They are not helping themselves, especially those so-called leaders. You are right. How could someone, an immaterial being, in a foreign land, in another sovereign land, acquire another nationality, telling people back home, there's no way that young guy will be able to control the entire region like that and then have a proliferation of weapons in the hands of criminals. And how did they get into that region? How did they start having weapons? That tells you some people in the corridor of power knows about the modus operandi of these criminals. But they will come online or whatever platform they're able to find themselves, lie, are not telling the truth, and yet their people are dying. They themselves cannot even go home. If you see any politician that can go home today in the southeast and fly his agbada and walk freely, please, that person needed to be investigated.
Can I say something about the Anese real quick, Thomas?
Yes, yeah.
You see, in the beginning, when this whole thing was starting, and whenever they call Anese to come and talk on TV, right, on the news, come and address the issue, when they ask them a critical question, they will skip that question, start talking about marginalization. Or then after Kanu got arrested, or just release him, I knew they were behind, they were in support of this thing. They are behind it. They are in support. They are, in fact, they are the number one contributor to this thing, this ESN. Now it's playing out. For him to say he wants to incorporate ESN with Ibibiagu, what does that tell you? He has contact with ESN. Then they are in cahoots, man. These people they know they are behind it. That one is from day one, from the way just what they are saying, you could tell like, this guy, he must be behind these people. Because the channels TV were asking a question, hey, what do you think about even before Kanu successfully brainwashed the region, they were calling on them like, come on, what is going on? And the way they will respond is more that they are supporting, IPOP. So they are behind that thing, man. It's playing out now. We all know that.
Yeah, let's back to Adewale.
Please, can I come in?
Oh yes, Israel, you've been Israel. I'm coming to you. Let's hear from Adewale. Yes, Adewale, finish it, and we'll go to Israel.
Please,
Then
can
we'll
I
go to our.
just can I say something to us for a minute? Like
Yes.
my concern is, hopefully all this unrest is not going to distract Tinubu from focusing on what the real issue is in Nigeria, because we have a lot of pressing issues, and then pressure might be coming from the east for him to come and solve the problem they are creating. So how is he going to handle it?
Yeah, Adewale, are you still there?
Sorry, like Madam Zita said, if their people does not cooperate among themselves first, they must put themselves on the line first. That we genuinely want to solve our problem. If they are not doing that, if Tinubu is not convinced that they are not doing that, it should just let them be. Because no matter what he does, they won't accept him. So even if we beat Darudo for them, they won't accept him. I'm telling you, they see this thing as rivalry between the Yorubas and the Igbo. It's like they cannot defeat us. That is why all this propaganda after the election. It's already some of them that are on their rights, they already move on. So it's only few of them that they are member of the so-called they are still propagating propaganda around. What can the president do? If he tries his best and still a bit, just let them be, and they will come down to their rights.
Do you even think Tinubu is distracted? He's been there.
No, I don't think he's distracted at all.
At all. It's not even paying attention to it. I haven't seen his spokesperson commenting about this, or see it as urgency or something that needed to be paid attention to now. because it's being calculative in that space, and I like it that way because sometimes when you don't give a reference to something or some people, it gives you
Attention seeker.
it gives you much more power to be able to work on it later on in your favor. Because now if you had paid attention to it or commenting on it every now and then it would now become national issue. He doesn't see
Look,
urgency in it. And to
Adewale,
me, I think
yeah.
what he's doing is
Remy,
that
Yeah,
let
it's
him
okay.
land.
he,
Let
he
him land, please.
wanted he
Let
wanted
him
a
land.
situation whereby he will be in control of of what decision that will be taken from that space, because once you have the elders or the stakeholders coming to visit him, then negotiation will begin, and I believe he will want a political solution to what is happening there. So once you start having people, then negotiation will start, and the subject matter or the principal actor himself will also want to see, know his mindset and know what he's thinking. It's not that some people will be negotiating on his behalf, and then he will be, issuing some other direct information or directive to his followers and all that. So that's the way I see. That's the way I see it. To me, honestly, I feel for that region, but at the same time, hey, unfortunately, this is no longer full anima.
But Adewale, I remember the day you were just trying to push back on everybody that day.
Yeah,
You remember? So
yeah.
what has changed?
What changes
It's
that when
not.
I
It's not almost 5 days now. Yes.
It's not only
yeah or
you.
what
Me, I also push. I push because I felt it. Because why should you be killing your same set of people, burning their property, business people all over there? Some people have worked all their life for whatever they have. You
correct,
just kill them anyhow like that. And I
correct.
was, and that day I was like, I felt it in my heart that this is not good. And Simba was telling me, why should you die? And then Mike was also saying, this does not concern me. I'm not from that place. And I was like, really?
Igbo
Oanes, they hasn't condemned the thing you are condemning. You know that, right, Remy?
Yes, they didn't condemn,
Let's
so
just
I just let it go. So what can I do? So,
If Oanes is not condemning it, their own leader, social cultural leader, is not condemning it. They who the hell are you to be? You
and
might.
when you look at the northeast that was rivaled by Boko Haram, their leaders there, they didn't give us all this kind of problem like they are doing. They cooperated with the federal government. They lost a lot of people in that.
look at even Southwest Igbo when he was. Igbo
Yes.
hasn't even done half of what Nnamdi Kanu said or did or whatever, but Igbo was only going around the country, conducting rallies and visiting Obas and Yorubas, important Yorubas and all that, trying to gain that momentum. But the state went against him, right? And they
Yes.
mobilized. And what they did, if not because that guy, he escaped one way or the other, but at least
He would
he,
have been dead by now.
oh,
That's
dead. And that was what they wanted to do to Nnamdi Kanu when he ran off too, because they wanted to take them out. It just looked like a shot.
Adewale, do you know Yoruba leaders they warn him?
Yeah, they want him.
It's obvious that somebody talks sense into what is his name, Igbohona. That's why they kept him. The Republic of Benin almost gave up and expedite him to Nigeria. But they fought. Malame, we knew how he sent the representative to Republic of Benin to extradite this guy. But I want to believe people work underground to make sure that this guy stayed there. Not quite long ago, there was another video that surfaced where he was saying that, oh, he's gonna come back. It's gonna come back. I was like, oh, Granny, you better stay where you are. You're gonna be dead, like a
Adewale,
dead.
do you know Yoruba to do some propaganda? Some came out say Igboho is in Shoka, is in Ibadan. Baba, welcome, Baba.
Oh yeah. Even
Oh
when
my.
was the last time you heard from Professor Akintoye? The man even say he's retired, isn't it?
Of course.
So
even if anyone was last time even hear from Babati, it's just all those
don't mind Babati. Even though he supported a
Babati
Yoruba
is not
nation,
here
he's just
today.
kidding himself. There's a way to this madness. There's always a way to manage situation. But when you now have situation that already escalated and is no longer within where you can easily deal with it, and this is what usually happens. The federal government is folding its hand and is watching. Now it used to be quiet, silent stuff. Now it's now national issue. But it's, after some time,
I don't think anybody noticed something. You know the reason why the pressure is too much like 2 weeks, because Lagos is getting hot and the region too is getting hot. Iwájú òsè lọ ẹ̀yìn òsè padà sí. That's what happened. That's the reason why
did
they
you
are
see
trying
what
to
Gbadebo tweeted?
they are trying to drag.
Hold on, please. Please, we can't talk on each other. Please, guys. Let somebody land, then you come after them, please. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Did you see what Gbadebo tweeted? This time around, like when he was contesting for governorship and he was deleting his old tweet about IPOP, he categorically came out and said that federal government is not doing enough. So because they are Igbos, that's why. For crying out loud, when Southwest was, Igbo who was trying to expand, what happened? Did they call on the Fulani to come and help? Even though what he did, he didn't tell Fulani that they are going to die, that they should kill them. No, he said they want them out of his fatherland because they are killing his
The
people.
bad one. He said the bad ones.
And he visited one of the representatives. As at that time, he was not. He hasn't become, who he is today. But that moment, he was gaining momentum, and they knew that okay, this is going to, escalate, and it's going to become something. Yeah. But the region, people that matters went behind, and look, Ogbeni, you need to do this thing in the Omoluabi way because you are drawing attention. Some state governors, at the point they were like diligent. I knew Akeredolu was almost about supporting them publicly, but he had to withdraw his support because he knew that would give him credibility to some extent. So, I mean, at the end of the day, he was on his way out.
Adewale, if Yoruba will even be emancipate or get country, is it Igboho that will lead us? What is going on here?
That tells you how ridiculous that movement was. How ridiculous!
I used to laugh at Igbo, man. The guys.
Look, I never for one second, for one day in my life, supported the Yoruba nation because I look at it. The problem you are thinking you cannot stomach or deal with now, when you secede and go your separate way, you will still meet that problem because the same character that is in Yoruba mind is in Hausa mind, is in Igbo mind. That greediness. You will see somebody from another village saying this is our Amilokon. That is how it's going to start. The resources you think you are going to corner.
What happened to them?
Exactly. That's a good example.
It's the most poorest country in the world.
South Sudan right there.
But let's be fair. Let's be fair about our Southwest, though, man. Like, I mean, in Nigeria, the people that are really like, more. If it wasn't Yoruba, Nigeria would look like Congo. Yes, we would have like 5 civil wars. Because you look at it, look at the Southeast. The way the Yoruba have been in one.
Like the stabilizer, man.
Yeah, the stabilizers, exactly. So that's why I feel like. I think it would bet. I mean, to me, I don't see Yoruba land becoming South Sudan or anything like that.
Even if you are marginalized, there's a way to go about it. And most of the time, it's not about how you are able to shout or the loudest noise, the most in the conference. It's about how you are able to convince people. Look, I think you will benefit more if you let me take care of this. So this is at the area. These are the way you think you will benefit more. It's about negotiation. You negotiate with with the people that you think you probably would never in your entire life, have something to do with. You negotiate. You talk. How do you think? At a time, at the point, they said Tinubu would never become president. That even Akpabio just said.
Mr. Adewale, please, if I might say something also. And my own issue with Yoruba Nation is that there were a lot of people were using it to scam others.
Of course.
They were scamming big time. Look at Sunday Igboho's
one voice, please. Let's hear from Rosie.
Look at Sunday Igboho's second in command. What's his name? That guy in UK. Koiki. He was just scamming big time, making up. So I was like, okay, these same characters will come from Yoruba Nation. They're going to continue to be very corrupt and exploit the people. So what's the change? What's the difference? There's no
Questionable
difference.
characters.
They were just scamming people, making quick turn it to full-time job, scamming people. So to me, it was just a mess.
You know,
But
that
why
thing
is
was
he
so
now?
funny.
Why are they
Adewale,
not
I just
talking
want
now?
to add this. Adewale, I want to add it. Look at for 3 election cycles in Nigeria since 2015 to 2023. That means if you want to become president of Nigeria, just be solid in 5 regions and you are good to go.
Yeah,
That's what
you have to
you don't need
you
one
know you
region.
are.
If they don't want to become, they are not interested in national policy, just let them be. Concentrate all your effort on 5 regions and make sure you are very competitive. You get it. It's as simple as ABC. So no, any region cannot just say, "Oh, I've been marginalized. I don't want to do with national policy again." You are shooting yourself on the foot. For 3 election cycle now, you continue to play that politics that just
You
only
know,
by your own people.
every human being is a social being. One thing is that if you don't speak up, if you do not look at it, let's use this platform for example. There are days that I will be on this platform for hours. I will just keep quiet. In fact, I can identify 1 or 2 people that love to talk and talk and talk on this panel right now on this show. But I will be listening. But because when I know that, okay, I'm hearing something new from others. Okay, I think I will gain more. I would rather listen to them more than me just interjecting and disrupting another. I mean, sometimes I'm about to be in Kalura, but but at the same time, I'm just like, let me just listen to it. But when I don't talk, and you guys are talking, it will look as if okay, you're just marking attendance. So the same way at the national level in the country, where you're a minority, you have to bring your best foot forward and come in at the right time because you might have just in an hour or 30 minutes to plead your case, to say something, and that might even change the mind of people that will support you. But when you don't talk when you needed to talk, or bring the right people forward, guess what will happen? You will continue to be relegated and marginalized because people will see you as being consequential. They will look at you like, okay, well, come, how much you need, okay, take this and move on. And that has been the bane of this part of the region. Yes, it's possible to be marginalized. I will tell you guys this. As a matter of fact, I wish Obi won the election because I wanted him to. At least you'll have an Igbo man in the presidency for the first time since 1960. But the way the movement was going about it, it kind of make me a little bit repulsive towards because I look at it. Why must it's not a must that we must continue to be this
But Adewale, is
compelled
Obi
and
the problem or the movement?
the bottom line is that when you are heading a movement, when it's a movement in your favor, you have to have a way to balance it. And
But
I keep
but
saying that he had boxed himself into a corner to the point that he can't even tell these people, Jack, they
but
control how. Go ahead.
some of the Igbos, they've been in the corridor of power, like Alex Ekweme. Was he not in the corridor of power? We've had some prominent people among the Easterners that have been in the corridor of power. Because when you said since 1960, I'm like, it's not like since 1960.
Even
Some of them,
Babangida's vice president was an Igbo guy.
I remember.
yeah.
I mean, they've been up there to be really honest.
I think the South
They've
people
been
are the avatars of.
PDP primary 2023, I believe so. Rusha Okorosha contested for presidency there.
Yes, it's
He
true.
came into that venue of the primary. I think it was towards the evening or nighttime. He came into that evening in a one big caravan like this. He liked to be gregarious and flamboyant kind of. It was a little bit younger then, full of exuberance. And I look at it, this guy, captivating whenever he's talking and all that. But I just imagine that they will have somebody that they will be able to, project and
Yes.
support. But it seems, even though they voted for somebody who is not even from that region, I'm not saying that all of them should do that, but at times you have to. I mean, look at the Southwest for crying out loud. And Atiku is still a child cannot be that bad. Someone is still going to love. Atiku was voted for in the North as well as they did for Tinubu, right? So there's a way you do that. And at the end of the day, when I look at it, the multidimensional the support came from religion angle, ethnic angle, and then some just some bunch of you know young people that actually have no idea what they're doing. And I'm so sorry about that, because it seems they've been bamboozled to some extent. Yes, Obi may have good intention, but when you have, when you, every politician start as a populist. They speak against the evil of the land. They speak about, some of the, maladies in the land. But at the end of the day, when they grab power or then the position, they turn progressive or they turn whatever they want to turn into. And eventually the policy they're going to be playing will be identity politics. So yes, but when you are now coming in, you're coming from different dimension, you are bringing these baggages. At the end of the day, you can't even say what comes to your mind. You are measured because you don't want to offend, the path of people that launch you or makes you that popular. And to me, it is wrong, because at the end of the day, it's going to turn bad. But if you come in unpopular, if you come in being seen as, but you prove everybody wrong. Now, to me, I think that is better. Nigeria is a big country. It's only that we haven't traveled. Some of them have not even traveled out of their domain. Because by the time you travel from Enugu to Maiduguri, you will realize that Nigeria is a very vast land, very big, and we are different in culture, different in background, different in every part of our way of life. And somebody will just sit back somewhere, have a computer in their front and be typing rubbish, and saying rubbish online. Or even those who I think they should know better, the likes of the Aisha Yusuf. Yes, you may have a good cause to, to support and have been an activist. You call yourself. But when you begin to sound derogatory,
he's cashing out.
Remy, please hold on, please. Adewale, what you don't get is all these people running around. Do you know that they are cashing out bigly?
Cashing out big.
That's another aspect. That's another perspective to it.
This Yesufu you talk, you know how many billionaires that will be sending money to this lady?
Thomas,
the funniest thing is that
please, can I come in?
Before, let me just land that. Let me just land that.
I just want to correct Thomas about something.
Yes, Israel. Let's hear from Israel. Yeah, he's been trying to come in.
Thomas, you see this statement you make now. That's the difference between the obedience and the other people supporting different political parties. You guys are not understanding the whole stuff. Now you think that people like Aisha Yusuf, they are cashing out. That's why they are into this movement. No, majority of us invest in the movement. Like,
can you talk for yourself? You don't know. You don't know what is getting.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that is.
Remy, hold on, please. Remy, please hold on.
Finish.
Yeah, Israel.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I said you can speak for yourself.
That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say. Most of people like me, let me say this. Okay, for me now. Okay, let me use myself as an example. For me now, this is the first time I got involved in politics that I spend my own resource into a candidate. So I believe some of the youths that are in this obedience movement, they are like me also. So that's why it's very difficult for some of us to just feel like, oh, it's over, the election is over, let's move on.
They are cashing on you now.
Please, I have a question.
Let him finish, please. Let Israel land.
No, that's just the notion I'm trying to clarify. Most people think that the obedience movement is just about the money people are cashing out, but the reverse is the case. Most of us invest.
You can't tell me
you say something.
Israel.
Like you said something that how can somebody go to Washington just to protest? And somebody say no, they are living there. No, some of the obedience people from Nigeria, they will pay tickets to that place just to protest because they invest their money in the movement.
Where did your money go, Israel? If I can ask you.
Why did you invest your money in obedience?
It's my resource.
His money went to Aisha Yusuf.
Israel, I have a question, please. Okay, now you said you invested into Obi. So do you think Obi can change Nigeria? Is he not part of the old system? He's part of Atiku. He came out from the old school. So how do you think somebody that came out from the old school would change the country?
For me,
He's not a new
for
breed.
me,
He's not a
for
new
me,
breed
for
politician.
me
Yeah.
personally, madam, I experienced Obi leadership in Anambra because I did my primary school in Anambra. I did my university here also. So I experienced Obi a little, and I've come across in some different places. So for me, I know him not personally, but at least I know what he has done when he was a governor.
So
So
Thomas,
that's
show
why
us the video of Anambra.
so you
Thomas,
experience, please. So
Yeah,
you
don't let me
also,
show it.
so
Don't
you
let me
show
show
us,
also,
it.
little Joe.
wait. So you also experienced when while he was in government, he took out money to Panama. You experienced that too. He didn't declare his money.
that
Yeah.
stuff is like how we
So
use the
that's not
word
corruption.
propaganda.
It's propaganda. It's not.
Yes.
It's not true.
The money, the Anambra money is saved in Fidelity Bank, where he became the
That is
chairman.
propaganda too.
I'm not here to banter or debate. I just want to clarify the
No,
notion that
that's why we're
that's
asking you
just
questions.
I'm speaking from my own point of view. I'm
Okay,
speaking from my
fine.
own point of view. This is what for me, I'm invested in the movement. That's
Okay.
just it.
Okay.
So it's the money you invested that I
Hold
said
on, please.
people.
Hold on, please. Let me interrogate Israel. It's been there.
Okay.
It's been
Good
quiet. So
night,
hold on,
everybody.
please. Yeah. Yeah. See you. See you. Yeah. Israel. What did you gain from Obi's administration? Can you please tell us? Very short, please.
Okay, for example, I okay, let me use this. After the bridge from Air Bridge to Opiweka, if any of you have been to the east that period, you know how that place used to be. But during my days in Nnamdi Azikiwe University, coming from Lagos, sometimes I don't used to have complete transport fare to take the normal bus that will take me from Lagos down to Oka direct. So what I normally do then, I move from um, Bega, I will take little bus, just little transit. But most of the time, I spend my night at Opiweka. I will sleep there because it's too late. I will sleep there. Then the next morning, I will continue the journey back to Oka. So before, there is no way I can spend a night just at the park there, at Opiweka there. So I know what he did with security. So that's one alone is enough for me to say, okay, for
But
this
secure,
reason, I
but
can
Obi is
invest.
not in charge of the security of the state.
But Obi, like make sure that each local government have security outfits, and he empowered most of them. He supports the police, and
Please.
those like Opiweka, there are so much different structure that harbors all those criminal elements there during that period. But
Is
he
it worse?
came there with
Is it worse than Onitsha?
Yes.
Opiweka is even worse than Onisha.
Okay. So
Like
on is
Opiweka, you can be driving and your hand is outside the window. Maybe you're putting an expensive watch during that time. They don't mind use machete to cut your hand just to get the watch. That's how
wow.
Opiweka was then.
Wow.
Oh, Israel, you're funny.
So
Okay,
because
No, it's not being funny, it's reality.
Onitsha is in Anambra State, right?
Onisha
yes,
is
yes,
close
yes,
to,
yes.
yes, close to
Okay.
Anambra.
Opiweka also.
Because I remember during my youth service, I did my youth service in Yola in those days, Gongola State. And we used to travel from Yola. We come through Onitsha. We get to Onitsha. We spend the night on Onitsha. And that was even before what's his name? Obi's time.
Yes. I think we are
So
almost the same set with Rossi. I also did my youth service.
Rosie,
yeah.
I'm trying to calculate your age.
I don't calculate it. I also did my youth service in Enugu State, and I
Yeah.
will go through Enugu to Ninth Mile, and from Ninth Mile we go to Uji local government. I
Yeah. And
never really
it
travel in
was
Onitsha.
safe.
I was on that bridge.
So when you are giving
I was inside
safety,
the market several times.
yeah.
That is
So
there
when you are
in the
giving
market.
safety to
I
Obi,
But I'm not understanding the points you guys are trying to
no,
prove.
you are
So
saying
what
Obi
I'm
brought
trying to say is
safety.
that there's no security issue
One
even
voice,
that
please.
area you are
One
talking
voice,
about.
please. Yeah.
So there's
Yeah.
no big
Remy.
deal, no security something about that time. Everything was fine because I remember during that time that even my people would send me some stuff to buy them from Munisha Market because it's not very far from all this place you are talking about. And there, in fact,
If
there was a
we
time.
take the night bus and
Yeah,
travel through
yeah.
there.
I remember that I
Yeah, so
always
don't
arrive
give
on
security
around
safety to
9,
Obi at all.
10, or 11, and that place still bubbling. Never stop.
Okay, let me ask you. During when you do your NYSC, is
I
it the
don't want to
period
tell
where
you. I don't want
wait,
to
I don't
tell
want
you.
to tell you.
There is a year,
I'm not asking the
I don't
particular.
okay? Continue. Ask me.
Like, I mean, listen to me. I want to know when you did your NYSC. Is it during the period where they have Bakassi boys in Onisha or in
Can you
Anambra?
tell me the year? Can you tell me the year?
When they have Bakassi?
Yes, the year of Bakassi. Tell me the year. Yeah, is it
Um,
2004 or 2005?
I
The
think
Bakassi people it was during
2000.
Obasanjo regime now.
Thank you. It was during
During
that
the
period.
2000s.
Yes, 2000s. Yeah, during early 2000s. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
So during
so,
that period,
so what are you trying? Because you know what?
is it that period you did your NYSC? That's what I'm asking.
I said yes.
Because
Yes.
okay, that means you are not being sincere with what you're saying. You are not being sincere.
Remy,
Israel,
you are not a
Israel.
sincere person.
I
What do you
went
mean it's
to.
not being
I
sincere?
spent.
I told you
I don't
I
want to tell
experienced
you.
the same
Please,
thing.
I will be
You
back.
cannot experience the same thing. Nobody cut my hand. Nobody take my wristwatch. Nobody take my bag. I often go to the Onitsha market. Nobody
Yeah.
harass me. I
So
even
I
did.
experienced the same too.
I travel more than 7 times
this
because
was
we have
88.
holiday. We have all of
This
this. I
was
have to go back to Enugu and something like that.
yeah,
I
this
never
was
need
like
trouble. Enugu was so peaceful,
so
and
don't
I
give
have to
us
back to Anambra before I go to Enugu, whether I like it or not, because I have to take a bus from Munisha to Enugu, and from Enugu I will have to find my way to my Udi local government.
But you
So
guys,
you can't
Remy,
yeah.
Remy, you guys try you. I never traveled to the east too.
Because that's why they posted me to. What am I going to do? Am I going to say I don't want to go there?
So at
me, I was posted to Yola,
the
but
point
I
I was
traveled
trying to
from
make.
One voice, please. One
yeah,
voice, please. Yeah,
I was
yeah.
posted to
Rosie, let's hear
Yola.
from Rosie.
Yeah, I did my youth service in Yola. So but we have to travel 9 bus from Yola through the night to Onitsha. Then you stay at Onitsha and then take a bus straight from Onitsha to Lagos. So you don't give security to Obi. That place was safe even before Obi came. Because Thomas was
Anyway,
asking you, what did you benefit from Obi's government, right?
anyway,
Yeah.
Mr. Thomas, I just said that was the reason why I invested in movements because you cannot tell me my experience. I know what I
So
experienced
do
during
you,
that period.
Israel, because
Mm.
your candidate lost, do you feel a little bit low, or you still believe that
Because my candidate lost,
yeah? Do you
and
feel
I am here telling you that I followed the case to
Israel,
the.
were you born and raised in Anambra, or you just moved there for a little
I
bit?
was born in Lagos.
He speaks like a Lagos boy now. Israel,
you
I
are
was
please.
born
born in Lagos.
but you said
I did
How
but
my.
you
long did you
said
live in?
you
Are you from
school,
Anambra?
but you said school in
No,
Anambra
I'm from
primary
Delta
school.
State. How many times will I tell you, Mike?
No, you said your primary school was Anambra and
Yeah,
your
you
Yes,
university
yeah.
was Anambra.
I stayed. I was born in Festac, Ojo. My parents live in Ojo. I was born in Festac. I moved to Anambra State. I start my primary four in Anambra State. From then
Why?
to
Why?
the
Why when your parents are in Lagos, why did you go to
my
Anambra for
personal
primary
Yeah,
school?
I
story.
find it hard
They
to
moved to
You
believe.
cannot
Anambra.
ask me that kind of question, Remy.
They moved to
Okay,
Anambra.
How
okay.
can you go from
Is
Lagos to
Israel
Anambra? Come on.
Israel, I have a
Uh,
question for you. So do you believe in your heart of hearts that Obi won all the northeast, the north, he won all those states? In your heart of hearts, you believe that?
I've not for one day say that Obi won all the states in the north. If Thomas could remember the only statement I made one time, I say Obi says he won the election and he will prove it. And for me, that's okay for me. That's
I
the
just say
same
it's okay. It
statement.
has to make sense to you now for it to be okay.
It
But if it
has to
doesn't
make
make
sense.
sense,
It's
I
okay.
mean,
We are not
Actually, that was what he said about 2 or 3 days ago. He said because
he
Obi
said,
said he won and he
because he said
believed Obi, and
I
that is
don't know
why
how
he's
people follow
supporting
people
it.
blindly. If Obi is not
so if
making sense, you can't just follow him.
Mike, what he's trying to say, if Obi comes out tomorrow and say, I did not win the election, Israel will also believe, right?
If Obi come out tomorrow and
Yeah.
say, okay, this is what happened,
And he said
then
he lied to you. He said he lied to
They will
you.
start attacking Obi now. They will begin to
Let
attack
him
him.
land now, please.
when
Let him
when
land,
you
please.
when you follow somebody political
Israel,
movement,
start again. We
okay.
can't hear you. Start again.
So what I'm trying to say is this: when you follow somebody and you have
No.
not
They
find
ask you
any
a question.
reason,
They ask you a
yes,
question. If you
that's what I'm trying to answer.
yeah.
When you follow someone and the person has not given you any reason to doubt him, you don't start doubting the person till the person give you reason to doubt him. So if Obi come out tomorrow, and say, sorry, I did not win the election, then there is no reason for me to follow him again. Because now take his credibility.
No,
You
no,
understand me?
no, Israel. This is you. I don't get it. First, you believe in him, and whatever he says, you believe that, right? So if he come out tomorrow, and is that what you are saying? That initially, first you believe in him, and whatever comes from his mouth, you believe it because you vouch for his credibility, right?
Yes.
Now, if he
So
now
if
comes
somebody
tomorrow and say,
somebody
"Oh, my
presents
friend,
himself,
oh, sorry, I did not win this
okay.
election," or the court pronouncement is right that he lost, and he also said he lost, so you will not believe that one again. Or what are you saying?
What I'm saying is this: for him to come out the first time to say that he won the election, and
Yeah.
later coming out to say he did not win the election, that means he
Maybe
has
he came
lost
to the
all
realization.
credibility. There's no way I will get the kind of information he has. So that's why I'm taking his word.
I think the way you are talking now, I don't understand anymore. You believe in a cause, and the person you believe so, you hold him in high esteem. That even if the court pronounced that he did not win, you will not accept unto anything that comes from his mouth. And you are not
You
saying
are
that.
you are quoting me wrong. I did not say the court said that he did not win.
No,
I will not accept.
I'm trying to paint another scenario for you. I'm just trying to say if the court pronounce the agenda is not the winner, and then he has to move on because there's nothing he can do after maybe going to appeal court and Supreme Court and he lost in both one and he has to move on. What I'm just trying to say is that if he himself now realized that he knows he does not win the election. To be frank with you, all these are just for
Okay.
momentum to continue. So you are trying to say that if he comes out again and he said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I did not win the election," then you will not believe in him anymore, right?
Yes, yes, that's what I'm trying to say.
So you
Yeah.
can
Because
say,
he, he put himself as a credible candidate. So
Okay.
if I cannot take his words for what it means, then there's no
so
need believing him again.
Hold
okay.
on,
If
let me
So
give you a
he
you,
come
second.
out
I
and
see your
Israel.
stand now.
Israel,
I
please,
see
can I
where
say
you.
something? Because I'll be going to
okay.
sleep soon. Yeah.
Yeah, let's hear from Rosie. Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Rosie,
Israel.
before you talk,
Yeah.
Obi really try. Obi play with people's mind, though.
Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
guy.
Israel,
That
you
guy,
see,
man.
before I go, I just want to give you a piece of advice because you sound very young and I think you are still, not really experienced in this politics and stuff like that. My advice to you is that look, don't put your trust and your hope in any man. Human beings are fallible. Don't put, I mean, he's not God. He's not somebody you can say, oh, this man, his word is yea and amen. The only person you can
I
put your hope and your trust in is God. Any other person, they're fallible. You can come up with these fronts and you don't really know him 100%. So
yes.
please, as a young man growing up, I want you to be strong. I want you to be, to be successful in life, but don't put your trust in any human being. because men are fallible.
Madam Rosie, let me say this to Madam Rosie.
Men are fallible, okay?
Can hold on, please? If somebody is making comments, let her or he or she finish. Rosie, land it.
Yeah.
Then we hear from Israel.
As a young man, you still have, the sky is your limit. It's not even your limit. You can even go beyond the sky, above the sky. So my own advice is please don't put your trust, 100% trust in any human being, only in God. Men are fallible, okay? Don't say no because he says jump into the, if Obi says jump, you say how high. No, you understand? So that your hopes will not be dashed to make you a stronger man. Thank you.
Thank you for the advice.
In addition,
Thank you.
I have a question for you. The other day,
Wait, let me answer Madam Rosie first.
Okay.
Yeah. Go on. Yeah.
Madam Rosie, I thank you for the advice. I just want to say, at this stage in Nigeria, I will not say most of us, younger people, we need somebody to believe in, and Obi presents himself as someone to believe in, because we are already losing faith in Nigeria. But he gave us something to hope for. That's why you see most of us.
What did he do and what did he say that gave you that hope?
So Israel,
Mike, let me finish now. That's why you see most of us, we are trying our possible best to see how we can salvage Nigeria from our own imagination. So you will not crucify us, because we are just trying our possible best to still hold on to the country.
Okay. Yeah,
so
but what I'm saying is that
Remy, please, can you leave this conversation for Madam, Princess Rosie and Israel? After Madam Rosie finish, let's you will take him, please.
So Israel,
so
what
that
I'm
we'll not
saying
be
is that
talking about each other.
Yeah, Israel, what I'm saying is that I know being a young man and Nigeria to so many youths, the country is like so much hopelessness. People are trying to, hold on to somebody to put their hope. That's why I'm still, reiterating that you should please don't put all your trust and your hope in a man. You understand? Because if he fails you, you'll be so dashed. You'll be so disappointed. You'll be so broken. You understand? So you just
Do you know some people went to depression because of
yeah, because he's a human being. Because this will be that you put so much trust in. What if he goes behind? Tinubu offers him a position and he takes it and he moves on. Has he not dashed your hope? You get what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. I hope the situation in the country is making people so hopeless. But Nigeria is still gonna be good, okay? It's still gonna be good. But don't put he's still gonna be good, okay? Don't put all your trust in man. Put your trust in God, because men are fallible. Okay, they can be very deceptive, very, very. You understand? They can be. And I wish you all the best in life. Okay. Good night, everyone.
Thank you, mom.
Yeah.
But Istre, I'm very sure. Sorry, Remy. I'm very sure, even if you are claiming to be the representing the young Nigerian, you are at least you will be above 30 as I'm talking to you now. Well,
yes, I'm above
Gowon became the head of state of Nigeria at the age of 32. You understand what I'm saying? You are not too young to even be a governor of your state.
Yes.
So you are not too young to even be a senator in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So if you are talking like this, that you only believe that Obi won the election because he said we won the election, you are not giving a good impression of an average Nigerian youth. Because whatever you believe should not be by what one person is saying. You should have a mind of your own. You should be able to reason for yourself.
Now you are trying to gaslight me. When it comes to politics,
I'm not gaslighting. I'm just telling you what you're supposed to do. You should be able to give us reason the reason why I believe this.
Simba, the question we should ask him is that, Israel, do you have the result of the 2023 presidential election? Do you have the result in your hand?
Same thing I will ask you, Remy, do you have the results?
I have.
And we have the result. Okay. I have it here.
Is it the one INEC? Is it the one INEC published
so which
in
one
the
do we?
INEC?
No, I will ask a question.
Is it the one INEC published in the INEC that have 18,000 blur results?
Calm down, please. Who?
Let's not argue. Let's just talk.
Yeah, that's what I say. You should calm down. So I will ask my question. So, who conducted the election? Who conducted?
Please hold on. Israel, we are not arguing. We are discussing matter.
Yes,
so,
I'm
not
fighting with you. Who conducted the election?
INEC.
Who is authorized to pronounce the winner?
INEC.
Who pronounced the winner for president, senator, governor, House of Assembly, and also House of Representatives? Which are
Same answer. Same answer.
Thank you. So, do you believe that some senators that were pronounced by INEC in some Labour Party, in some state that Labour Party won, do you believe they won the election, right?
Yes.
So, do you believe in some states that PDP and APC senator won the election? Do you believe that?
Yes.
Yeah. But you do not believe in the presidential election declared by INEC number one.
No.
So, hold on. So we are getting it now. So my question to you now is that the day before yesterday, maybe yesterday or the day before yesterday, you mentioned that the problem of Nigeria are people above 40 years old. Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, how old is Obi?
Obi is 62 now or 63.
So do you believe that you said the problem is that anybody above 40 years old is the problem of Nigeria? That also includes Obi, yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. So if you know that Obi and all those who are above 40 years old are the problem of Nigeria, why don't you vote for people under 40 years old? Why don't you youth come together and pick a candidate?
The same answer.
No.
Majority of the people that will control
I'm building a premise for you. You already.
Yes, I'm going along with you.
Yeah, I'm also going
along. I'm moving along with you. That's why you say, okay, continue.
Hold on, calm down. We are not fighting. You claim that people over 40, they are the problem of Nigeria, and you told me that Obi is 62 years old. That means Obi should be included in those people that are the problem of this country. And second, you believe that the election that brought in so many governors, senators, conducted by the same institution, some are conducted in the same day with the presidential election. You believe the result, but the only result you do not believe.
Let me ask you a simple question so you understand where I'm coming from.
Go on.
Go ahead, please. Hello?
Israel, do we have Israel? Maybe the network dipping.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
We can hear you.
So, what I'm trying to say is this. Do you think if the presidential election is transmitted same way the House of Rep and Senate is transmitted, do you think we'll still be on this topic?
No. You are getting it
wrong.
No,
you asked me a question. Now I'm asking you a question.
So this is all about transmission, Israel.
I know, and I want to answer his question.
If something looks fishy,
I want to answer your question now. Let me answer your question. Some of the results were transmitted live of the presidential election, maybe some percentage, I don't know whether it's 10 or 20 or 25%, were transmitted later that same day, 25th. Some were transmitted, and if you follow the petition very well, Obi lawyer said some were transmitted that same day. Anna claimed they have itches in daytime, but by 9 p.m. that day, some of the from ECA form that was snapped in all the polling units, some of them were already on that platform. And after that, some subsequent results were coming in from every part of Nigeria. They were putting them there. So that it was not a case that there was no there is no transmitted election result from polling unit. Some were already on that platform.
We know the problem with most of us in Nigeria. We know the truth, but we always like to.
So I will ask a simple question.
Till now, INEC have not complete uploading 100% of the election results they used to announce
Do you know
Hold
what?
on, let me jump in real quick. Let me give me a second.
I have 1 minute to finish with you.
Remy,
One more minute. Just one
Remy.
more minute. 1 more minute.
Yeah. Remy, hold on, please. After Remy, Mike, come after him. Please.
Okay. So, Israel, my question are 2 or 3 questions for you. Do you know what we call Form EC8A? Hello, Israel. Hello, Israel.
I think he's hearing you. Continue. I mean the network, yeah.
No, it's muted. It's muted. Maybe doesn't know it's muted.
Can you unmute yourself? Maybe somebody.
We won't go and be sure we are guys.
Let Mike go on. Then if he's not responding,
okay.
Mike.
So I want to ask him 2 questions.
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, now I can hear you.
Sorry, I have somebody I have to attend to. Yes, I will join in later.
Okay. Bye then. Okay, it's all right. So I would have loved to ask him first if you know from ECH.
There's no need for that conversation anymore. Let's hear from Mike. Mike, come.
Okay.
No, the guy was saying that if they are transmitted the results, the IRF, we won't be here. You know, there won't have been any issue. So I'm wondering, like, okay, so what's up with why are they bringing? So what about the 25%, the certificate, or all the other things they are bringing up there? If it's all about the RF. So
Mike, what they are telling them is what he's saying now. You can know now. You can know. That's the same thing now. They have been brainwashed. Believe me.
No,
the guy said, "You say it won't be if they are transmitted if it wasn't the RF. So why are we not only talking about the RF? Why is it about other things? I mean, these people, man."
Mike, when we are growing up, we used to buy newspaper. I remember I used to save my money to buy newspaper every day. My food money, daily allowance, I used to buy paper. Sometimes I also buy complete sport where I like sport. I can see I'm not all the youth because they have opportunity to even read newspaper online.
Remy, are you sure Obi is not using some voodoo on people?
No. You know what? There is one thing you should know. If you seek knowledge, nobody will bamboozle you around. But if you don't seek knowledge, people will bamboozle you around.
But Thomas, most of the brainwashing is not really Obi that's doing it. It's the disciples like the Aishas and the Edo Watch and all those people. They are the ones doing most of the brainwashing on all these people.
They are classified into 3. Some just believe in whatever their friends tell
even Dele Farutimi. I can't believe that guy, man. That guy is very pathetic. Even so he's cashing out on the innocent Igbo people.
Some believe through religion. Some believe through my friend told me is the best. Anything online, they just take it. That is final. And some believe that it is older generation that has spoiled their country. They don't want an older. But
Remy, you are the one talking that you used to use your money to buy newspaper those days.
Yes.
Let me tell you, when I was in primary school, whenever I leave my school, my father used to buy minimum of 5 newspapers every day. He will buy Daily Times. He will buy Business Times. Because
my father also buy, but I buy the one I like by myself.
You know what? Let me tell you. He will buy Daily Times, Business Times, because he has a lot of shares in companies. He will buy Concord, Tribune, and then what's the name of this one? Sketch. Yes. Daily Sketch. 5. They will reserve it for him. The vendor will reserve it for me. I will be the one to go and pick it up.
Yes.
And by the time he's reading it, me too, I will pick one. I'll just be glancing through. Most of the time, it's headlines I used to read that time. You understand? But what I discovered these days is that I'm very sorry to say this, and they might even be maybe commenting and say this is what Simba is saying. You know, our youth these days, they are very lazy intellectually. They rely on information given to them by other people. They don't have a mind of their own to search for information. And I wonder the kind of adult or the so-called they are going to become. But if somebody is coming here and telling me that the only reason why you are supporting somebody is because of what that person is saying, then it calls let me tell you, it calls for questioning the kind of brain that they have.
Simba. Imba, the problem with you guys is this. You are fighting a
I
war,
thought
but
you
you
are
don't
gone.
know.
You are
I
back
still
again.
have someone to attend. I still have someone to attend to.
Okay. I want to ask you some few
I'm at
questions.
work.
Don't
I'm
let me
at
ask
work.
you.
That's why most of the time I like being on the background, just listening.
Actually, Sukuru, before you go, sorry, Israel, before you go,
So
sorry.
let me reply Simba first, Mike. The problem is this: most of you people commenting on this platform, you don't know that the warfare now, as the warfare is no longer the way politics used to be before.
So
Now
it's
it's
online.
social media. So in social media now, they have different categories. They have the truth part, they have the propaganda, and they have the brainwashing.
So
So
which one are you following? The propaganda.
so what I'm trying to say is if you keep looking at politics, if you keep looking at politics the way politics used to be played before, you will still be
So the
making mistakes.
question, Israel, the question is that why did you go to UAE?
Because the government
Because
was
of
not
Obi.
fair to me.
But
Because
why don't you say Obi? Why don't you say Obi was the problem?
Buhari destroyed my business.
Don't say
Buhari destroyed
Buhari
my
is the
source of
Hey,
living. So I
Israel,
have
can I ask you a
to.
question? Israel. Well,
Okay.
it's really funny.
One after the other. Mike, the next voice I want to hear is Mike. Yeah,
Okay,
Mike.
Israel, it's really funny how you like guys you say, what will be said, what will be said. This is what captured you guys and things like that. Can you compare what will be said as more capturing than what someone like Shuore has been saying? Or someone like even some of these younger candidates, all these other candidates have been saying. I mean, to me, those guys they talk about the same problems and they
And
even more
Israel, how
articulate.
does Buhari
Also, B
Mike,
wasn't really
Mike,
saying too
see,
much.
Mike, we most of us, we love Sowore, but the problem with him is that he don't know how to play politics.
So Obi know how to play politics.
Yeah, Obi know how to
Which
get
politics do
involved
Obi
with
play?
people.
That's the problem.
Sowore problem, he don't want to, he wants to crucify all the politicians and he wants to be a politician.
So is it
Everybody,
about wait. You said you believe Obi will solve the problem based on so Showore was more convincing that he can solve the problem. But are you saying you knew Showore can also solve the
Sowore,
problem?
Sowore has his own integrity, but the problem is he don't know how to play politics.
Is it about politics or is it about what you are convinced
Are
that
you going to
because I'm
win?
not
Are you
saying I'm a
going to win? Are
Showore
you going to
supporter. I'm
win
just saying
election? You
no, I'm just
cannot win
saying
election without playing politics.
wait. But what I'm saying is you telling us the reason you all started supporting Obi is because you believe Obi was the hope. You understand? Not because he was a good politician. I mean, you can't tell me. I mean, are you saying because he was a good politician? But you are saying because what he said, he gave you hope. And then when I listen to him, there's nothing more hopeful in what he's saying than
Because
what the people like the Show and
to
Mogalo, all these other ones are saying. Because
no,
those
the
were more in
point is that
details
they
and they
say
were more
everybody has
articulate than Obi was. So you can't tell me it's because Obi was very articulate, convinced you that he can do something. I mean, come on. So now you're
do
telling me it's
you do
because it's
you remember
politics.
do you remember the time Babangida invited the presidential aspirants for peace signing? You know what she already did there, right?
Babangida never invited all the presidential. I thought I was going to invite them all at once. Everybody go to him. That is it. Soliciting for his
There
support.
was during the time they signed the peace accord.
Babangida was not there. Maybe you are talking about Bisalami and Father Kukai. Babangida was never in the
Is
peace accord.
it okay? But the point I'm trying to push is this: Showere went there and he was busy attacking people. So the problem with Showere is only on the only problem with him, he likes attacking. He likes attacking. There are sometimes you attack, there are sometimes you love it, there are sometimes you negotiate. But
Israel,
Showere only know
But
how
you
to
obedience
attack.
are the number one attackers. So. And
Israel,
you
the
guys are
question is that
suspects.
you said anybody above 40 years old are the problem of that country. So I don't know why you
Yes.
go and pick 62. You leave 40 or 45 and 48 or 50. And you said we are the problem or they are the problem. And you went and pick 62, who has been a vice president to Atiku, who has been a governor for 8 years, who has said important position during Babangida era, who has made he's a billionaire. He makes his money in Nigeria. Who has put some of the state money in Panama, telling them they will get some interest on it. You leave all those 40 something You don't even say, okay, oh, we don't want 40, you are bad. If you want to pick above 40, you see people around the age of 40 to 50. You didn't pick them, you jump 60, and then you go to somebody that is going to 65. Who knows? Maybe it's also going to 70.
Remy, let me
very funny. Yeah.
Remy, let me say something. Israel, if I'm not mistaken, you are support, and let me land before you counter me, please. Your support for Obi is that is your brother. If I'm not
No,
mistaken, let me I said let me
no.
finish. Let
Okay.
me finish. Please. Thank you. Your support is for Obi is because it's your brother. If I do some investigation, you are from Delta, you may be from the Igbo side of the Delta. If am I right to say that?
No, totally wrong.
I think he said it's from Cross River or Rivers.
If you see my name, if you
I
see
guess
the
you are from
Guy,
surname,
he's
Rivers
an
or
honorable guy. Israel is
I'm
an
an
honorable
Urobo
guy.
guy.
oh, Urobo is from Delta, right?
Are you
Yes,
with?
Yes, now.
Are both of your parents Yoruba? One of them is from Anambra.
my both parents are Urobo. My both parents are
So I
Urobo.
know a lot of
Oro,
Igbo people. They will come and
Oro.
lie to us
Some
that
of
they
them
are 100%
also
Kiniko
support
Kiniko.
him based on. I think for people like
I'm
Israel,
not
their
see
parents,
most of
So
Israel
what
should be
connection
close
do you
to
have with Anambra then?
about
Because you went to
35
Anambra.
years old, not even 30. He should be around 34 to 37 years old. From your, if this is your true face,
yeah, Remy, you're right. Around that range.
yeah. So you are not even a youth anymore. Just add 1 or 2 more years, you're already 40. So you can be a
That's
70.
why I'm trying. That's why I'm trying to fight. That's why I'm trying to push so that we can start
But you know,
getting Nigeria working.
you guys have would have
So you will be labeled. You will be labeled also and exterminated the way you are exterminating us now.
yeah, in the next year, they will
Yeah,
exterminate him in
yeah,
the next 4 years. It is
yeah.
same
That's why I have to do my own quota for Nigeria before my time is up.
Do you
But
know
what you
that?
are doing, you are not helping Nigeria.
I think
At least this is the first time that the youth are more involved in politics than before.
the youth should have propelled somebody like Mogalo or somebody within the age of 40 to 50. And that support that they have, if they are giving that support, not from the old establishment, that is why that thing did not work out. If we are giving somebody fresh under 50 and then you galvanize that support all over Nigeria, people will talk. But you are trying to obey that we all know is an establishment. The person that run under vice president.
So
So that is
Remy,
why
don't mind Israel. Don't mind Israel. Which youth is even talking about? Is he talking about data youth or talking about Southeastern youth?
and when we also
He's
talk
talking
about
as if he's
we
talking
are
for the
talking
youth for Nigeria. Nigerian youth.
strike youth
You
alone.
know what always annoy me? They will just say Nigerians and the youth. As if we
No,
are
no,
all,
only the youth in the south.
speak for
Not
yourself. Say the obedient youth and the obedience or whatever.
the northern
Anyway,
youth.
the truth of the whole thing is this: we are trying to see Nigeria work. So the way you are
So we
coming
are
from,
not trying to make Nigeria.
the direction you are coming from, and the direction we are coming from, and the end goal for the both of us is for Nigeria to work. So we might not be in the same boat, but our goal is the same thing. That's the truth.
Oh, thank you.
We are trying to say you are right. Everybody wants Nigeria to be better, and because it's our country, everybody will be happy. But like you said, if the youth can galvanize themselves very well and bring out somebody below 50, and mind you, I want to tell you something. Being young or being 50 does not mean he's going to be a good leader. You can ask Macron of France now. You can ask, we have Jonathan. He's a professor of zoology, if I'm right, something like that.
Yes,
He's well
yes, yes.
educated. He's well educated. It does not matter. Sometimes you have somebody that is a holder. Then look at Angela Merkel of England, of Germany. He ruled them for like 12 years. She has been one of the greatest prime ministers they have in Germany. Today, I'm telling you the truth, Germany is already in recession. So
Yeah, I
what can
know,
you
right?
say about that? What I understand you guys are okay, but if you have not picked Obi, if you have picked a younger candidate, people say you guys are serious. But you cannot. Everybody wants it, and from all these old wines also, you can have a new wine because you can know the older the wine is, the better the value in price. So we know their answers and I mean their past record or past performance. So, but what like Rosie advised you, I can also take Rosie advice. like you are talking about Obi. I was there in 1999. I went to Jos for the PDP, what do you call it, PDP presidential primary. I went there because I was a general secretary of my youth group that time. I went there. You guys are lucky. You are shouting online. We do have authority to shout online there. We go out there, protest in the streets. Nobody can. We go there. Some of our friends gone down, but we continue. We want our generation are the most unlucky. We were born there when the country was tough, and my generation now getting married, having children, we have to cater for our children. So our children are some of all that. I'm not saying fingers are equal, but our children were quite lucky because we were forced outside and we have to make ends meet. As we are helping ourselves, but we're also helping people in Nigeria. So you can see we are in a very tough situation, even more than the youth you are talking about today. Because the youth in Nigeria, if the parents give them that, the parents have to cater for them, send them to good private schools, send them to good university, provide the money.
Remy, some youth are still living in their father's house now. They are not paying
Thank you.
rent.
Yes, and you're not paying rent, and you have to cater for them, clothe them, give them food, send them to school. Everything you have to give to them. Some of them, I can remember my first brother. They have to get money to do marriage for their daughter. No work.
Remy, yeah. If you remember the first time I came to this platform, I made the statement that we, the citizens of Nigeria, we should try as much as possible to stop protecting our leaders.
I
think it's a reception. What he's trying to project, I understand.
The way the direction I'm coming from might not come right to some people in this
your direction is good, but
my end goal is, let me tell you frankly, if the election on the election day, if the presidential election was transmitted direct from the polling units, like the Senate and the House of Representatives.
Did you hear what I just said before?
I said
let me finish now. Already transmitted.
Let me finish now, Remy. I say, me personally, I will not be here arguing or trying to make all proof points. And I believe many other people like
I also have additional
Remy, please, please hold on. Let me add this question. When they didn't upload the result, does that change the result?
Definitely.
How?
Because everybody knows that in Nigeria, manipulation of results mostly is done at the collation center.
I think it's true you don't know about how election goes. Do you know that all these party they have their agents there? Do you know that?
And
do you know how powerful? Do you know how powerful a governor? Do you know how powerful a governor is in the state?
Yes or no? Do you know they have their agents?
I know, but
do you know that this? No, hold on. Do you
when something is wrong, the stuff is wrong. We should not be painting it or beating around the bush. The INEC transmits election, Senate and House of Reps from the polling units. Why the presidential will have to be different? That's just the problem with Nigeria now. INEC is the problem of Nigeria, not obedience, not batting. INEC is the problem of Nigeria because if they do everything right, we will not be.
Is it because of just that IRF that makes INEC the problem? I mean, is there anything else?
That is the foundation of the doubt. That's the foundation of the doubt.
You can't say because of one thing that IRF doesn't really.
No. INEC have not come out to explain. If election did not pass.
Well, you are not calling them to come and explain anything that makes sense. You are telling them to come and explain things that don't even.
Someone on live TV was interviewing.
What you want them to say?
You carry thought, and I tell them to come and be explaining to you. The person that carries record is not calling for.
On that day,
one voice, please. One voice, please.
Sorry, what he wants that INEC should come on TV or public and say on so day we have glitches and we have the names of people who are trying to hack our system. Number one is Mr. Thomas and Mr. Mike and then Simba and Kumbi, and they start to name people. Is that what you are expecting?
Remy, do you know the reason why Buhari government do not work out very well?
What you are expecting, yes or no?
Do you know the reason why Buhari government do not work very well? because there's no communication between the governments and the people.
What are
If
you
So
expecting
wait,
from?
I mean, see what he's saying. So they have to communicate with obedience, Abi.
See, INEC have responsibility to the
To
citizens.
communicate with obedience.
INEC have responsibility to the citizens because our taxpayer money is
No,
what we use for
it's
the
only
election.
obedience and
So
asking INEC question.
INEC, no, listen, Mike. INEC is supposed to, after the election, is supposed to come out and brief the country because the country is
Okay,
wasting money
the
to
other
run an
elections in the
election.
past, they brief the country.
Israel, hold on, Mike. Mike, do you see the same thing you hear from the 20 in age, 30 in age, 40 in age, 50 in age, in obedience quarters? It's the same thing.
They're all the same now. They're all obedience.
Look at this is telling us now. Do
You
you
say
know,
INEC
do you know that the INEC portal was hacked? Do you know that?
by
Did INEC
obedience.
come out? Did INEC come out to publish a report or say anything about it?
Jesus Christ. Let's just
No, this is not propaganda.
See,
Now, this is fact.
Israel, here's the problem, man.
INEC never come out to explain to Nigeria what really happened.
So obedience, Nigerians are not asking now.
When you don't come out to explain things, you give room for people to doubt your credibility.
Israel, let me explain something to you, man. Let me explain something to you. You see, this goes to the wait. This goes to the same thing when I hear obedience say, we're asking Tinubu for his certificate. He can't even call one of his schoolmates to come and tell us that he went to school with him. Like so Tinubu has to go and be on your behalf. Now, the thing is, you obedience are the only ones talking, asking all these things, so they don't have to respond to you. Now, second of all, if you let's just go with the fact that okay, maybe they need to answer questions to the people, whatever. The only way they can be obligated to do that is if your elected officials are the ones bringing them to the, you understand, like the Senate, the House, they call them to come and answer question, or you know how they bring them to the floor to come and invite them to the floor to answer
Mike,
it.
that's why I
So
say
that's the only way. Wait.
Let him finish.
Let me land.
Okay.
Israel. If you want INEC or some state actors, whatever, to come and answer a question, it has to be through a formal way, like maybe the Senate will invite them to come and speak on that issue, or the House or whatever. And those people that will make that happen, that will bring that from, will be your elected official. So whenever you come from, you tell your senator or your rep to go and ask that question. And then through your rep, you can get the answer. But you can't be on the internet saying, because you're singing Zobu Zobu and you want him to answer, to bring his classmate, bring certificate for you, come and brief you. You're just an obedient. Yeah, you know, you are nobody. INEC don't have to, you know, maybe they're not even watching you.
Can I answer you?
Yeah, go on.
See, the problem now is this. The politics is like war, but the methodology of the warfare have changed. But most people don't understand. Before a senator will come out to say something, if there is a news on social media, it will circulate faster than before people will hear from the senator. So if you don't know that, if you don't have idea that the method of politics now have changed, the method of circulation of information have changed.
How's that relevant to my point? Wait, Remy, I'm trying to understand what he's saying is relevant to my point.
Remy, please
what I'm trying to say, what I'm trying to say is this: if you are still expecting Nigerians to go through their Senate before the Senate will go to the House and deliberate on issues, this present stage, the whole stuff would have already escalated. So now everything is like the information you get in Nigeria now and the world around is like 90% is from social media. So if the government don't want to make,
so we should govern Nigeria through social media. Is that what you're saying? So we should govern Nigeria through social media.
All the stuff we are deliberating here, the news we get from here, mostly is from social media, right?
But the legal way, the legal way to get things done.
Okay, let me give you another good example. The 8,000 that Buhari Tinubu want to give as palliative. You see, because of the pushback from social media, they have already changed the. They have already
Israel,
withdrawn
you missed my point
Who tell
totally. You're
you
not
there's
responding
a
to my point.
pushback from social
I'm
media?
telling you that the formal way, the legal way to get things done, the system, the process, there's a system, everything is a process, right? Through the system where
That's
a
what I'm telling you.
wait. An elected
The
wait,
way
listen now, you're
everything
not
has
listening.
changed, Mike.
You are not
Things have
nothing
What
changed.
what
changed.
No. Nigerian constitution
you
does
guys
not say
hello
social
hello?
media
I
is
think what
where
Let
Israel,
somebody else
wait.
come in.
Israel,
Nigerian
Mike,
constitution does not say
Mike,
sorry,
Mike,
wait, listen, a president or
sorry,
Mike,
INEC
Hold
is
on,
obligated to
everybody.
respond.
Mike.
Can I land?
Everybody, hold on, please. We can't talk the same time. It's not possible. Let Mark land it. Let's hear from the new people that just came in, Folly and Patrick. Mike, land it, please.
Okay, Israel, a country has a constitution. We have the order written, how the process of how everything has to be done. Right now, when a an institution, maybe INEC or even the elected official or a president or whoever, is obligated to come and speak or to come and address any issue, he has to go through a process, and that process through the law, which is like maybe the Senate or the House, where they now have to invite him formally, like, okay, and let's say the people want him to do something, INEC to speak, whatever. You go through your elected official, and then your elected official, you elect your representative, and then your representative will now be the one to formally put it in writing, put it through the process to invite INEC or whoever it is to come and speak. That's the legal way of doing it. Not, but you're telling us that because some obedience on social media, now a president or INEC is not obligated to do what they want. No, that's not the way it works.
Mike, why do you think it's only obedience that is
It doesn't matter whether it's not
pushing
only
back on
obedience. The
social media?
INEC is not obligated to go by what they are seeing on social media.
Let me ask
They-
you a question. Do you know
listen,
that? Do
No,
you
no,
know
no,
that
no, no, no,
EFCC?
no, no.
Wait.
Israel, no, don't ask that question, please.
No, I
No,
don't want to.
no,
I want to
no.
answer his question.
I said no, please. Let's hear
Okay.
from new people that hasn't spoken. Folly B, please.
Yeah, good morning everyone.
Good morning. Yeah.
Yes, I think it's too late for us to actually uh, understand what we're supposed to do during the election. And I always tell the obedience that they always they make us to lose the opportunity that we have during the election, because I'm not expecting anyone call himself a youth to pick somebody from the same people we are condemning to come and lead a movement that can actually give us the kind of freedom that we want. But we made that mistake, and we are telling them, then we warn them. I think on this platform, anybody that if anybody can go back to what we've discussed in the past during the election, they will understand that we want these people calling themselves obedient. That the person leading you is not leading you for the betterment of this country. He's only doing his own his own permanent, what's it called? Selfishness interest. Because if somebody is actually love this country the way this country was wired at that particular period, he's supposed to join the number of people that is already on ground as a revolutionist. Not because this country don't need the politicians at this junction. We need somebody who can stand against them, who can tell them what they have done wrong, and maybe from there we can start building another system from the new system we are trying to build. But bringing somebody from the same old people, thinking that they will come and do something better, I'm not sure that is a good idea. But we warned them then; they did not listen. We find ourselves here now, and they are still thinking that the same people that they think that maybe caught to one day nullify the election and call the third person to come and be the president. I'm not sure that can be happening. But it's a marathon race. We'll still continue telling them the truth. I know the truth has a three stage to pass through. So I will already pass through the two stages. We are now coming to the last stages, which is either we revote or we rearrange ourselves for a better, proper planning to get our country back from these people. So concerning the issue of the way election goes in the 2023, the election, I'm not sure that election was actually rigged, whether they send it through Viva or through whatever. because you can't tell me that we don't have some, or you can't have almost 8 million fools that will still vote for APC in Nigeria, in the whole Nigeria. We will still have them, no matter what, no matter how smart we think we are. But what happened here is this: INEC supposed to come out clean. They should supposed to come out clean and make sure that Nigerians actually have trust in the election. Because the reason why we're having 24 million.
What do you mean by come
Yeah.
out clean?
Yes, that they will have make everything they were actually defending themselves that the server was about to hack. That's why they did not send the results from the polling unit. They won't have
Were
allowed
you
that to
aware
happen.
3 days? Hold on, Folly. This is a conversation. Were you aware
Yeah.
3 days to the election? Mahmoud Yakubu said it that the election may not be transferred through the electronics means. Were you aware of
And
that?
why? And why?
Were you aware of that? That's what I'm asking you.
And why? Even I'm aware, but why?
Question that I'm asking you: were you aware?
Yes, I am aware, but why?
Why? You can
They're
go
not
and
asking now. You're asking Thomas as if Thomas is the one that said
No,
it.
Sam, am
no.
I the Mahmoud?
No. I think that's where we are actually getting this wrong. That we spent almost 300 and something billion naira.
Okay, you want me to ask you? Let me
To
answer why.
charge.
Let me answer why.
Okay.
Let me
Okay,
answer
why?
why. Yeah. The first thing, the first response would be that it was operationally not advisable for him to do it, and these are the reasons. One, you see, imagine a scenario where you upload results and then they hack it, and then the server came down. They have seen the results, so not everything. They have seen maybe a particular party, maybe they've first of all released the result from southeast or southwest. So southeast and Obi is leading, and then they hack it, bam. And then the next thing they try to bring it up, the people that hack it uploaded result back end, and the next thing you see that Obi leaders now became second or third. What do you think will be the reaction in the country? Violence. They will say they are rigged, look at it. The result was like this. Violence. That's one reason why that thing. And I saw that happening. I will give you a good example, my brother. I saw some videos of people that were thumb printing in one room. The guy was calling, say, hello, we have completed 150,000 now for president. He's remaining. I saw the video. I'm surprised people didn't see that video. It was circulating. Say
I saw the video,
he's
Patrick.
remaining the senator 70. Now, those thumb printing that they thumb printed for PDP, I saw it. How do you think they want to put it in IRF? How do you think they wanted to get it to INEC? They were waiting for the IRF to come up and hack it and now put it there. If they are thumb printing inside one room, and hopefully they want to make sure the result gets into the system. How do you get the result into the system? They are not INEC people now. They are just some guys in one room that they have been there overnight working. Those people have to look for a way to get that result into the system. Now, if the servers is not available to them, then that becomes a problem, because a PDP guy cannot thumb print 200,000 reports and they write it down, tell an APC agent to come and sign off. He will not. So the only way that result can go is to put it in the server. Fortunately, they didn't operationally. To me, what INEC did was a control measure. It was a control measure to check them.
Sorry, if they can put something on server without taking it to INEC, I'm not sure they need to print it somewhere before they do that.
No,
they can easily
they will
go to server and just put it without even.
No, I'm not saying that's what they are planning to do. I'm just trying to you and me now, we are not INEC. We're just trying to say, okay, what could be wrong? That's the way I want to see it. Me, I'm not saying I'm not a very suspicious person. When I see something, I don't quickly say fraud, or
corruption. Oh, I don't do that. I want to give people some benefit of doubt. I want to say, okay, if I'm an ANEC person, operationally, what is possible. I've also been involved in positions, not like election. I've been involved in a position where our project failed, and I'm surprised people could say, "Oh, fraud," but we actually sincerely failed, and there were some things we didn't do right or something. It was not because we intended to.
But Patrick, before you move on, even peradventure, the cyber crash, they still have the physical result with everybody, isn't it?
Exactly.
No.
That's what I was going to
Don't
say.
say exactly. Don't say exactly.
Patrick,
No.
the one they upload in the cyber, it doesn't
Thomas,
make any sense to
hold
me.
on.
Everybody has the physical result with
Thomas,
them.
hold on now. Hold on. You see, people are saying this because of the system. Our country has been, our election process in the past has been very corrupted. So everybody, there's no trust.
So the one on the cyber is the trust one,
No,
Abi. What are
wait
you saying,
now,
Patrick?
Thomas. Except people don't want to face reality. In the past, we have seen ballot boxes snatched. I've been an election observer. I was an election observer.
Sorry, Mike, do you understand what I'm trying to
I
position?
understand.
Yeah. Patrick, let me explain what he's telling you. Patrick, hold on.
That agents have the results.
No.
Agents have the result and they sign.
INEC.
All the parties have the paper.
Everybody have the result.
Police
INEC
also have the
the
result.
agent has the result.
When they get the result, the result that they all get would have been the result they would have put on the IREF. You understand?
Hold on.
So because they didn't put it on IREF doesn't mean now it's the big deal. You can't find out. They already have it already with them. So it didn't matter whether they put it on IREF or not.
You have been saying since. Let us put a new perspective to it.
Okay.
This same thing you have been saying, you have been telling that Urubu boy since. So let's have a new perspective to it. My perspective is this. You see, even when you have IREF, when they sign and political parties have results, between the polling center and the collation center, they normally change it in the past.
You. But that won't make sense.
Now,
what about the previous machine and accreditation?
People will not allow persons to talk.
Finish.
Let Patrick land. Patrick, hold on, please. Why people are pushing at you is it doesn't sound logic.
No, it's because
what I mean.
It will not sound logic if you don't allow me to land.
Yeah, let him land. Yeah, without interruption.
Let me ask you a question. Why did you think?
You don't ask questions. Land on what you are talking
Just land
about.
your point, man. Don't jump around. Don't be like Pansa. Don't be like Pansa. Just land one particular point.
I'm not saying something that suits you people today, so I'm just trying to let us see the other side of things.
Okay. And you don't need to do that too.
The rhetorical question is this: why did you think INEC introduced those things? It's to curb some excesses now, because
we know that, yeah.
Because the system is corrupt. Yeah. And one of the things that they did to do that was beavers and IREF. The beaver is supposed to help us check multiple voting.
But beavers work, isn't it?
Wait now.
Yeah.
Beavers is supposed to help us check multiple voting. The IREF, which happens in polling station or happen outside polling station, the IREF is supposed to help us check the change of results between polling station, polling center, and collation centers.
Quick question, Patrick, before you go on. How many people have the result as declared by the polling unit? How many people have that from EC8A in their hands?
I don't know how many people.
How many political
parties? Supposed to know now.
Hold on. How many political parties go to that presidential election?
Okay, let's tell you then. Let's tell you if you didn't know. Let me tell him.
That's what the point I want to point to
what is happening.
Patrick, let me tell you, since you don't know, let him tell you.
Let me tell you what is happening. Let me tell you my own experience.
Thomas, he said he didn't know. Can you tell him to let me tell him?
Hold on, please. Everybody, hold on. Please, hold on. Patrick, the conversation will be between you and Remy. Let Remy push back, then you answer him later.
Okay.
Yeah, Remy, let's say for
In
Remy.
the presidential election, we have 18 political parties that sought for the. So that means no matter what happened, let's say average.
Folly, Remy, hold on. Folly, I'm muting you because there is a noise coming from your hand. Please stay muted, please.
We have 18 political parties for the presidential election. On an average, let's say they have 9 agents there from various parties. That means after counting the election result in that unit, those 9 agents will have that form EC8A in their hand. The presiding officer have one, the police officer have one, and I don't know, maybe other one person have one. So if you are changing the result from that polling unit to the local government coalition, that means all these 9 political agents must also have hand in it. That means they would have bribed them so that they can change everything in their hand. And remember, in the local government too, they also have agents that will follow them there. And the state coalition, they have state coalition officer. And I want to tell you something. Before they even upload anything to IREC, most of these political parties already have the result in their hand, in their situation room. As agent is collecting their polling, is snapping and taking it to their situation room immediately. So they already know the winner. So what you are trying to say, they will change the result like it used to be like before. No, this one cannot work.
Let me explain to you why. And I'll give you my experience in 2007.
Please, can we just say 2023, please?
No, stick to this point we are making. Don't dance around. Don't like when people do that stuff.
I'm trying to tell.
Don't move to another. Let's stick to 2023. Let's stick to this point. Nigerians do that a lot. People like pastor and all this.
The old time it was like that.
I didn't vote in 2023.
I didn't vote in.
We are talking about 2023. Let's just stick to the argument.
Let's stick
to
the
thought this conversation was supposed to be between me and Remy.
Okay, go ahead, please.
I didn't vote in 2023. I'm sure, Remy, you didn't.
Yes, of course.
You can only draw inference from the last one you participated in. The last one I participated in was 2015. But I was an election observer in 2007. Mm-hmm. And I wanted to give you my experience as an election observer.
Patrick, you can seek your indulgence. You can't compare election in 2015.
I'm just trying to tell you.
I'll let you talk, please.
Pre-Beavers and post-Beavers. That's what I want.
I know. But you can never compare it. It's incomparable.
Let him finish because of time. It will be quick.
Pre-Beavers and post-Beavers. You see, before Beavers and IREF came, we have instances where political party, the strongest political party in an area, buys the agent of the opposition party.
But Patrick, hold on, please. You are not telling us anything new. All what you want to say, we know. There's nothing new in what you want to tell us. That's why I don't want you to go back. Let's face the people.
Come on, is it telling us that they bought obedience?
I'm laying foundation now. You people are repeating the same thing now. That political parties have their results. That's not something new now. But yet, we still listen to you guys now.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. You see, what I'm trying to establish is that Remy is saying that they have 90 agents.
I said on the average.
The dominant party can buy the agent in the polling station.
So can you name the dominant party now?
The dominant party will be the party that is dominant in that state. For example, LP is dominant
in Lagos than APC.
LP is dominant in the east, so they can intimidate agents.
I asked you a simple question. So LP won Lagos State. Are you saying they are dominant than APC in Lagos State?
I'm saying that we have instances where dominant parties buy agents. I'm not trying to say they bought in this state, they buy in this state.
Okay.
But I'm trying to tell you why IREF is important.
Okay. Continue.
I'm not trying to speak to the results.
Okay.
I'm trying to just say why IREF is also important and why the people who are complaining about IREF have a reason. They have a case.
Yes.
But INEC also have a case that why they couldn't bring that IREF. And I first of all give that example. And when I was giving that example, you people love because it suits your narrative.
No, I had
You
you.
people
I
didn't
had
oppose. You people didn't oppose me that time. But now I'm giving the other side, and you have at the point I wanted to draw.
If I understood you very well,
What I'm saying is that they can buy those agents.
So
Party,
how many
they can buy
agents do you want to buy
they
in
can
166,000 polling units?
For example, it is per polling center. From my own observation, the elections that I've observed, they have their own agent is the one that buys the agent.
So, according to your assertion, can we all agree now that if this is what pertained during the election, that means Labour Party also buy all the agents in the South?
In short, they
bought all of them.
I'm sure they did not only buy; they intimidated. I'm sure some polling centers in Southeast, the APC agent will not be able to come out. I'm very sure.
So, if you look at it in that essence, another question I'll put to you is that in the petition, I don't see any of these political parties disputing the vote that this is what we have from EC8A is totally different from what they put on IREF.
That's their own problem, Sha. But I'm just trying to tell you why IREF is important.
So from that angle, we can say INEC complied at least more than 75% to the guidelines.
INEC comply fully, not even 75.
So if they comply, we can totally assume or assert that this election was free and fair.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that the people INEC that say they can't use that IREF, they have a good argument for it. The people who say they want it also have a good argument.
Both have a good argument, but if that thing does not tally that day, that country will burn.
Exactly. So INEC will not want to take that risk.
The best is to shut down at that particular
time. No, let me tell you, even if it tallies, all they need to, if it tallies, the results get uploaded little by little. If they start by uploading the one in the north first, an article is leading, and then suddenly it turns, people in the north say, they've changed it.
Yes.
The same thing in the south.
I think it's for national security also.
Exactly.
Can I inject something real quick? You see, you guys remember, like, the anticipation was that this election was going to be very violent. You guys remember, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Like they were anticipating the police.
And also, before my comment, I also think that
sorry, guys, I had a call that came in. That's why. Where the police were deploying and everything. So now they were thinking that if we start posting results like right there in the middle of the election, it could, increase the chance of that. Maybe people saying that they are losing, and then we may increase the chance of violence. So maybe they would have said, you know what? I mean, since this thing is not good, because that day I remember my uncle, he was a police officer. He said, "Man, everything's going so peacefully, man, so peacefully." So they're thinking like, "Hey, let's just keep it peaceful like that. Let it all end, and then we'll put the result out." And I'm also thinking that may be the case.
Exactly.
Mike, you see the reason why I say that
there would have been problem.
Please, Mike, you see the reason why I say it's good for INEC to communicate with the people.
No.
Now you are giving reason for INEC, but INEC will not say something.
I'm not giving reason. I'm just saying it could be.
Mike, what's this guy's name? This guy, what's his name?
Israel.
This guy that was talking. Israel. In short, it was the reason, this thing you are talking about was the reason I came online. You see, INEC cannot communicate to the people concerning this election now because the election is in the tribunal.
No, what I'm saying, after the election,
they can't.
When they give back,
when you raise them to court, right?
They can't.
See, a day after the election,
they can't.
Please
understand me. Learn from others.
What I'm trying to say is this. If
they can't do it a day after. They can't.
INEC is seen as an impartial referee.
Israel, you have been saying this thing now. Let's also tell you something. You can be wrong. This your assertion can be. Just know that whatever you claim you make here can be wrong. So let's know that I can be wrong. So when we know that either of us can be wrong, we will not be arguing endlessly without any results. The point is that INEC,
The
just
reason
like
why we are having this
exactly, just like Remy said, INEC is supposed to be an impartial umpire. If they say anything that suggests they are arguing in favor of a party, then there will be a problem. And also, they know that these things will go to court. So the best is to stay neutral. Look, it's safer to keep quiet than to say something that people can hold on to.
That's the problem we are having in Nigeria. The government always keep quiet.
Now, young man, listen. Whatever INEC now has to say, they can say in court. And whatever questions obedient PDP, APC want to ask, they can ask INEC in court.
That's it.
Now, if INEC make a statement and that statement trigger violence, they will say Yakubu was the one that burned down the country.
Patrick, do you know why propaganda flies? It flies because of lack of information from the reliable source.
When you give people information, let me give let me tell you, Israel. You see, there are times when you provide information and people choose to listen to what they want to hear. Thomas just told you now that Mahmoud Yakubu spoke before the election that they will not use IRF. You people did selective hearing. You didn't want to hear that one. And you are still making noise about IRF now. So whether you give information or not, people choose to hear what they want to hear. Did you hear that Yakubu said they will not be uploading through IRF? Did you hear before the election?
Can he provide where Yakubu said that?
I heard people saying this statement. I've heard people saying this statement.
Did you hear?
Israel, hold on.
I did not.
You see, because you choose to select it.
Patrick, you remember we treated it on this platform before election.
Now, Yakubu came out.
Patrick, do you know before the election, they took INEC to court that INEC don't want to transmit the result from polling units, and INEC come out to revoke the news.
Yes, but 2 days to the election, they said they will not. Anyway, that's the reason I wanted to I came on the platform. I'm leaving.
And apart from that, the bone of contention would have been during the petition. I was expecting PDP and Labour Party to come out with the polling unit result, or have they have been shortchanged in some of the states. Because before the tribunal, they said they have more than 1 million votes in Lagos State.
In Lagos, Tinubu has 100,000.
Yeah, in the petition, they did not mention how they were churching about 500,000 votes. They were saying they have a chunk of votes in some northern states that they were not collated very well. They were unable to also substantiate that one, that these are our vote not substantiated. So in an election, in a tribunal, what is most interesting is that first, you said, okay, you are the winner. You have to prove it at the court that you have the majority of votes and you scored 25% in 24 states.
So Remy, all those bucks you saw Labour Party bringing into the courtroom, do you think those ones are just for show?
If those bucks they never
mentioned. And you think they will be in the court sorting out those
Labour Party is the show now.
Calm down. Before even you can bring 20 million documents. You have to prove it at least you mention it within in front of the judge there. You will mention it is what you do that the respondent, I mean the what they call the Tinubu and INEC will respond back to you. Did you hear? Did you no? Calm down. Throughout the petition, do you hear the lawyer of Atiku or lawyer of Obi talking about 500,000 votes in Lagos or so votes? They also claim that they won River State. Did you hear how they win River State? Did they present a witness or vote or whatever any from ECA to show? You cannot just say, okay, this is 18 million, 20 million document. Judge, go and look at it. They did not even mention. So you think that is where the court? Do you think the judges have the time to go and check 18,000 or 20,000 documents one by one? Do you think they have that kind of time?
That's why they have clerk in the courts. That's why they have people they call clerk.
There you
Their
go.
job is
There
to
you
sort
go.
out things.
I think you
To
are.
go
The thing about
through
Israel, and
the
the guy just believe in.
It's very difficult.
Mike,
I'm
Mike,
tired. I'm off. It's very because
You have too much hope and too much faith in
the thing here is
Peter
Hold
Obi.
on, hold on, Mike. It's difficult to have conversation with obedience. You
I
cannot win.
swear.
You cannot win. No.
they are
It's,
just.
they're like religious people, just have faith.
But
They just believe the unprovable. You know,
in
ah, the,
1999,
the things
we
they believe they can't even. It's like they believe in, and there's nothing you can do to convince them.
Thomas, can we move to
Yeah.
another topic?
Okay. So
I am moving to another
Thomas,
planet.
in
I am shutting
1999,
down.
in
Hey,
1999,
Thomas, ask Israel about these other things, about ISN things. Let's see his position.
We've spoken about it now. I think
No,
you
we
have
Israel now.
Israel. What do you expect?
No, for me, I'm not a biased person. I will say things the way things are.
Let me set it for you.
Okay.
Now we have ESN, Google. They are there, security. So the chieftain of the southeastern,
Honestly.
they are trying, or Anezi, they are trying to inject ESN in Ebubeagu security. And we can say IPOB has been a terror group proscribed by Nigeria, not by me. Some people may like it, they may not like it. But ESN is the offshoot of IPOB. So what do you think injecting a terrorist that has been proscribed by a state into the security of a state? What do you think about that?
Okay. Thomas, this is what I will say. During this election period, I understand something with the media. Most times, you need to fact check the source of the news first before you comment on some news because sometimes you just jump in and comment. At the end of the day, you look like a fool. So for me, I don't know the source of this information. But if he come out to say something like that, then the federal government needs to investigate him personally. That's just what I'll say.
Yes, yes, that makes sense. Yeah, and I think this information is the true information because it's been widely announced everywhere. So I think
Widely circulated doesn't mean that it's the truth coming the right information or coming from the source direct.
No, Israel. So basically, let me tell you what it is.
Mike,
So
do you know? Did you see what I'm saying earlier on? There are some people
No,
in public safety.
I'm being straight,
You
Thomas.
know
Now
what?
I'm being straight.
no,
Let me.
I'm
let me explain to
just saying
Israel.
that
Israel, you see,
you need to know the source of the information, and if the information is coming from him direct, then the federal government need to call him into questioning.
okay,
That
let
means
me
they
tell
know
you the true
something that
information.
he's not saying.
Okay, let me tell you. So basically, on Wednesday, right? They are saying that the people carrying out the criminal act in the southeast, they are not ESN, they are not IPOP, that they are just criminal elements. So now they are saying that they want Ibubeagu and ESN to collaborate and fight the criminals.
The criminal.
So that's what we are
Uh,
telling you.
I understand. I understand everything you're trying to say. I really understand it. What I'm just, my
Do
own
you
is
find it
just,
ridiculous or do you think it's normal? Yeah.
I said what I said. My own is just the source of the information. And if that information is coming direct from him, then the federal government needs to investigate him personally. So
So the
why would
collaboration
somebody
between
like that?
Ibubeagu and ESN, is it something you support? Is it something
It's not
ridiculous?
something that's supposed to be. It's not something that a normal, well-meaning Nigeria is supposed to be having thoughts about. because normally the federal government have prescribed IPOB as terrorists. For you saying that those people should be bringing, that means you have something with them that you are not saying. Like same thing P2B said. P2B said that those people terrorizing the Southeast are just criminals that the
When did
government
Obi say that?
that was what Obi said, like I think last week, and you people twist everything on this platform.
So Obi doesn't believe that.
We are accusing Obi that
Mike,
Obi.
you are one of the Spainers, so I'm not there.
Yeah, you are accusing Obi here on this platform that Obi is IPOB. He left what he's supposed to talk
But
about.
Obi doesn't condemn IPOB.
Obi say IPOB have already come out and say this is not us, our doing.
And Obi
So
believes them.
definitely, if those people that you are accusing that they are the one doing this, and they come out to say no, we are not the one that is doing that, then the federal government should move in with force.
The federal government.
Those people are just a bunch of criminals camouflaging as IPOB. So IPOB have already, the IPOB, the body have come out to say that these people are not part of us, right?
So if they are Israel, hold on, just listen to yourself. So if those criminals are part of them, they will come out and say they are part of them.
That's what I'm saying, Thomas. If IPOB say that these criminals are not part of us, then there is no reason why the government should not push back on them harder.
Israel, now listen to me. If they are part of them, so you expect IPOB to come out and say these criminals, oh, they are part of us. Oh.
If you have a criminal in your family, will you go outside to tell the whole world that your brother or your sister is a criminal?
So Israel, but those criminals.
You definitely say that there is no criminal in your family.
Israel, those criminals on camera, they are saying that they are enforcing sit at home and they are IPOB. You know, so
those ones
they are
just
carrying
criminals.
the IPOBian flag. So what else do we want
Those
to
ones are just criminals camouflaging as IPOB. The federal government should take it.
So IPOB are not criminals.
There you go.
So you don't believe IPOB are criminals?
Oh God, I give up.
So why will you call IPOB? Why will you call IPOB a criminal in the first place? Why will you call IPOB?
IPOB is a criminal. They are terrorists, isn't it?
No. The meaning of IPOB is indigenous people of Biafra. That's the meaning of IPOB.
I don't know.
You cannot tell me that
they've been declared terrorist organization. That's why we're calling them.
They have been declared terrorist organization.
Do you even have people you call these people? I don't know. You actually think that you have government in place in this country? I don't know why you guys are sounding this way. This is the country that people are terrorizing people in the north, killing people every day.
Now those are criminals too. Now we agree that they are criminals now.
Folly B, this is a conversation, please. I post you on the screen so that we can have a conversation. Did Nigerian government proscribe IPOB as terrorist group? Yes or no?
And why would they prescribe them as the terrorists?
Because they carry an act of terror.
The question still remains, why? And why?
And why? Ask Nigerian government.
Somebody did something wrong. Someone did something wrong. That doesn't mean that we all accept it that it's right.
Okay, Fully, let me tell you why they call them terrorist group, right? Their supreme leader were giving order. He was ordering them to attack places, attack police, attack army. I'm trying to give him legitimate reason why.
Are you telling me that Mike Folibi doesn't know what you are trying to tell him?
Maybe he doesn't know, but for the sake of the conversation, I want to make it clear to him.
Yeah, go on, please.
Their leader is giving them direct order to go and take the gun of army and kill army, use the gun and kill the army, ordering them to go and burn down places. He was giving direct terrorist order to go and carry out terror, and they were doing it. So that give the government a legitimate reason to declare him as terrorist organization because they're carrying an act of terror. So why are you not asking us why did the government declared it as terrorist organization, and I just explained. So they carry an act of terrorism. So that's
I
your answer.
believe the same thing they did to Nnamdi Kanu when they started their struggle is the same thing they did to Igboho.
Yes,
Do you
now.
want to tell me, yes, did Igboho committed any crime that deserved what they did to him? The Nigerian government you are talking about?
Well, the government, they say, they're accusing him of carrying act of treason.
Treason, yeah.
Yeah, so, and they went after him. So it's between him and the government now. So they
And
charge him.
what has he done that make him to deserve that treatment?
What?
By telling it now, is it by telling the people that is killing people in their bushes, in their farms, to leave their space for them so that they can have their
No, he did more than that. We
protect?
get that part, but he did more than that. It was
What is it
I mean,
that he's
you
doing?
call it to divide a country, and you're doing right.
Is that a crime? Is that a crime?
Yeah, it's treasonous, actually.
Oh, you call that a crime? You call that a treasonous?
But you okay. You see, go on. You can make some argument that he didn't order people to go and attack police, kill army. We get that one. No, it's not the same. It's not the same. No.
That the Kanu started before they make it a kind of what it is today. A good father will not allow his children to become a criminal before he try to talk to him and let them have a conversation.
Wait, why would you want to? They
are asking for their genuine. Wait now. These people are asking for genuine. What's it called? They are asking for their genuine rights in the space they call their country. It's not dependent on the government. Yeah,
no,
I'm telling you. Initially,
no, it's not.
You have to go.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to go back. You have to go back to the beginning of all these things. Nnamdi Kanu did not come out one day and just starting people to come and be killing people. They have something they were talking about.
What was Nnamdi Kanu asking for? We were asking for Biafra.
They are saying you cannot force me to be in a marriage. Wait now. You cannot force me to be in a marriage when I'm not seeing the dividends of being in marriage.
Okay.
It's their right. It's their right.
Okay. No, it was not. It was not their right. It was not their right.
No, it's their. Oh,
wait. You sound like Igbo, for example. If you're making that argument, that would make sense because Igbo is speaking as a Yoruba man for his Yoruba people to leave Nigeria, but that's not the same thing Kanu was doing. Kanu was calling for. He wasn't calling for the Igbo people to leave Nigeria. He was calling for a region, including region as outside of his ethnic enclave. The entire south side, other area, claiming order.
Anywhere they are tying to
rapper. Are you kidding me? You attacking the country, saying anywhere they're tying to rapper. On top of that, the Biafra took a country to a war, and the war wasn't officially declared over. They only declared no victor, vanquished. That means no winner, no loser. It means
actually, if you ask me a question about this Igbo of the thing, the problem we're having in this country today actually starts from them. But that they started doesn't make them not to talk about it in the later on. They start this problem we're facing. It's because Aguiyi start all these things that is happening in Nigeria. It was the one that took us to where we are today. Because we are separate, we are actually operating in our own space before. Southwest and Northerners. We are doing our own things. We are doing things in our own way before the Aguiyi come in and destroy everything. So today, if they are now talking about them being marginalized, well, fine. But I believe we can still sit down and discuss this. It's not by killing ourselves this thing can be solved. It's by coming together to discuss it. What's the problem? How do we move forward? We all know what people are crying for. Fine. But
what are they crying for? We don't know what they're crying for.
What are they crying for?
They're crying for two rapper territory. Does that make sense?
Hello? Folly B, you see my problem. My
listening.
problem is they should not. Hello?
Go on.
I'm listening.
Yeah. My problem is not they should. My problem is the accountability. That has always been my problem. I cannot be saying the bad and the good and pointing it out, and everybody is doing that, but you don't want to do it. That is the breaking line for me. That is not out of hatred, it is out of fear. Because if something bad happens, instead of us to all be in it together, you always betray me for your tribe, whether it is a good situation or bad situation. But yet you want everybody to behave equal, but you don't want to behave equal. Every time, no accountability. Either it is emotional blackmail, or it is denial, or it is what about this one? What about that one? It is a very scary thing. I have studied in university so many cultures, so many traditions. This kind of thing, if I'm being honest, and one man does not like when I say this, these kind of things are the way these Germans used to behave when they were doing all this, their Nazi, this thing. This kind of thing is where all these people in Rwanda were behaving when they did their Tutsi and this thing. When you don't want to take accountability and you are always blaming everyone, even when they have proof that you are this time is your turn, no, you are at fault, you don't want to accept it. You would rather keep quiet. Something bad is happening to you, you would rather keep quiet. When people are trying to help you, you would rather support the evil just because it's from your side. It is very scary. You are not the only one living there. If we don't curb it on your side, it's going to spread to other side. But we will be hearing, what about emotional blackmail? You are a bigot. No. I'm not going to be sitting down here and then now start taking responsibility when you won't take responsibility. If my tribe does something bad, I will say it, and I will not hide it. Even from my state, Gong Ekiti people, it's me that opened the Anyash on this platform.
Okay, you know why you go open a yacht for this platform?
I cannot come here and be lying now. Why will I lie? It is when you say
Okay,
the
what
truth
happened?
that wait now. It
And
is
what
when
did
you
you
say
say
the
about
truth.
us? No, what did you say
No,
about
I
us? Let me
said
hear.
that we sell our votes now. I'm anti-vote.
No, that happened everywhere in Nigeria, not only Ekiti, everywhere
No,
in
but
Nigeria.
people used to do it in a very, they don't hide it. They do it in the open, and they are
There is no
proud that
place.
they talk about
There
it.
is no place they hide it. There is no place they hide it anymore. It's
No,
pop. It's pop.
okay, okay, Folly. Has any Southeasterner told you that they bought votes?
It
Exactly.
happened as
So,
well. At
but
least we are seeing
they
we are
don't
seeing
say
video in
it.
Anambra when they were
They
begging a
don't say
woman to
it.
collect money, and he said no.
They lie and pretend like everything is free and fair. They don't say it. They deny.
Do you know?
I've
Do you
never
know?
seen them
The only do
accountability.
you know only Southwest is where we would normally have a normal processing for election, normal what's it called?
Because
This thing for election.
we are one of, I don't want to say we are the only one, but majority of the time we are the only one that are really honest about majority of this thing. We are the only one
Yes.
that are usually accountable. We are the only one that's actually, says, okay, our leader is doing something bad. We talk to our leader listens and tries to correct things. When you say the truth is how you solve your problem. If we in the Southwest start lying that we don't do this, will we solve any problem? No. And when you say the truth, you have to be honest about the truth. It is not being tribal, it is not being bigot. If black people are doing something, you say black people are doing this thing, then we get to the root of the problem and we solve it. It is not racism just because it's a white person that said it. It is the truth. And we are trying to solve the problem. If you keep lying, you keep denying, you keep protecting evil, how do you expect to solve this problem? How? And it is
Well,
very scary because we all share the same country. Okay, if we now say, okay, leave them to do their own thing, everybody will develop on their own. They will now say, it's because this one is the president, he took all the money. You get, there's always a way to blame somebody but themselves. No accountability, none whatsoever. And how do you expect to progress? You can never progress without being accountable. You can never progress without saying the truth. But don't come and blame me for your problem. Don't come and blame me for the problem you caused for yourself. You can't even take accountability for the problem you caused for yourself. Talk less of what another person did to you. So it's very annoying. It is really, really very annoying.
I think that's one of Igbo's problem. They have this kind of take it all wherever they find themselves. They want to have everything to themselves. Even if you give them houses to rent in your own house, they will be planning on how to take it over from you. But I think
there's no problem with being ambitious. It is when you are now trying to
being ambitious. Being ambitious doesn't mean you want to stamp on people to get whatever you want to yourself.
The thing is that you have to understand.
I'm also ambitious. I'm dreaming big, but I will never think of taking over people's things without at all cost.
Every tribe has their good and bad. But when you are sharing something with someone, it's just like, okay, you were living alone in your penthouse. You went into a situation and you have to share apartments with people. You are not just going to be walking around naked just because you were doing it in your penthouse. You have to think about the people that you are sharing house with. Now you have to be more private. You have to think about, oh, they don't want to see you naked. But now you are saying you don't care about their opinion. You are used to walking naked all the time. So now you are just going to walk naked while you are living with other people because you don't care about their opinion. You don't care about what they think. You don't care about anything about what they care about. You are just going to be walking around naked in that house.
I'm sure you dare not try that now. You see yourself on social media.
No, it's just an example. It's just an example.
I'm just kidding.
You are sharing this country with people. You have to understand the people that you are sharing it with. You can't just be doing your own thing and then be wondering why they are getting angry. They don't even wonder why they're getting angry.
The reason why they even gave this Obi, why they give Obi that audience is because he's an Igbo man. Because I don't know what that guy do to merit what the kind of package they give to him. I don't know.
I stopped checking social media.
Are you jealous now because Obi took all your?
No, you know what? You can call it jealous. You can call it jealous. Wait, you can call it jealous, but we are not jealous. You should know that we are actually saying this. We are actually saying the facts. Had they been Nigerians listening to us then, we won't be where we are today.
Let me just say one last thing. I stopped using social media to check anything Nigerian because I've started noticing that they are spreading fake news over 80% of the time. And once it's bad news, they celebrate it. Why are you celebrating something bad happening to everybody? I just don't understand that part. I've totally ignored all these blogs and it's lies and fake news they are spreading, and you see them in the comment section celebrating evil, celebrating something bad.
Why are you putting the blame on individual that is on social media when our government are even giving us fake news from their own table? So you don't blame the individual. The government has given us the same fake news as well.
Which one?
Bros, we are in this country. We have a lot of things that government will even come out and say.
Which fake news did the government
a lot of things. That things will happen now. Everybody will understand it. Everybody know this thing happened. They will still be denying it. Is it not happening?
During this administration, which fake news did they give?
No, I'm not talking about this administration. This fake news you are talking about. Is it now?
I'm talking about.
No, I'm not talking about this one. I'm not talking about this one. I'm talking about the rotting in the system. I don't. Let's stop attacking ourselves on whether this administration or whatever. We're not here to discuss about them. We're here to discuss about our own country. So,
Folly B, why are you giving us fake news? You are the one giving us fake news now. You said government give you, and they said you should give example. You didn't give us. You are the one giving us fake news now.
Wow, you mean it?
Yes, now. Because whatever you say, you should be able to give us facts.
Simba,
you can't just say something and we don't accept like that.
Simba, I think what he's trying to say is the decadence of corruption in Nigeria over the years. And we all know this is the truth. Nigeria need a total new orientation. That is what he's trying to say. Because when
you can't be talking for him. You can't be talking for him. He said government gave.
Let me ask you a question. For the B, let me ask you a question. If Obi won, will these same people be behaving this way?
If Obi won,
I believe this behavior, will they be behaving this way? Yes or no?
No, you should know Igbos. You should know Igbos with their things.
No, forget Igbos. Let's say obedience, the ones that are celebrating.
Wait, why are you people using Obi? You people are just pushing Obi to Igbo alone.
No, that's why I say
you should know what actually gave him that edge is because the way Igbos start the campaign.
The question is for obedience. The question is for obedience, not Igbos. Will this obedience be behaving this way if Obi won?
At least there will be a kind of I'm sure they will be supporting Obi.
You know
whatever
what?
Obi does now,
the question for B, the question for Solly is asking you that why should they be celebrating bad news? That if Obi had won the election, would they be celebrating bad news in Nigeria? That is the question.
Anybody that celebrates bad news in Nigeria is not a good person. Why would you be celebrating bad news?
That's what we are witnessing. That's what they are doing.
So but you cannot tell me it's all of all the obedience are celebrating bad news. It's the bad ones among them that is doing it.
Well, we can always say that whenever there is anything, we say that okay, it's a group that is doing it, it's not all.
It's not all. It can't be every one of them. So don't attach it to Obi.
Let me tell you, Folly B, let me tell you one thing. Sorry, let me tackle him. You know, when you go to some platform and you have like, let's say 50 people on the platform talking and all of them are saying the same thing, will you not say the sum? Folly B, answer the question.
The platform, if the platform is actually created for that purpose, you will see many of them there.
Because these are the obedient platform that we are talking about now. So if you go to obedient platform, we know the obedient platform.
Let me tell you something.
You need to listen to some of the obedient platforms sometimes. It will help you to understand the way the obedient is.
I listen to them. It's not. What are you saying?
Let me tell you something. There are people that join.
They don't even, let me tell you for Libby, they don't even, any opinion different from what they are spinning, they will not even allow you to even talk.
And I will tell you this. There are people that join obedience because they believe the pendulum of the changing of the government is going towards our era. So they are not really fully obedient. But they believe something.
What do you mean by era? Which era? Which era are you talking about?
Towards Obi. Something is going. The youth are actually going towards Obi's. What's it called? To become president. So some people believe that okay, let's start changing the government from there. Yes.
That is another wrong notion that we have. Which group of youth are you talking about now? Because we make general statements as if.
Youth in Lagos. That's all. It's over.
So you think that the youth,
the NSAS youth in Lagos is those ones that are in the Southwest.
The NSAS youth in Lagos and some youth that have their head correct somewhere else.
Well, maybe in the Southeast.
The ones that are not supporting Obi, their head is not correct. Is that what you are saying?
What happened in Jos? What happened in Jos? You know these people. Let me tell you. I will not blame these guys. All these youth that we are talking about today, because they actually want something different from what they have been having, and they think Obi is the solution, and that's why they move towards that area. But to people like me, someone like me, I never see Obi as anybody that can bring, as someone that can bring anything change to this system. I never see him.
We know you are a Shawori man.
Definitely.
You know, they mentioned they don't want anybody above 40 years old. And Obi is part of the
to exterminate 40 years and above.
And they live 50, they even live 60. They went to going to 70, 62 or 63. So it's very funny. So that's why you
It's
now know that
very funny, and that is to tell you that these people don't believe that they can actually organize themselves apart from going to the existing
so some
system
people
to
are
go and bring
jacking,
stuff for
some
them.
people are jacking and they hijack it very well.
You,
Yeah,
Polyb, you
fine.
know, when you engage them, you discover that
the Obi himself, I will call it she because she behaves like woman. She even believed that yes,
Only
yes.
be something is wrong with you.
Polyb, Israel will kill you here today. Continue what you're saying.
So the way he even came out to take over the movement on ground, it's even shocked. It's like somebody know where to go, and actually he played the game very well. He played the game perfectly, but he didn't love the country, because if he loved the country, he would have allowed us to lead the movement by ourselves, not him come and distort, because he's the one that distort our movement now. Before we can have any protests in Nigeria, it will take time, because we already divided. The action and the everything is no more there. The support, the verb is no more really there anymore. Had it been we have that movement, even if we don't win the election, by now we'll still be strong as we was then. But now I'm not sure that we can have any serious movement like the way we want it, because
I agree with you, because they've succeeded in dividing us both in terms of religion and ethnicity.
Yes, Folly B, I want to tell you something today. I know probably like everybody, politician, activist, anybody, they use people to get to the end, to get to what they want. So Obi was successful to use you, and he harp on religion, and he's very well coordinated. Unfortunately for Nigeria, Buhari too does not give a clear-cut line. It's like he doesn't want Tinubu. That gives him more momentum. And then the policy towards that election, the cash, blah, 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 sway the momentum towards Obi that time. But fortunately for Tinubu, he is a very good politician. He has strategized. He has moved his. He continued to. He kept his base on hold. I mean, kept it very well. I mean, the Northwest, the Northeast. He knew categorically that he will just be competitive in Osun. So that gives you something that in life, people will always use people to get to wherever they want to be. So all those that you support, unless you are well coordinated, which is very, very, all this youth you are talking about, we are just talking about youth in the southern part of Nigeria alone. The youth in the northern part, they are totally different from the youth in the south.
And those guys, do you believe that those guys are the one that actually looking for where to rescue themselves from this mess? Those guys you mentioned, the people from the north, they want that freedom more than anyone.
The youth from the north are different from people from the south. You can remember that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
If you go up north, they are quite politically sound or better than the people in the south. They know what they want, and
once they see the kind of leader they want, they didn't care where you come from. They follow you.
They follow you. And remember, when you go outside in the diaspora,
and the problem I think we have now here is like we are not able to bring that collaboration together for them to see us growing a movement that actually leads to a kind of the liberation that we all want.
So what I was
I think where we need to work on now is how are we going to work together to get them involved with us.
What I was expecting is that the Southeastern leader would have come together and insisted that PDP should zone that into their zone.
Let me bust your bubble for Libby. You know,
Yeah.
maybe you are in the diaspora.
No, I'm in Nigeria.
People, but maybe I don't know. Maybe you don't have much interaction with the people that even the so-called young ones. Don't let me say youth. At least
Okay.
people that are still fresh in politics that we will still think that okay, they are the fresh blood that we are injecting to politics. Their own modus operandi is not different from the old ones. I was
Yeah.
interacting with one of them 2 days ago. This one actually contested for House of Representative in Okeogun area of Oyo State. They lost. He is a pharmacist. He lost that election. He's still insisting that I want to continue with politics. But every time I engage this guy in conversation, he's always talking about money, money, money. How he's going to make money? He was going to politics to actually make money. And these are even by the time I engage him, I don't see anything that this guy can even offer. And these are the people.
That means you need a godfather to put you
there.
It's you understand? And so I don't think there is any even we are talking like this, maybe because we don't have the people among us that have the opportunity, they are not talking, they are not reasoning the way we are reasoning. Their own target is different from our own.
Do you know we are getting this wrong?
Okay. Hello, Folibi.
I think his system dropped.
And the reason why I said is you hear me? I can hear.
Yeah, go on.
Hello, here. I said that someone is young does not make him better than the old people. I think if at all we want to organize ourselves, like what we do in AAC as Showarez Party, we don't try to bring you on board because we are young. Because before we can accept you to be our candidate or whatever, we have to know exactly who you are, what you stand for.
Your ideology.
Before we can bring you on board. And that someone is young does not make him different. So we need. I think the what we're trying to build here is how do we get ourselves together? People that have the same mindset, the same opinion about this country. Because what people don't know is this: after you make the money you think you want to make, those children who are not making it, they will terminate your life anytime they like. So why are you making money in a space that is not safe for your life to live on? I have some friends in government today.
Let me say something, please. My parents, I was discussing with my elder brother yesterday. My elder brother made one statement that in their estate now, it's very difficult to on your gen when there is light, when there is no light, because when you on your gen, everybody starts looking at you suspicious, like you are rich. So most people now, everybody don't on their gen when there is no light. I don't know if you have heard anything like that.
Which estate is that? I think that means there's a lot of criminals in that area already.
It's in Ikorodu.
No, what he's saying is just a perception. It's not.
Like
Folly B, I want to talk to Folly B about your AAC. You say what?
Anything is happening. Anything is happening in Nigeria.
Your
As I'm
ideology
talking
of
to
that
you,
party might be good, but you should understand that all over the world, especially in Nigeria, it's
not general.
Party politics in Nigeria is about money. The only way you guys can win in Nigeria is that if there is enough employment for people, if there is basic amenities, there is electricity, everything is super, super, super good. Then people now started. Europe was like that so many years ago, like Nigeria. When there's basic amenities of life for people can now think about this is the choice. But you are looking for job, and for you to get that job, you must know somebody, or somebody must know somebody, or somebody must know that. You see that it's not easy, but once the country develops to some certain stage, then this kind of ideology can come into be. And moreover, when you want to be a president or you want to be a governor, you need people in that state. You cannot talk anyhow You cannot say, oh, when I get there, I'm going to do this, to do this. Who will hear that kind of thing and make his own people that support him to support you? That is why Shiwore got it wrong. If I were Shiwore, I would have really started from probably, if you can start from House of Rep or Senator or even governor. I don't even know which state is Shiwore from today. I don't even know. So that is one. Today we say it's from Kwara. Another day we say it's from blah blah blah. We don't even know.
Shiwore is from Ondo State.
It's from where?
Ondo State.
But why you can see what is happening now? If we, even Yorubas, we don't even know where he comes from. We don't even know much about him.
Let me tell you.
For the local people in his hometown.
Let me tell you. Oh, wait. If you really want to know what Shiwore actually, because I've been to his village. And I know the kind of respect this guy have in his village.
Which work does he do?
Wow. Shiwore has been doing scholarship since 2005.
Which work? You know, I'm talking about his own profession. What does he do for a living?
Okay. Shiwore is an what's it called, a media person. He owns Zara Reporter. He's also a associate professor. He teaches pre-colonial history in America as a lecturer.
Since when? When is he collecting salary every month or what? We don't
Then or now. Shiwore teaches. Shiwore is an associate professor in America.
Yes, you can see now, you can see that his source of income is questionable.
His source of income is not questionable now. The man has plenty of businesses. He has a lot of things that he's doing. Everybody knows.
But the person that I'm basing my own judgment on what Polibi is saying.
Let me tell you. Do you even know his what's it called? The status when it comes to how much Shiwore have in his accounts? Do you know whether Shiwore is rich or not? Shiwore is not rich as people think. He's not a rich man. Shiwore is just an average man that just believe in let's live our life average life.
Shiwore is a rich man. Oh, he's a rich man.
It's not. We are close to him. Wait, we are close to Shiwore. We know what Shiwore is. Shiwore is not a rich man. I can tell you this. He's not a rich man. People actually believe that he has that big money. Shiwore does not have big money the way people think.
Shiwore is a rich man. He's a rich man. He collects money in dollars. His family is in the USA.
What I'm saying is, even me myself, I can call myself a rich man, but not like what people think, what people call rich. Once you can take care of your family, you can do things on your own. You can see you have little life to live on. You're also rich, but not like all these the riches we are talking about. You cannot compare Shiwore rich to ordinary someone in Senate or one assembly guy here. Shiwore doesn't have that kind of money. But people think because he has that name that he has. Shiwore has been using his life.
He said he doesn't have it. How do you know? Did you see his bank account?
I said I'm not far from Shiwore. I'm close to him to some level.
Worried about Shiwore's finance?
Have you seen his bank account?
No. I said I'm telling you that I close to him. Like I know what this guy is.
Bro, allow
this guy. I've been seeing someone in my life that is very contented with whatever he has. In my life, Shiwore is number one. He has never celebrated wealth. Shiwore has never celebrated money for once.
Folly B, that is what is called. He tries to play the part of. He's trying to be part of the. It reminds me of what's this guy's name that was a Ekiti State governor, not Fayose. Fayose too does not celebrate wealth. He used to dress normally. He used to go to the market. He used to eat corn with people. He's trying to be part of the people. Shiwore has money. Yes, maybe not as much as the but he has more money than the average individual that can just take care of their family. He has money in dollars, hundreds of thousands. Let's be honest.
Do you know how much Sahara generates? And you say Shiwore don't have money.
Oh Lord, if Shiwore Chowore actually do Sahara for money. Yeah. By now, I'm sure Chowore will not be where he is today.
I
Chowore
heard
will
it
have be
cost
one big
around
man that will be
$400,000.
celebrated somewhere, maybe around that was have his own money, he has his own house.
For Libby, when he wanted to start Sahara Reporters, I heard it cost around $400,000
You
to
say what?
$600,000. Is that no money? And that was years ago.
No, you guys are getting. I don't know where you guys are getting the information from. Chowore starts Sahara Reporter on his laptop, on a laptop. So people should just go and the problem we have here is like when somebody is coming out to come and govern us. I think the way we need to start from is what has he done in the past? What does that person really represent? Where did he get his money from? I think that way we need to get it from, so that we can be able to have clear vision of whom we are supporting.
Is Thomas available? Thomas, DOG want to enter, so if you are listening to me, please let him in. Okay, you can continue what you are saying, Felipe.
Yeah, I think we have to start scrutinizing anybody that wants to become our leaders in Nigeria, so that we won't be putting anyhow person because he has money to campaign. And after we elect him, he started taking our money out of the space and embezzling our money. I think we have to do with what we call integrity issue now.
For Livy, you know the problem. Can you hear me?
Because since I've been supporting. Actually, I didn't know. Hello, I can hear you.
Okay, I think there is a delay somehow.
Oh, okay. I can hear you now.
Okay, what I'm saying is that if you have a society where poverty is entrenched, it will be very difficult to practice the kind of politics that Sowore is practicing, and you win an election. Did you agree with me?
No, I agree with you, but can I come in?
Okay.
Do you know if me and you ready today to change the narrative of this country? Your 1,000 naira, my 1,000 naira will go a long way to solve the problem.
How?
Do you believe that?
For Libby, I don't believe that. Let me tell you
what we need. You know what we need here? Please, let me.
I have been at the forefront. I have been at the forefront of many elections, governorship, presidential. You can see all these things, but once they get to the ballot box.
Do you not believe? Wait now. Okay, I understand you. Okay.
Let me tell you, Nigerians, because I've seen this with my two Kurukuru eyes, not once, not multiple times. Once you get to that ballot box, even some of these people shouting Labour Party, some of them will collect the hunger. Some of them will collect that money and vote whoever gave them that money. I'm telling you, even some of these people shouting obedience, some of them would have sold their vote and they will not vote Obi, but they will be shouting and pretending.
So, Libby, let me bust your bubble. I went to a bank, and then a copper brought $50 note to come and change in the bank. So, and I asked him, I said, where did you get the dollar? He said they gave him during the election. These are the presiding officers. The so-called youth that Israelis are jeering about, collecting $50 for an election.
Okay, let me come in. Why all this thing is still happening is because let's check 2020 election. What happened? 2022 election we have 24 million votes, right?
Your volume went down.
Out of
Folly B, your
but we can still hear him. We can still hear him.
Well, it's very low.
Folly B, are you there? I don't think we can. I think his audio is somehow. Solid.
Hello, can anyone hear me?
We can hear you now.
Hello.
We can hear you now.
Can anyone hear me?
We can hear you now. Can you hear us?
Hello, hello.
We can hear you. Can you hear us? He's not hearing us, but we can hear him.
We can hear you.
Hello.
Ali boy. We can hear you.
Hello.
Hello.
Wow.
Solly.
I can hear him.
Yeah, earlier on, Patoki came and he was talking about COVID-19 and he was trying to defend what happened, that the importance of IRF, and he was actually giving reason for that it will cover rigging during the election.
What is?
But I think I read that is the transmission of the
Oh, okay.
results into IRF. And I was asking him, I said, what are you? I was not on the platform then, but the question I wanted to ask him is that is it that how can IRF curb election malpractices? Because if the most of the time the rigging is done at the polling station, and he was talking about yes, now he's talking about that the parties rig where they are dominant. And so if you are dominant in the place, it's not whatever you rig that you post on the IRF. So and that's what I don't understand. He was trying to defend the reason why people are insisting that IRF actually discredited that election.
Is this his first election? Is this his first election that is observing?
No, he was once giving up an example of what happened in 2007.
Yeah, I don't.
He's not a young man. He has witnessed so many elections. He has been witnessing elections since 1979. So I was not.
He's looking for.
It was unfortunate because I was doing school run that time, so I couldn't join the platform. So I could have asked him such question.
That is not what to call election.
Folibi is back.
Yeah, I'm back. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. We are hearing you the other time, but you cannot hear us.
Oh, maybe my network.
Okay, you can continue with what you are saying.
Yeah, I said if we have 2023 election and we've only gotten 24 million votes out of 90 something million votes, that means Nigeria can still organize themselves and get all these people that sell their votes, that believe in selling votes is the way to survive. We can still get them out of the space. By the time we organize ourselves
How do you want to achieve that?
If the remaining 50 million people that did not put their trust in election any longer activate that what's it called? That belief.
Okay, you think that you think those ones will be more than the ones that would sell their vote?
Definitely, because those are the ones that don't even count election as anything, and they will just be sitting at home watching DSTV, expecting the Almanjiris and the Ababakus and the people that want to collect the money to go and vote on their behalf. And after they vote, they
will not be the one complaining, no. They will be the one that are watching the DSTV will be the one complaining.
Yes, they will be the one that will be complaining last. But they didn't see.
The only way to curb election malpractice and all this selling votes is you need an external body like EFCC, NDNA that will be watching the people that are counting it.
They are there. It's not about counting. It's talking about people collecting money before they vote. I mean, is that not what you are talking about, police?
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. If you're talking about that, this election, we have all those people in place, because after I cast my vote in my polling unit, I follow my vote to my local government collation center. From there, I was in the INEC I left INEC in Ekiti around 4 o'clock. So I'm not saying 4 o'clock PM or AM before I left INEC. So I was there. Everything happened in my presence. So when people are saying the Ekiti election was rigged, I just laugh. It's what they bring to INEC that INEC actually bring out. Because I'm not sure if there is, because in my polling unit, Obi did not even, Labour Party did not even have, what's it called, agents.
Agents.
Yes, in my polling unit.
But they claim they have 130 something thousand agents.
Do you know how many agents my own party have? My party almost 38,000 agents registered on the INEC platform. But what do we have? We have 14,000 something votes.
They even give you too much. They even give you too much votes.
So your agent did not even vote for you.
I'm just telling you that someone have agents. Some agents actually believe that the party is going to give them money. That's why they throw themselves through.
I agree with you, Folibi. The agents are not members of your party. They just want to use it to, maybe they see it as a work that they have to get something from.
And you don't actually. I'm the party's chairman in my state. When this thing happens.
How many registered members do you have
in my state? No, you know what happened with our party during the election is this: we have almost 4 years case in court before we even win the election. 6 days before the INEC final date, so we don't really have at that particular time, people that are parading themselves as AAC, they are not the kind of people that will actually believe that can actually lead our party. So we have to reshuffle all the ESCOs. So that actually gives us a kind of internal crisis for us to get all those things done. Because all the lowland factions, we want to make sure they don't have a say in the party anymore because we don't believe in them, we don't trust them. So we don't have that time to organize ourselves. That's actually what affects the 2023 election. But people don't understand that fact about Showore, what Showore is facing. This guy is facing.
Don't the way you are projecting Showore now, is going to be like Awolowo. You know, because why is it that Showore will now be your perennial candidate? Why must it be the one that will be contesting now for only how many presidential elections has it contested? You don't have any other candidate that can front in your party. Is it the only one in the party that can be a presidential candidate?
It's not Showore that have problem. It's the party that have problem. After the election, they nearly hijacked the party. So the party is not even in the hand of the people that are supposed to drive the party. It's in the hand of the criminals, the lowland fashion, the sellout people. Yes, for almost 3.5 years, the party is in the hand of the lowland fashion. Even during Ekiti election, we submitted our own candidate name. INEC did not collect our own; they collect the lowland fashion's own, and those are the people that were actually saying these people will go and meet politicians to go and collect money.
Thomas, are you on the platform?
I'm here now.
So you can see that even the smaller parties are having issues.
Yes.
Of course, they will have.
After 2019 election, this guy collected.
So what is the hope now? So the ones that were, so you can see now that even the smaller party that was supposed to rely on, they are not even where they are supposed to be.
Our party is back to the normal owner of the party. People that really have the idea of the party. We are back now, but we are not able to arrange ourselves for 2023 election because the party was in the hand of the sellouts before the election. For most, just saboteurs before the elections. So we are back now, and we are trying to rearrange ourselves.
For the B, they are not saboteurs. Don't call them saboteurs. You know why I say so? Okay, let me tell you, majority of the parties that you see in Nigeria, they are not actually there to rule. Some people floated parties to make for business. Let me tell you what is happening.
Yes, yeah, I know. Yeah,
sell out.
Exactly. So what they do is that they always align, and or some aggrieved
and that is
politicians
that is exactly what
from big parties that has the money. We always use them as a launching pad.
Simba, do you know how many SDP members voted for Tinubu at the election?
So yes, because they actually plant the SDP from the beginning for Tinubu, believing that APC will not give Tinubu the what's it called, the mandate, the platform to run under APC. So that's why they packaged that for Tinubu.
How
So
are
are
you
they being
sure of this? Are you
that's exactly what
sure
happened.
of this? I don't
We
think
are
so.
on ground. We are on ground.
think
We are
so.
on ground.
I don't think
Yeah,
so.
we are on ground. We know what is going on here.
If you
Even
say
in
you're
my
on ground,
Ekiti
because you're
election,
on ground doesn't
Ekiti
mean you know
election,
everything that is going on, Mr.
no
Foley.
Ekiti
If you're talking
election,
about
even Ekiti
Showore, I
election that
won't
was going on.
argue with you. I don't believe
Wait,
SDP has been a party since even way
and
back.
I'm telling you what
You are not.
happened. What
Well,
happened?
I'm telling you, you are wrong.
Wait,
That's not a fact. That's not a fact. It's not a fact.
your own perspective of saying it, but from the way me I'm saying it and what I know about it. So you cannot
What do you
condemn
know
what I
about it?
know
Tell us
totally.
what you know about it.
Yeah,
That is
okay. In my
POG. That
state,
is Polly
in
B's
my state,
opinion. His opinion. I don't think he's saying
yeah,
it's a fact.
yeah.
No, it's
In my
telling us it's
state,
a fact. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not a fact. You're just guessing that that's
the
what
same
it
way,
looks like, but it's not. It has
the
nothing to
same.
do with
Polly
it.
B, is he a fact or is he opinion?
Let me tell you what I know. The fact that I know. The fact that I know. Okay, in Ekiti election, we have what's it called? Oni Shegun Oni under SDP. He was in PDP, but because they didn't give him he didn't win the primary. He has to cross to SDP in Ekiti. But that particular period, the people sponsoring and arranging SDP in Ekiti are the APC fashion of Tinubu. They call themselves Saga. Yes, they call themselves Saga. Okay, they were the one nurturing the SDP in Ekiti, like Adeyeye and Co. In my own state, I'm talking about my own state. So immediately, because Ayemi was actually contesting to run as a president as well. But at the primary, Fayemi now gave out his mandate for Tinubu. That is why Tinubu actually withdraw his support from SDP in Ekiti. Okay, and go back. Yes,
What
and go
you are
back
saying
to.
doesn't even has anything to do. So PDP,
I'm telling you
SDP,
with what is going on in my
hold on.
state.
Somebody that wants to win presidency in Nigeria will be looking at how PDP will have ground in Ekiti. And well about the north, Tinubu's politics is far beyond all those levels you are taking him to. You are talking as if it's
At that
Showore.
particular
You are talking
time,
as if it's Showore a second plan. If
wait,
Showore have
at
second
that
plan, then you
particular
are saying
time,
it's SDP, I will
wait,
believe you.
at that
Tinubu
particular time,
won't
Tinubu
do
is
that.
ready to scatter everything. Adebin didn't give him the mandate. He's
If he
ready to
scatter
scatter everything.
everything, that doesn't mean, what does he have to scatter? If he scatter everything,
That's
that
the
doesn't
plan.
mean he will win.
That's
He
the
won't
plan he
still
has.
win.
He
Hold
wants to
on,
move his
fully.
people away from
I
APC so that
intentionally allow you to give me a real fact, something very tangible, not that it's the example that you are using. That one holds
it's
no
what I
water
know.
in this. Tinubu's
I
politics
can't
is
speak.
far beyond the way you are even talking about it. So you are expecting Tinubu to contest under SDP. How would he even win? He has no chance
Let me
to
tell you.
win
Let me tell you
because
what happened.
why with his alliance?
At first
How would
place,
he?
at first
Come on,
place,
man.
eh,
Come on, man.
initially, when they were actually talking about the election, everybody know that APC were actually go towards what's it called, this Oshimbajo of the thing. Okay, and the Tinubu, yes. What do you think make Tinubu to speak the way he speak at Ogun when he was telling them that Emilokan that he has been supporting all of them. It's now for his turn to support them. Those are the things that is of them that make Baba to speak that way, because they know that the pendulum is not even going towards his own side as well. All of them were against him.
It's
All the
not
governors.
because that's it's not. He said all he said in Ogun State, wherever he has spoke, because he can tell there are some cabal in the party that are trying to sideline him,
And they were doing
because
it.
hold on, because this SDP you are talking about, when they started SDP, they are having their meeting in my house. Back in the days when Laloja became senator, former governor of Oyo State, Senator Rashid Ladoja, when he became governor, he was in my house. They are having SDP. Even Abiola, all the campaign, some of the meetings were in my house. So if you are telling me about Showore, I won't argue with you. So all these things you are saying, Tinubu's politics has gone so far beyond him now looking at making SDP like a second option for him. That's big lie. It's just a guess. People were it's part of the rumors that were going around them because he was struggling to set his feet on ground and get the
So
ticket.
DOG, that is propaganda.
Yeah, exactly. So don't jump on it. Don't jump on that bandwagon. For I respect you a lot, but for that SDP talk, you probably pick it from somewhere. Put it aside. It's not true.
Obedient now. Obedient is you know obedient now. They like propaganda.
I really love Holy B, but this view,
I'm not
I can
obedient person.
tell when you are saying things, Holy B,
you guys
what
get
I've
news from
realized,
obedient as well, isn't it? You
yeah,
get
Holy
propaganda
B,
from obedient.
what I've realized about Holy B, when Holy B is saying things, you will even know this is genuine. But I can tell you pick that from somewhere. Just don't mind whoever is passing
I'm
all
telling
the
you what
propaganda.
happened. I'm telling you what happened in my
Yeah,
state.
that's
I
in
know
Ekiti.
people that
If
support.
you are talking
I know
about
people that bring
Fayemi,
SDP in Ekiti.
if you are talking about Fayemi and the
I know.
issue that happened in SDP in Ekiti, I will understand. But telling me that
Yes, I was talking
Tinubu is
about.
Tinubu
I'm
is
telling you
planning
people
to
that.
switch to
But I'm telling
SDP
you people that
is a big lie.
people that back only
Is a
SDP in
big
Ekiti
lie.
are they were AAC. They were
No, the thing is, what people don't get is there are a lot of people in APC that won't get tickets. Example of what we are talking about now is Shina Pella. When she didn't get tickets in APC, most APC members that they are not guaranteed of tickets to run on that election were looking at SDP as option. That is the problem, and you will see that mostly in the southwest because even SDP then, when it fall down back, it was all these southwest people that just say, okay, let's keep this party on the side. That's why you see all these politicians that didn't get tickets under APC switch to SDP. Shina Pella switched to SDP. There are a lot of them that switched to SDP.
I think
So
we're actually deviating from our initial conversation. So let's leave PDP and SDP alone.
Okay.
Before we leave PDP and SBP alone, we will be closing down by 10 hours sharp. So let's discuss our discussion between that time. We have 25 minutes, to go. Yeah.
So the question should be
what I would like to ask, guys, because I just came in, I saw that the state Tinubu gave all the states, is set a record on allocation to the states. I know we talked about some of the states not even giving minimum wage. Is this a way of like giving the state enough backbone to support from the state level the federal government? And do you think they will actually give them like instruction and stuff on how to make things happen so they can at least reduce the weight and share the weight of the federal government? I don't know if Simba get my question or fully.
I got it. I got the question. Let me answer your question.
They will be getting more. They will be getting more allocation this month, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes.
I think Simba and Foley understand my question. I would like to hear from them, please.
Okay, let me tell you what is. Let me start by saying it's not as if they gave them extra money. What happened is that because of the policy that Tinubu put in place right from May 29 when he came in, we are now generating more revenue. Generally, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So our revenue has almost tripled or even quadruple. Because I remember there was a time they were sharing like 200 billion, both the states and the federal government and the local government, they were sharing 200 billion monthly. Now we are sharing almost 2 trillion. You can see the gap. Even just last month, they share 1.2 trillion. Now, within a month, it has jumped to 1.9 trillion, over 1.9 trillion. So some of these policies is working. But the problem I have is that, because I think I still mentioned it yesterday or day before yesterday, the kind of democracy that we practice, that the federal government does not have control over the state on how the state spend their money. If federal governments can increase the salary, because no state has any reason not to even pay almost 70 to 100,000 naira to their workers. Believe me, with what they are getting now, because I don't think there's any state that will be getting less than 7 billion from the federal allocation now. And if they have been getting like there are some states that are getting over 1 billion, 2 billion, 3 billion before. So if you are not getting 7 billion, why can't you just, because this money is meant to cushion the effect of the hardship that Nigerians are passing through now. But the problem is that most of our state governors are criminals. Look at what that one in Imo did, that he just said he will be adding just 10,000 naira to everybody's salary. Is that increment in salary? And then he will not say he has increased the minimum wage to 40,000. Just added 10,000 naira to somebody's salary. Is that what we are talking about? So I don't know what the federal government can do to actually compel.
Simba, do you think? Yes. Sorry, do you think Nigerians? I think a lot of people don't even know the understand how the system works, because I think we put too much on the president,
on federal government, federal
government, like
exactly.
in the nutshell, on federal government. Because some people now, because they are streets somewhere in Oshogbo is not that, is Tinubu. They forgot that they have chairman of local government, they have honorable House of Representative, states, both state and federal level. These people get allocation to do things for these people, but a lot of people don't even know their rights. They don't know they can, instead of complaining about the president about some other stuff, there are people you could go to, and this is why we've elected all these people. And I think the government itself, maybe federal government itself, need to start running a program that will start educating.
Exactly, that's what I'm going. Exactly, making it into public space. They should go into the media and tell them this is what your state governor is getting. In fact, they should be publishing it. That every month. Yes.
Even here in the UK, if you really have issues and you need your MP, you can talk to your MP. There are some things that is your MP. You won't be thinking, oh, the prime minister is your MP that will resolve things like that. I think Nigerians
Obasanjo did something like that with Okonjo Iweala at that time. They used to publish it every month, and everybody will know what comes to each state. Now, because let me tell you, last month alone, I look at the allocation last month. The list that a state got was about 3.5 billion when they share 1.2 trillion. So that state that got 3.5 billion, now that they are sharing 1.9, we'll be getting something close to 5 billion or more. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
they should go to the media and tell the media that nobody should talk about the workers. They should go and be attacking their state governors. They should, if they want to go on strike.
Everywhere, Tinubu, they forgot they elected governors. They elected people for House of Representative as well. You went out to vote for them on separate days as well. And everything is, this Tinubu government, this Tinubu, you elected this president. And come on now, guys, it's 2 months into a 4-year term. Is Foley not getting maybe? I don't know.
This thing we're talking about will only happen. So I get what you are saying, but this can only happen when we start electing them ourselves. When we are not waiting for them to come and buy election, to come and give us money. before we vote for them. So that I think that way we'll have it. You have
But
to see.
finally, we didn't wait for that
So
before we
when
attack
someone
federal
is
government.
coming
Does it stop? Well,
and
let me.
as a governor in your state, and he's not really a pure person.
Go on. Who is looking around?
Hello.
Hello, we
I
can hear
think
you.
I don't know. I
Okay,
don't
I think
need.
he's
I
been
don't.
engaged with something else. Yeah. So Simba, you can carry on because for me,
What I'm
Simba
saying
and
is
Thomas,
in a
guys.
DOG.
Yeah.
It's like Folly is not getting it. What, because if you are saying that is only when you have a credible election there, but no, the one
It's
that
not
we're
about
having
that.
now,
Yeah,
it doesn't stop people
I think
from
Foley is
demanding from
still
their rights.
talking. Foley is still giving us his view from that
From
UK sentiment.
Showore as
Alutarism.
Because guys, I see a lot of things, a lot of comments, and I just wonder like, are these people this ignorant? Are you this? Can't you people just even think out of the box?
No,
Can't you
wait.
leave
Do you believe
sentiment?
today? Do you even believe today?
Foley,
Believe what?
carry on.
Folly,
Is Foley forcing
Yeah,
intentionally
I
to
think what
do
we're
something
getting
else?
wrong there is this.
Yeah, I think something
No,
is
no, no.
wrong with
Can you
Foley.
hear me?
We can hear you now.
I think it's my network. Okay, I think
Oh
my network
yeah.
is not really
Yeah, we
good.
your
can hear you.
network is not
So
good. Yes.
what I'm saying, yeah, what I'm saying is this. I believe so much in good governance, but there is no way we can have good governance without having a good what's it called, free and fair election that can produce a good that will produce good people to govern the country. So anything short of that, I'm not sure we can get it right. Because let me tell you one reason why people don't have a say anymore. Do you know these people have already in each state, they've already take over all the powers that people supposed to have. Because a governor can actually can actually terminate your life anytime if you are disturbing them too much. Because they have their thugs, they have their what's it called, the instruments to silence you as that person that wants to come and be asking them questions. So nobody has that power like you're supposed to have now to question these people you are talking about. Even if they say they give them 100 billion today, they will still sit within themselves to share the money among themselves, and the people will not have any say because nobody has that voice to even question them. They control all the system. So people don't
Why
have
do
that.
we? So you need. So are you telling us that we have monsters in the state? Because if you can attack the federal, why can't
Yeah.
we do the same thing at the state level?
Folly. Do you like? Let me use that word now. Do you think the citizens see these guys as monsters, or the citizens don't even know the right question to ask and where to put who to put their questions to? But
The
rather
citizens don't have platform.
they focus
They
more on
don't
the
have the
federal and
platform.
put their questions to the president
The
because
citizens
we
don't
can't
have
say
the
they are not
platform.
listening. For example, hold on,
One voice.
Folly,
Yeah.
because of
Let
your
the
network,
finish.
so we can hear ourselves. For example, now they said Tinubu 8,000 is too small. But we can tell Tinubu hear that cry, and with empathy, they are looking to review it and all those things. I think they hear people. I just think most Nigerians are just ignorant about governance and as citizen where to put your request. There are some requests that they put to the wrong places. So if you put your request to the wrong places, I can't go to a stripper for prayers. You should go to your pastor for prayer. I don't know if you are getting my point, because I think
Like
people are not getting how government work. That's why I'm saying I think they need to even educate even some people that are educated in
DOG, let me tell
Nigeria.
you, if I'm very sure right there in Ekiti where Folly is, if their streets are dirty,
people will still be talking about Tinubu. They will not talk about their governor.
So I think even people that are graduates in Nigeria, some of them don't understand our government, or they don't even understand what is going. They just want, some people just want to be whatever is happening. They don't want to give it. Sit down and okay, let me think out of the box. Why is this thing working like this? Why is this the problem? Is this really the elected president problem? Is it the one that is causing this? Was it his decision that is bringing about this? Okay, what is the effect of his? So I think there's a lot, even to the people that are lettered and the ones that are not lettered. I think the government need to find a way. Maybe it's going to be a program, probably a radio program, a TV program, or something, how to educate these guys to get the understanding of how government work. When you need this such stuff, who you cry to, so everything won't be this government. Because if a lot of things they blame Buhari for, that some of the governors should be the ones taking those blames.
I agree with you, DOG, completely, 100%.
I just, because some things I'm seeing lately on, I'm just thinking,
DOG is not some. It's not some. A lot of them.
A lot. Yeah, I'm just trying to be nice with my words, choice of words solely. You know how things are. I just wonder, and it's so annoying because some people we even have to go and look at the people. This person that is talking, and I was like, so I can tell you are exposed enough, even if you are not that educated, for you to be able to think about. You will see comment, you will think, how can somebody say this kind of thing? Can't you think with your own self and leave sentiment and every news flying around? Because it's just annoying, to be honest. It's getting more annoying by day. A lot of things. Why are you blaming the president for this? You people should go to your local government chairman for this. Some people say if they don't have food in their house this night, is the president. If they are not paying their salary, is the president.
Who are we going to blame? It's not president now. Man
How
that
can you
cannot
blame the
do
president?
very well in the other room.
As a civil servant in a state, why would you be blaming the president for delay of salary?
Any man that cannot do well in the other room, he will blame Tinubu too. It's
exactly.
Because the economic situation that doesn't make the thing to work now.
I'm not the type that really comment on social media, but lately I've been forced. I would have typed, I would just rub it up again. Now, you know what? It's not what my wife would even comment.
Don't even go. Social media is a crazy word. Don't even comment.
It's just annoying. It's not that I want to abuse anybody. I was just need to educate some people. Like, what are you even saying?
Commission.
Yeah.
And what are they doing? They're not more active.
What can they do? What can they do?
They're no more working. They're no more what's it called? Giving us the kind of information and orientation we need from them any longer. And they are collecting salary.
Exactly.
NOE? Are you talking about NOE?
National Orientation Commission of a thing.
Agency. Oh, no, agency. That's NOE now. National Orientation Agency.
Yes, yeah.
We have a lot of redundant agencies that are actually, they are just collecting salary. They are doing nothing in Nigeria.
To be honest,
all our research institutions, especially agriculture and all those things, they are not doing anything.
To be honest with you guys, I don't even think all these House of Representatives, I don't think we should be having people in those positions anymore. Because most of them just go there for themselves, doing nothing, useless. They just go there.
You can see how they are cornering the 70 billion out of the palliative money now. They said they should earmark 70 billion for them.
I was listening to one of them day before yesterday on radio when he was talking about defending the 70 billion of a thing. If you hear what this guy is saying, you would nearly cry for Nigeria. The way he was even putting it. He's not even ashamed. He said,
as at Obama's time, a senator in Nigeria earns more than Obama.
These people
I'm telling you the truth. I think then Obama's salary is it 250? they were earning more than Obama. I know several federal honorables like around those period as well. These guys don't talk in naira. If you see their messages, their text messages,
most
their
of the
text
contracts that Nigerians are bringing out, and Nigerians are doing in their what's it called? The Senate that they are having most of it in their on their table.
all these guys, their text messages in
All the
dollars, in
contracts.
euros, in pounds. I even know one honorable back, the federal honorable. He travels with 2 different girls. They are his girlfriend, and he will take 2 of them. Dubai here, Dubai
If you
there,
are still
America,
talking,
and they
if you
know
are still
they are both dating him.
no, if you are still talking about their salary alone, that means you don't that one is still better.
After salary
So
allowance,
you
stupid
know,
allowance,
apart
wardrobe
from
allowance,
allowance,
newspaper
these people,
allowance.
all the contracts in Nigeria is on their table.
If a teacher
All the
can
contracts.
afford to buy newspaper, why should somebody in the House of Representatives be getting newspaper allowance? If most of these guys,
they will get toilet paper allowance.
you
Toilet
know,
paper allowance.
I mean, oh Lord of mercy.
But do you know as well? You don't need to blame them as well. You know
Why
why?
not? Why not?
Because people that elect them always want them to come back home with bag of money to come and be sharing to them, not to go there to go and
That
make
is it.
what they
As the
elect them for.
followers, as the leaders.
Yes.
Yeah, but
So the day you become councillor
I
in
agree with
Nigeria,
you. Only I honestly agree with you. For example, that one of those honorable that I said that I know back then that used to travel with girls, 2 girls abroad and other. When it comes, it will just somebody as at then I think they give them is it 7 million per month for to do something for their constituency. When it comes around, then we just put let's say like 1 million down and say one of the girlfriend will be with us and say, oh, put 1,000 in some envelope, put 5,000 in some envelope, put 2,000. So it knows each envelope how much is in one particular color of envelope. It will now one of them is one of these prominent politicians in Oyo State, son. He will now call a party meeting in his father's house. That is where they will cook rice, eat. He will just share money for the party members, and that's it. And then I always said to him, I always suggest a lot of things. He will just push it aside. He will push it aside. After some time, when he comes around, he doesn't call me again that he's around. Because I want him to be spending the money he wants to divert to be buying himself property to other things that he's not interested in. And I'm saying to him then that do you know you can't just look that this is the last, and since then he's never done anything in politics, and that's my fear. I was like, so are you looking to just stop this your political ambition in being this honorable alone? Don't you want to be like the governor for your state? Because it is when you do, people see what you are doing, encourage people to support you when you come out for things like that. But most of them don't even care because I okay, let's say 7. There are people, and that's the thing. What Foley said now. Some people say are daft. What if they are using bread to steal your pot of soup?
yes.
Or is it plate of soup now?
And you know, the day you become councillor in Nigeria, that's the day you begin to be the one that will be doing naming
My
ceremony
bro
for someone
said
that
they use the counselor said they've turned them, they've useless counselor. I remember at some
no, there's
point
nothing like
this
councillor.
guy didn't even allow any local government election.
Even
Ajumobi.
the one that allowed the local government
Ajumobi
election.
was commissioner of works. He was commissioner for this, commissioner for that in his time. He didn't put some commissioner in those positions. He was the one doing everything. If he's not the one doing everything, you have to go through his wife. I know people that knew that they are probably related to the wife. They are the one that handled like this or your state transit, whatever. Or for almost all those 80 years.
But where are they now?
But where are
Where
they
is Ajumobi?
exactly? So that means that's the thing. Like what I've realized is, even if somebody is competent, if there are lapses, they slack. I think we talked about some things similar yesterday, like because if the system is supporting and there are lapses, Nigerians with the mentality we have, we are so corrupt, so nonchalant attitude, they will just lose guard. So if you've
Nigeria to get
given
it
a chance to your friend to take over something and the system is not even scrutinizing them, you're not obviously they will do whatever they want and everybody just go their separate ways after your term is complete, and that thing will be nothing to write home about.
DOG, can you see it from another angle where that Polyb is putting it? The followers are the one actually making the leaders to misbehave. Do you agree with me, Polyb?
Is it not ignorance? It's ignorance.
It's not ignorance because they put a lot of demands on them. Like what he said, I've seen it severally. Somebody will deliver and they will go to the politician to come and do naming ceremony for them.
But that's what I'm saying. What is naming ceremony from what you can get? You can get a lot of things that even you yourself will be able to finance your naming ceremony yourself. But when you are focused on going to them for chicken change,
going to them, they will be taking the bulk money and be giving you the.
But my point is that's
why
I'm saying
change.
That's why I keep using that word ignorance, because they could do a lot of things for you that you yourself will be self-sufficient enough, like that naming ceremony, to finance it yourself. But when you focus on the wrong thing, because if I go there, they will give me 20,000, they will give me this, you will just be in that same spot forever. All those people that we are calling followers, all those followers that we are talking about, if you look at their life today, it's stagnant.
We have to go. We have to go. Thank you, guys.
Thomas. Okay, Thomas, before you go, DOG, how far about that thing that we discussed today?
It's today, so I will update it tomorrow. It's today.
Okay. I wish you best of luck.
No, I been or personal àti Simba just sọ̀rọ̀ kan lánàá.
Ẹ máa tanra yín jẹ ńbẹ̀, ẹ make owó pẹ̀lú
ọ̀rọ̀ tó bá jọ̀rọ̀ owó a máa sọ síta. Ṣé fẹ́ yọ̀bọ̀n sí wa láti gbà ní?
Thank you, guys.
Mo yọ̀bọ̀n gan-an. Australia ló wà náà.
DOG, thank you. Simba, thank you. Kumi, Solly, thank you. Solly from Amsterdam. Amari Solly lónìí. Solly, thank you. Kumi, thank you. Thank you, guys. You guys are amazing. We're going to catch you later. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I said, peace. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
I'm going to be president. I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not. And I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk, say make you go buy gun to Fiakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk, say, make them go to prepare for 2019. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́. They say me, meet them for airport road, Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? I know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? We know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya, you Yaya, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹ̀mí tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń ṣẹ̀nu wúyẹ́, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ, Yaya Bello, àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ.